fit. All right. If you would like to join the panel, I have dropped the link into the live chat. If you're watching on either Craig or Israel's, I don't know if it drops it in there from my end directly or if the link is clickable.
Could you put it in the chat on
I can absolutely do that.
Well,
and I think you're both capable of just copy pasting that and dropping it directly in on your end. And any and everyone can join. All I ask is when you do come backstage, just give me a quick cam up. If you're an avatar person, we welcome you. Just give me a quick cam up and hello backstage. That's all I need. All right, let's move into closing statements. And at this rate, use your closing statements whichever way you wish to do it, because it doesn't matter. Again, this is on me, gentlemen. I'm going to take the heat on this one. I completely went the wrong direction. Israel, your closing thoughts, please.
Thank you. So, as I said previously, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that evolution refers to the broader scientific theory of evolution. Craig clearly demonstrated that he does believe in that broader scientific theory of evolution. So I don't know why we have to get caught on a technicality, but because I did come prepared to debate the broader scientific theory of evolution, I will just say that I do believe that it is far more reasonable to assume that the perfection and the deliberate design of reality was a creation and not an evolution cannot account for for how life got to this point on Earth. I think that it's a very narrow frame. I think it's using a frame that is by definition ruling out God and saying the only mechanism that works is one that we can observe, and then we apply that mechanism and assume that we understand what has happened on Earth for millions of years on the basis of an incomplete fossil record, by the way. I don't think anyone should believe that there is a fossil record that's actually tracing millions of years of species and having the direct linkages. A lot of it is speculation. A lot of it is extrapolation and theorizing. And I think that we should stick to the truth. And either the truth is going to be defined by human beings and their understandings of empiricism and their tools and the way that they measure things, or truth is going to be defined by a higher power. Craig wants to call the higher power the flying spaghetti monster. I choose to be a little more deferent to the higher power and call him God, Yahweh, Lord of existence, who is our Father and Creator, who is responsible for us existing on this earth. And we should thank him for the beautiful creation. The other day I stood out, watched the sunrise, and I couldn't believe that there are people that think that this world is not created. This world is beautiful. It is magical. It is miraculous. God is great, and praise him. And I think that, to the extent that science has contributed to the world, great, but I think scientists and science operates with a huge hubris and the assumption that only us as human beings get to determine what existence is and how it's come to be. I think that that's terrible, and so I would just say read the Bible, especially the first 5 books, because especially the first 5 books. That's what's called the Torah. It's the 5 books of Moses. That's where all the foundational narratives. Craig said that because those narratives appear in other religious texts, therefore it's plagiarism. It's not plagiarism. It actually is evidence that this was the understood history of the world. And so the Bible is history. The Bible is truth, and start from the beginning. God bless.
Thank you so much, Israel. And Craig, to you, please.
Yeah, I read the Bible. That's why I don't believe any of it. Ladies and gentlemen, since my opponent decided that this was no longer a debate about evolution and instead became a theological interpretive dance, I think it's only fair that I close with an ode to the flying spaghetti monster. O great noodly one, Lord of pasta sauce and suspiciously convenient explanations, bless us this evening with your divine meatballs. For if God did it is enough to defeat science, then surely the flying spaghetti monster did it is equally powerful. After all, can Israel disprove the cosmic pasta? Can he prove the universe was not kneaded into being by sacred carbohydrates? Can he show that DNA was not woven by his noodly appendage? No? Then by his own standard, pasta wins. And that is exactly the problem, because unfalsifiable claims are easy. Anyone can make them. God did it. The flying spaghetti monster did it. Aliens did it. A time-traveling badger did it. A committee of drunk wizards did it after losing a bet. Science does not work like that. Science requires evidence, mechanisms, predictions, tests, something that could, in principle, be shown wrong. Evolution gives us that. Evolution predicts nested genetic relationships. We find them. Evolution predicts transitional fossils in specific layers. We find them. Evolution predicts population change under selection. We watch them. Evolution predicts antibiotic resistance. Hospitals deal with it every day. Evolution predicts reproductive isolation and speciation. We observe it. Creationism, when asked for the same standard, gives us God did it. That may be your faith. That may be theology. That may be personally meaningful to you, but it is not a scientific rebuttal to evolution. And tonight, this is what happened. I gave evidence, he gave religion. I gave mechanisms, he gave assertions. I gave observed evolution, he gave divine hand-waving with a beard. But saying God created everything does not make evolution false. If God exists and used evolution, evolution is still true. If God exists and guided mutations, evolution is still true. If God exists and set up natural selection, then evolution is still true. So unless my opponent can show that mutation does not happen, inheritance does not happen, selection does not happen, populations do not change, species do not form, and genomes do not show common descent, then he has not refuted evolution. He has simply said that he prefers creation. And preference is not evidence. So I thank Israel for the sermon. I thank the audience for surviving through it. And I thank the flying spaghetti monster for blessing us with this obvious conclusion. Evolution is true. Creationism is not a scientific alternative. And if your best argument is you can't disprove my God, then congratulations. You have also failed to disprove my pasta. Ramen.
Thank you so much, Greg. Listen, I want to say I love both of you, and I'm very grateful that both of you were at least, the very least, willing to come join me for a fun show. They don't always all work out, and this would be an instance where we just find a little lock here. But money comes your way. It says FTFE free Rubik's for the weekend.
No, I don't. Sarah, what do you do with the hostages in your basement? How do you keep them quiet? Because mine is always asking to get out.
Listen, I have dogs, so therefore I have lots of kennels in which I can put the ones in the basement into. Okay.
Oh, so when they want fresh air, you actually let them out?
Not particularly often.
I mean, mine's always asking for water, but I'm like, well, there's a damp corner. Isn't that water? God's sakes.
Speaking of, Aaron says, quickest debate win ever. All hail FTE. And a big shout out. I want to make this one extra special because Tom Carpenter is helping to send Mater out to Vegas to moderate a fun, amazing debate. So be sure, Maters, you know the drill. Any super chats you send, please hashtag Vegas because he is matching dollar for dollar up to 1,000. So continue doing that and help support the cause. Your dollars actually mean double when you hashtag Vegas. But he's going to go sleep his headache off. So he's probably off in slumberland by this point. Spin City says hashtag Vegas baby. What the fuck is evolution? Peck, a member for 22 months. I don't know which side this is on your ends, but
He's my
says
boy.
sending
Shut up,
money. Oh, I guess the context is key here. Money for not God. JD grabbing their new membership. Darth Thoran says, I'm an evolution denier. Set me up to debate FTFE. I don't feel like Darth has been in our chat a while. But yes, shout out to you. Aaron
do it.
says,
If you've actually got arguments, do it.
Yeah, I'll go check out and see if they have a channel. Aaron says, don't stop your opponent when he's making a mistake.
Yeah, my bad. I should have just let him drop the dirt.
Spin says, there's not an extra E in evolution, sir. Endogenous DMT says, Sarah, you're a lovely lady and a great moderator. Thanks for all that you do. To the evolution defender, how do you respond to criticisms from physicists like Stefan Wolfram that biology isn't a science?
Well, he's wrong. Of course, it's a science. It has predictive capabilities. It has models. It has laws. It has theories. Of course, it's a science.
Okay. Dragon Fist says, Craig got him checkmated by the prompt. Good job, Craig. I'm sensing sarcasm there. Aaron says, evolution is better supported than gravity.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably the most substantiated scientific theory that we have. And gravity is like ridiculously substantiated.
So there are actually people that debate whether evolution as a mechanism is real or not, though?
Yeah, I think that's what Darth is wanting to do.
I mean, because wouldn't evolution be to some degree, because there was like, if I send in a virus, like a half-assed virus into my body, so that like a vaccine, right? Wouldn't that mutation of that cell mutating to the virus piece, wouldn't that be part of evolution?
Well, it's more like if you look at COVID, how when COVID first appeared and it was killing people left, right, and center, it was extremely deadly, right? Mm-hmm. But that's not, killing your host is not a good thing for a virus to survive. So COVID over time became less deadly and more communicable. because that was more beneficial for it to pass on its genes. You know, you kill your host, then you can't pass on your genes. So the extremely deadly, version of COVID died out because it couldn't pass on its genes. That is evolution happening.
All right. Fair enough. Howard sends in the tomatoes just for love. Turtle says Israel is using the Kent Hovind model.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. It's the. Do you not know who Kent Hovind is?
No.
Yeah, he basically, his arguments were Israel's point for point.
Okay, fair enough. Howard's sending more tomatoes and more tomatoes. Damn it, Howard. If you had just put hashtag Vegas, that could have been an extra $30 in my pocket. It's I'm just going to say
it's a Rubik's. That's my captive.
Oh my God. Why did I not see that? I put the emphasis in the wrong places. The stoned ape theory is a fun one to look into. Basically, early hominids, right?
Hominids, yeah.
Hominids ate a bunch of shrooms. Ooh, hell yeah. And that led to consciousness, art, and language. For real?
Yeah, that is a theory. That's where kind of our expanded mind came from, was a bunch of very early ancestors of humans ate a bunch of psychedelics, and that expanded the mind enough to allow us to be who we are.
Now, don't tell the stoners that, because they're going to be like, look at how far it got us, guys. Let's see how much
I've not smoked weed since the 1st of January. I need a fucking joint.
Yeah, but the shroomers, though, that's a whole nother category, man. It's a whole nother category of people. Burrito says microevolution changes within kinds of adaptation. Within kinds, and adaptation does not equal macroevolution, morphing between species. He keeps pointing to micro as proof of the macro.
Well, then he would need to explain where it stops, because we can look at the London Underground mosquitoes, who were, after the Second World War, trapped underground. And yes, they were still mosquitoes, but they became such a different species to the mosquitoes above that they started surviving on different forms of food, like blood from mammals, and could no longer mate with the species of mosquitoes above ground. They also developed different physical traits and became a very, very different thing. Now, that keeps happening over time, and the fossil records show that it does happen over time, that species do morph, but it takes a long, long time. The problem is, when you use micro and macro evolution, you actually need to say, well, where does it stop, and where does one start and the other stop? And no one can ever answer the question, well, where does it start? But it also doesn't change the fact that evolution doesn't happen. Even if you want to deny macro evolution, evolution still happens. So it's irrelevant.
Okay. Any thoughts to that, Israel?
Micro, macro. Yeah, I mean, again, Craig addressed it in the beginning, and he said that he doesn't think that that's proof, because if micro works, then macro exists. I would resonate with the commenter's sentiment, because I think that the fact that you can observe minor changes through evolution, I don't think that rationally or scientifically can account for how everything came to be, or how like all life got to this point, especially drastic changes, like huge drastic changes from bacteria to a fish, or from a fish to a cat, or from an ape to a human. I think that you're going to have to defer to a higher power.
It's kind of a useless term in science.
And I would refer to the highest power, which is
the flying spaghetti monster.
God. Again, that's how you call your God. I call my God
the flying spaghetti monster. Bless his noodly appendage.
Oh, goodness. Mr. Hanky asks, is Israel aware of microevolution? Lots of microevolution making macroevolution.
Thank you, Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo.
Christmas poo. Anything to that, Israel? You're welcome.
That would be Craig's argument, that all of the micro results in the macro. I don't find that credible. I think what we're dealing with here is so phenomenal and so intricate and so complex. It requires a creator, and I believe in that.
So personal incredulity, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so. Brilliant. Thanks for agreeing.
No worries. Prater says all hell FSM and his noodly appendages.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Ryu says all he wants to do is preach, stop platforming him. That's not nice, Ryu. We platform any and everyone here, no matter how much you guys complain. Turtle says, Israel, how old is the earth? Any idea?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Hanky. I do kind of like that name, Mr. Hanky. I love spaghetti. Kraut says, Duke keeps asking him to describe how God created the universe, but I bet he can't describe how the universe was created, Craig.
Not once did I ask him how to describe how God created the universe. That question never arose. I asked him to describe how God created man in his image. Nobody knows how the universe was created. All we know is that there was a point back in time when everything existed in a singularity. We don't know what was before that. That question is outside of science, just like I could never disprove there being a God or a flying spaghetti monster or Thor. No one knows how or what started the universe. But maybe watch a different debate, because nowhere in the debate did I ask Israel to explain how God created the universe.
Okay. Rubik's with the big 5 says, I have so many shorts to make from this. You're making me work down here, Craig. Can I get extra water? It must be in the basement, huh?
For God's sakes. Hold on one sec. I told you that there's a damp corner. It's been raining. There's going to be extra water over there. All right. If you keep going on, I'm not going to give you the bread ends this week.
I love it.
Jesus.
I love it. Howard says life is greater than consciousness, greater than existence, greater than meaning, greater than evolution, greater than time, greater than death, greater than recycle. Thank you, Howard. Dragonfist says Craig loves appendages. Shots
Who doesn't
fired.
love a good appendage?
Shots fired. Igal sends in a big 30 of something over to you. Pew Burrito says a bird's peak adapting over time proves the universe came from nothing and life comes from non-life.
Nobody said that. No, that's a very strange thing to get from this debate. I made nothing about life from non-life. I didn't talk about abiogenesis, and I didn't talk about the beginning of the universe.
Caledonian says, Sarah, you should do more early shows for us in Britain. As a Scot, I'm often too drained to come on by the time your show starts. But if you snooze, you lose. We are an aperture of divinity. Yeah.
Hey, Caledonia. Hello from Kirkcaldy.
And I would love to do earlier shows. Trust me, I would love it. My sleep schedule would love it. I call these UK specials if I do anything before 6 p.m. And I'm happy to accommodate accordingly. But my children would much rather me be having dinner with them right now than me sitting down here with you guys. So I do the late night hours when my kids go to bed. So unfortunately, you snooze, you lose, Caledonian. Aaron says, I'm Craig. I want to debate Kent Hovind. No,
I don't want to debate Hovind because he's a woman beater, a child beater, and platforms pedophiles.
Oh, interesting. The fossil record is immensely robust on multiple different lineages. Ignorance of the facts is not an argument, Craig. You won hands down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Richard says, oh, wait, are we at the time frame? All right, I'm going to just run through these last ones anymore. Nobody gets to interpret existence. We explore it. I've defeated a clown, so evolution must be true. Is evolution incidental or accidental? Bum, bum, bum.
It is accidental. It's mutations that are beneficial, or maybe not even beneficial. They're just the ones that help you adapt to pressures the most.
Monkeys getting high off shrooms, and now we're intellectuals.
That seems pretty deliberate. If we are created with the ability to evolve, to improve our adaptability.
If God's real, maybe he set up the process of evolution over millions and billions of years. But we can never prove there's a God, so hey.
All right, last flu. That was me yesterday, sick in bed all day. The handle says something. Aaron says, thanks to both Israel and Craig. Rock on. Yes, it was still pleasant. I was being serious, Craig. Got it. Ding, ding, ding. Shivak says Stephen Wolfram has never said that biology is not science. Shots fired on that one?
Fight. Cheers, F Grudge.
And last one, Aaron says macro is lots of micro evolution over time. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel?
One ready.
All right, those backstage, FYI, camming up gets you priority to the seats. So now's the time to turn that bitch on. Here we go. All right, now would be a great time for everyone except for myself, Craig, and Israel to mute your mics, please. Lots of background noise coming in that I absolutely do not want to hear. So if your name is not Craig, Israel, or Sarah, thank you. You are all muted. Okay, here's how we're going to run this drill, gentlemen. Thank you all for joining for the open panel Q&A. This is meant to be a serious portion. We're not going to call each other names and spurg out and go ape shit all over the place. We're going to ask the question and get a solid answer. That's what's going to happen. Now, if you only wanted to ask a question and then you had nothing else to add or contribute or ask or whatever, then you're going to kindly step away from the platform. I do have other people backstage that would like to get in on the Q&A portion. If you do want to stay for the open panel gauntlet, then keep your seat, stay here, don't go anywhere. We're going to go one at a time. We're going to run this drill. So everyone else, except for the 3 people that I originally mentioned and the person that I give way to ask the question, everyone else is going to stay muted during that time. It's one time to ask your question back and forth from either Israel or Craig or both, and you're going to get your responses for a few minutes, and then we're going to move on. All right. Salty Santa, I'm so glad you made it to this one. Please feel free to ask your question, sir.
Thank you. And hello, guys. Craig, Israel, or Rabbi. Are you a rabbi?
You muted Israel, and I think you're lagging.
Yes, I am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to honor the honorific. Now, but in starting out, and I am both of a faith and scientific nature with some occult in there, so I come at this perhaps from a different view. But I do think that it was unfortunate that the assumption was made, because as I understand the reading of the Torah, in the Talmud, words are very important technologically to your faith. Is that true?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And so there were a couple of times when you were, I heard that you were averring that all things came from the Genesis story taught in the Torah. And then when I would hear Craig, that's your name apparently, Freedom Eagle.
Craig, yes.
When he would bring these things up, I heard that you guys were going past each other with words mattering. So for example, in a scientific context or jargon, theory doesn't mean a belief without a massive amount of facts. I believe Craig did define that well. Could you accept that he defined that accurately scientifically?
That you need a massive amount of facts in order to come to a conclusion?
Yeah, it's when scientists say theory, they don't mean I have faith in it. They might use the word confidence because it's repeatable. They're able to reproduce it. People in different places can reproduce it, but there is still an amount of faith that scientists don't like either. But a theory is one that's been reproducible, typically.
Sure, yeah. I wasn't interested on debating the technicality of the layman's term of theory versus the scientific term. I understand that Craig's upset about that because people often use the word theory in evolution to discredit it as just a theory. But again, I was not debating the technicality of the word, but more so the idea that through the human mind and human instruments, we have the ability to measure these things. While it's true that we can.
Oh no, we lost him. Uh-oh.
My spaghetti monster got him.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, if he comes back, maybe I can come back on. I know there are other people back there.
Well, hang tight. I'm sure he'll get back up. Clay, did you have a question for Craig by chance?
Well, could possibly imagine that.
I figured his. Oh wait.
Hey Clay, how you doing?
Oh, hold on. I got him. I got him. We're back in order, or hopefully. Sometimes that happens. So, there we go. All right. Israel is back. Okay, Santa, if you want to, or Israel to Santa, if you want to finish your thoughts.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear like the theme music playing in the background. Does anyone else hear that?
No, there's no music on.
Okay, that's weird.
There is. I'm not even gaslighting this time. I swear, there's no music.
Well, I can hear music. No, I'm joking.
I was going to say, Lord. No.
There might be another window open.
Yeah. Do you have another tab by chance?
Me? No, not at all.
Well, the other part that I would like to go to, or Israel, did you want to answer more on that, or?
Yeah, I don't know where I cut out there, but essentially I was saying that I agree that facts gathered can lead us to reasonable conclusions. I just don't think that it's reasonable for people to claim to know what happened for millions of years, even on the basis of what they perceive is evidence and facts. It still doesn't account for the real truth of the unknown, which I think by definition.
Doesn't that kind of argue against your own position, though? You're saying that people can't know what's happened for millions of years. How would humans know? Or is the Torah the inerrant deposition of what's happened?
Yeah, it's a testimony of the historical events.
And so then by the supremacy of God, God would be able to know, but we as humans would not? Maybe it's the great Satan. Ben, don't roll your eyes at me like that again.
He cut out.
Hey, buddy.
You scared him off, Santa.
I know, I'm bad luck.
Craig is on top of spaghetti one of your church hymns then?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, we sing that every day.
I thought so.
Now, if I could then, just continuing with Craig, do you think that there is no faith or space for faith in one's life, or is that just within the confines of this debate that this was a non-spiritual discussion?
Just within the confines of this discussion, I have faith in things. I have faith that my wife loves me. I have faith that my kids are good people. I have faith that I can beat anyone in Mortal Kombat 3 as long as I'm playing Sub-Zero. Faith absolutely is a thing that exists, and I think everybody has faith, but I don't think it was part of this conversation.
Right. Well, thank you. I just want to hear other people's questions. Thank you very much, Sarah, for having me up.
Thank you, Santa.
I love your accent, by the way.
Southeastern.
Yeah, it's nice. Easy to listen to.
Smooth like Tennessee whiskey. All right, Clay, to you, sir.
Cool.
How you doing, Clay?
What's up, brother, man? So thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Craig, for coming up and having this conversation, this debate. I think that you guys actually did very well compared to what you're actually probably believing. This is actually kind of how a lot of evolution debates go. This is literally how it essentially goes. I've heard the best of them going at it, and literally it goes flying spaghetti monster, no, God did it. This is literally how it always goes. I know you guys might think that this is not. It really is. So I want to try to move past the that portion and actually ask some real good questions. So micro and macro, I think, is where a lot of things got hung up. Speciation tends to be the place where observable evolution stops in the theory of evolution. So past that, it would be a best guess. Is that more accurate to say it that way?
Well, no, we look at the evidence of the fossil records and things like that.
So you look at the evidence and then make a best guess.
You see if the model predictions match what you're seeing. So we can predict that through evolution, the model would predict that speciation would happen at certain times based on certain pressures, and we can then check the fossil records to see if it matches the predictions.
So
the guess part comes in hypothesis before the predictions.
So, but when you say fossil record, what you're referring to is things that you can't actually observe evolving. It's a best guess of what happened prior.
Well, we can see that they've evolved from one time to another. We can know the time period that a particular fossil came from and compare it to a fossil from another time period and look at the similarities between them and fit it into the model of evolution. If the predictions of evolution hold up when we're checking the evidence, then it means that the hypothesis hasn't been disproven. We're just following the scientific method.
So it hasn't been disproven, but it hasn't been proven. So what you're actually
there's no such thing as proof in science. That's the thing. Science
doesn't bring proof to the table. Well, this
no,
is actually
there's
one of the things I
literally
wanted to
no
cover,
such thing as scientific proof. That is not a thing.
So there were actually a few things that you said that it has nothing to do with reality. Theory is more than fact. Things like that. When you say things like that, then I'm just having a hard time believing anything that you say, because like the way that mathematics works. So my mind actually works based on axioms. Okay, so if we define a thing, 1 equals 1. A equals A. A cannot be B because B equals B. So when you say reality has nothing to do with this, now all of a sudden we're not having the conversation of what's the origin, what really happened. We're having a theory conversation. This is why when it's called a theory, it's a best guess.
No, that's not what theory means in science. That's the problem that you're having there. The layman's word theory is not the same as a scientific theory. In science, a theory is the highest accolade you can give something. It's higher than fact.
So how are facts not the highest accolade? How is an axiom?
Because a scientific theory contains all of the facts.
No, mathematics.
If you're talking about mathematics,
is the only
then you've got like
to reach a conclusion.
Sorry, if
science isn't the way to reach a conclusion.
But if you're talking
axioms
about if you talk about theory, like in mathematics, you got like set theory and things like
set
that.
Theory, right?
Which it just contains all the information and facts about that thing. So in science, hold on, let me answer the question.
Let him finish.
In science, a theory is higher than a fact because it contains all of the facts.
I'm sorry,
it does not mean
we'll move past this
at all.
Let him
right?
finish.
That's not what it means in the slightest. In fact, when you look at the etymology of the word theory, hold on. When you look at the etymology. When you look at the etymology of the word theory,
I just don't believe you.
I don't care if you believe me or not.
Okay, well, you keep saying the same thing over.
Can I answer the question?
Okay, hold on. Yeah,
you already
Clay.
did.
Clay,
no, I
haven't.
I haven't answered the question.
Clay.
No, I haven't.
Clay, let him finish his thought. Even if you think he's repeating himself, that's fine. Then just press on to your next thought.
Okay. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me about what a scientific theory means. The etymology of the word theory actually had the scientific version appear before the layman version of it of just a guess. Theory in science does not mean just a guess. Theory is higher than fact because it contains all of the facts. And it really doesn't matter if you believe me or not, because this is just how it is.
So you got your degree down at the the river. So here's the thing.
No, I got my degree from the University of West of England and my second degree from Napier University whilst I was studying in the military.
Down by the river. Yes, I know. So I want to understand why it is that you said medicine is evolution. See, medicine is.
I didn't say medicine is evolution once.
No, you actually did. I heard that.
No, I didn't.
That was clear as day. In fact, I
literally never said those words.
I pointed it out to Ant, and Ant refused to admit it in the chat that medicine.
I did not say medicine is evolution. I did not say that.
Hold on. Was this when I was talking about the mutation thing and he mentioned the COVID thing?
Yes.
I didn't once say medicine is evolution. I never said those words.
Evolution takes a lot of credit where it doesn't exist. So you don't.
Evolution does exist.
You're going to back off of it. Fine. That's great.
I never said medicine is evolution. You are trying to gaslight me. I never said those words.
It absolutely was something that you said. You take.
It wasn't. I bet you $5,000 that I never said medicine is evolution.
Now I want to move past this.
No. I bet you $5,000 that I never said.
I don't believe you. Again, I don't believe you.
Well, then take the bet.
You don't bet me, bro. I'm not into betting. Like, I'm not a gambling man. I'm a fucking man.
Well, I accept.
All right, let's find some point. Do you have a point to go forward on whether he said it was or was not, Clay?
Yeah, I have more questions. So why is it that when this conversation happens, I want to actually pull it back to the micro versus macro. Why is it that whenever the macro conversation comes up, the micro is the hang up, right? So the evolutionary theory is not just on microevolution. It is about macroevolution. And I think Israel was right on point, pointing this out, that you wanted to get hung up on adaptation, mutation, these things that evolution in your mind is claiming. But all of a sudden, we're not going to talk about macroevolution. We're not going to talk about where was the origin. So your facts don't line up with your actual beliefs.
Nothing to do with the origin.
Yeah, so it doesn't have anything to do with reality.
Claims about the origin.
No, gotcha. No, I'm going to go ahead and pass it because essentially you are telling everyone that axioms don't matter, that reality doesn't matter. I never said that at all. Facts don't matter. Yes, this is actually exactly.
No, I never said any of that. You're just making that up.
Exactly the way you're treating it. You're saying the origin doesn't matter.
You're making all of this up inside your head.
You said it. You just said.
No, I didn't say it.
It doesn't matter. Holy shit, bro.
I never said any of that in the slightest.
Yes. Keep backing off of it.
I'm not backing off because I never said it in the first place.
All right, let's move on. Andrew, thank you, Clay. I love your spice. I do love your spice. Andrew, your question or comment to either of the gentlemen, please. You are muted, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. My question is for Craig. Craig, great to see you, man.
Hey, Andrew, how you doing?
How are you, sir? So obviously, I wasn't being sarcastic with what I said. I do think you got him. You had him checkmated with the prompt. You're very good at that, at choosing prompts that you know you can use it, or maybe they come to you, because it's happened to me too with you. You're good at looking at the prompt and checkmating people. I'm giving it to you. Great debater. I would have pushed back a little bit on a few pieces. You're clearly right that this mechanism exists. I would say we don't know exactly what's going on yet, because there are things, I'm sure you're more versed in it than me, but things like epigenetics, right? And there's studies on this where they take the mice and they shock them every time they go into the tunnel with the light. And then like all the mice get the trait not to go in that tunnel. Same thing happened with wolves, right? Like wolves weren't afraid of people here in the United States. And then all the wolves, like once they started being attacked, it wasn't like an evolutionary thing. It was like a signal that went out to all of them. And this is recreated. They've done studies on this. Am I wrong on my premise?
I don't know enough about that side of it to answer the question, if I'm honest. But what I can say in response is that science never claims to have all of the answers. Science is always open to there being a better explanation that can come along. That's why I said to Clay, and he freaked the fuck out, that there's no such thing as scientific proof, because we don't claim to have absolute proof of anything. We are aware that there can always be a better explanation.
Fair enough. So that's how I would have pushed back on it. And also when he brought up God spoke, and you were like, what's the mechanism by which he changed things? And he's saying God spoke, which is actually a legitimate mechanism. Like, we know sound waves affect matter, right? Is that true?
Well, everything affects matter, but
right,
just
so you
saying
can play a sound, you see matter.
There would still need to be an actual underlying mechanism as to how those sound waves turned nothing into people.
No, that wouldn't be correct. You only ask for the mechanism. And I'm telling you that like if it's God's sound waves, clearly they're more powerful than us turning on a sound that puts sand into a good geometric pattern, right? But we see it happen. That's the mechanism. So like the Bible is taking these terms like God spoke and existence came. They're describing the vibration. You can translate it into scientific terms that actually make sense. You can't take every word literally, but they're describing something that in theory could have actually happened. And I think that's what he was trying to say. And if that's the case, that's true, I think he was also trying to say that then none of this matters. Like it could have just been built with all these details in, and we're missing vast differences in those fossil records that you said we had them all, but we don't have them all. There's no like half man, half ape. There's vast.
We are an ape.
Links.
There really isn't. Well, technically, every time we find a fossil gives us more missing links.
Correct. Then you get two more. Right. You need another middle.
But we have more than enough transitional fossils to show that A came to B, came to C, came to D. Right. But to your point, right, I entirely agree. Right. If there is God, a creator above all, that has the powers to do it, then maybe they did create everything and they gave the mechanism of evolution to biological life. I mean, I can't deny that because I'm an atheist, but I'm also a logical person that understands that I can't ever disprove a God because that's outside of science. So did God set the universe in motion? Did God start the Big Bang? Did God give biological life the ability to evolve? I don't know. I don't know there's a God.
That's all. I'm not really I agreed with you. I think you won the debate. Great job, Craig.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You too, sir.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, natural selectionist, welcome. Go ahead and ask your question to either of the gentlemen, please.
Epic beard, my friend.
Thank you. So my question is for Craig. As somebody who, like you, believes in evolution, one thing that I've noticed about a lot of people who are very gung-ho about their belief in evolution is that it very rarely affects anything else about their life. So, for example, like a lot of people on the left are very gung-ho about their belief in evolution, and yet they want to go gay, turn trans, abort their babies, choose to be child-free, none of which helps maximize the continued survival of their genes, which you would expect that to be a goal in their life if they believe in the theory of evolution, and that continuing to maximize the survival of your genes would be something you'd expect them to want if that's what's worked for the survival of everything throughout the entire history of life on Earth. Reproduction has been a part of our lives for literally billions of years, since long before our ancestors evolved into humans. So my question for you would be, in what way does your belief in evolution actually affect either your political beliefs or your personal life or your behaviors beyond just believing that it happened?
It doesn't. I understand that it happened, and it holds no, basis on like anything political or anything like that. I just like gravity, I know that it exists. But I do need to push back a little on what you said. It's not necessarily true that maximizing your genes is good for evolution. Evolution is about adaptation to environmental pressures, for instance, right? So let's say that the environmental pressure was there was less resources available. But in that case, having less people around would actually give the species more chance of surviving, because then, less people could still get enough nutrients to be able to pass on their genes, right? There wouldn't be as many people, but there would be an adaptation in the species that allowed you to maybe take in less nutrients. And then maybe when more resources became, then the species could grow again. It is not necessarily true that having more people means the species will continue.
Well, but it's still about making sure that your genes propagate into the future. So taking
not necessarily my genes. It's the genes that are beneficial to adapt to pressures. I might not have the genes,
but your genes are still yours, and so you, as an organism, it would still be in your interest to propagate the survival of your genes.
Yeah, but in my interest isn't what evolution is. I'm very tall, right? I'm 6'1". So if there was, an environmental pressure that was against tall people, then I'd be more likely to die out, and short people would be the ones that were more likely to pass on their genes. It's not necessarily about you wanting to pass on your genes to continue the species. That's not what evolution is. Evolution is just beneficial mutations that are able to be passed on to your descendants.
In a theoretical sense, maybe, but as a participant in the process of evolution, every single organism's like desire should be to continue to propagate the survival of their genes.
Well, of course, I had 2 kids because I wanted, my genes and my my name to pass on. But that's fundamentally different from what evolution is. It's not, it has nothing to do with wants or desires. Like someone at PhD Tony in my chat says, gene propagation is distinct from the interest of the individual.
Well, sure, but just like if you believe in the theory of gravity, you're probably not going to jump off a building because you know gravity is going to pull you down and kill you. Well, if you believe in the theory of evolution,
the ground, right? Because the ground's really big.
Sure, but like it just boggles my mind that people who believe in evolution put basically like it has no effect whatsoever on anything else that they believe, even though it really should be something that's informing how you think about political issues, how you think about social structures, and whether or not
I disagree. It's just like air. It's a fact of life that exists, and it does not, it doesn't affect how I behave. I just know it's a thing. I personally want my genes to continue. That's why I had children with my wife, because that's what I want. But my personal needs and wants are completely separate from evolution as a species.
Well, using air as your example, I mean, if you need to breathe air, you would want there to be clean air, so you might support policies that keep the air clean. If you believe in evolution and you believe that the continued survival of your genes matters, then you should probably support policies that...
But again, evolution isn't necessarily the continued survival of my genes. Evolution is the beneficial genes of an entire species that allow that species to adapt to environmental pressures. And that might not be my genes. Right, I've got a tendency to get like really bad knees and tennis elbow when I'm at the gym. That might not be beneficial to pass on those genes. Doesn't change the fact that I wanted to have children, but in a world where you might need knees that don't give out like mine have, then that might not be the beneficial gene to pass on. So again, my personal wants and needs and the want to pass on my genes so that my lineage continues is completely distinct from evolution of a species as a whole.
All right, I think we can move on to the next person.
Perfect.
Right,
thank you, natural selectionist. Wonderful questions as well. Fits of Rage, welcome, my friend. Feel free to ask your question to either Israel or Craig.
Yeah, I preemptively facepalmed when I read the prompt because I knew it was basically going to go just like that. So Israel, so I'm a Christian who accepts the established age of the earth and shared common ancestry. So to kind of focus in on one narrow area, I was thinking, are you much familiar with the human chimp split?
No, tell me.
Okay, so it's actually one of the areas we have really solid fossil evidence is dating back to roughly 7 million years ago. We've got Sahelanthropus chilensis, Ardipithecus ramidus. Of course, when I'm on camera, I can't pronounce them. You might be familiar with Australopithecus afarensis, Lucy, Australopithecus sediba, Homo erectus, Homo georgicus, and yeah, plenty others. And they all just throughout geologic time gradually look more like modern humans. We've got back to Australopithecus afarensis. It goes. We can tell it's bipedal. It walked on 2 legs because it's got the hole in the base of the neck instead of the back of the neck for the spine to go into. Its hip is arranged in that knuckle walking or any kind of quadrupedal motion would be absolutely painful. So just that fossil evidence shows, something that's not, and it's not like a chimp morphing into a human. It's, one fossil that has a lot of shared traits with both humans and chimps. And then when it splits, we don't have as much chimps, if I remember correctly, at least, much that in the line for the chimp, but we see things that become gradually more human-like. So I think that would be a good place to look into because, I feel like, humans sharing ancestry with chimps is where most people have like their biggest hang up. Like a lot of people would say like, okay, sure, like all the other life shares ancestry, but I refuse to believe that humans share ancestry with another animal. So I don't know if I have a specific question. But.
No, I see your point. I appreciate the education on the topic. And again, like in a lot of ways, we're talking past each other deliberately because we're interested in different questions. Are we interested in the mechanism in which things happen, or are we interested in who is behind that mechanism? And at the same time, it's no coincidence that Craig is an atheist and I'm a theist, because if you're an atheist, you're looking for a mechanism that can justify existence without a higher power acting upon it. And if you're a theist, you just see and feel and believe and ultimately know that it's clear that there is a higher power that's acting upon this reality. And especially when you look at it in the context of human beings and you see the vast divide, even if you can, obviously human beings are creatures of this earth, so we're going to resemble the other animals on this earth in terms of being made up of the same matter. Even the biblical account, we're made up of the matter of this earth. Even the fact that we resemble apes is obviously undeniable. At the same time, there's a qualitative difference between humans and animals in every single respect. And that's where the concept of the image of God comes from. And so I think it's extremely necessary as people who can see the divinity in existence instead of mocking it to actually really take this seriously and understand that the main point is that God is the one who's behind this. And he is the one who puts this all into motion. And there's a great deal of faith to that, but faith is not something to be mocked. Faith is righteousness.
Yeah. And that's why I tend to prefer debates on the topic of evolution or the age of the earth when they're like two Christians debating, because then that keeps the topic from getting sidetracked into God existing or not. It can just focus on the scientific evidence generally. Mm-hmm. Or sometimes it'll go into how do you reconcile believing in God and thinking that humans share common ancestry. That gets a little tricky at times.
Well, yeah, I mean, some aspects of the shared traits between humans and apes is undeniable. So again, like, Craig wanted me to deny things that are undeniable. That's not a good operating basis. There are clearly things in existence that are observable and are that way. However, again, like this claim that human beings can track the age of the universe and track the age of the earth and assume that their limited perspective and understanding and their limited instruments that they created are strong and powerful enough to make sense of millions of years of life, as if they know what happened, because they have, again, fragments. As much as they're going to continue to yell in your face, they would have to fill up a space as big as the Grand Canyon, pile mountain highs of bones in order to actually prove this. They're dealing with fragments, and based off of those fragments, they're making conclusions. They're making conclusions that the earth always was this way, that their instruments are correct, that they know how to measure these things, that they can come to these conclusions, which again is faith in the human mind. It's faith in the human faculties. I don't put faith in human beings. I put faith in God.
So we do have, there's a fossil specimen that's referred to as Littlefoot. It's an Australopithecus afarensis that we have a lot of it. Like 80-something%, I think, of the bones in its body we found. And since human or mammals are all bilaterally symmetrical, meaning everything on the left side is mirrored on the right side. If something's just missing on the left side, we can say okay, it's going to look like what's on the right side. So we have, and based on all the other specimens of that species, we can be very confident in what that species looked like. And like I said, it's not just the similarities; it's the gradual becoming more similar to us. And like the big creationist organizations, AIG, IRC, ICR, they all differ on where they think the line is on the hominids, or hominins. I think I said for some hominids, on where it's actually becomes a human and when it was just an ape. So even they can't agree, what's a human and what's not in that set of specimens.
Yeah, again, as religious people, we have to be careful not to speak too out of context as well. Not to make claims that are beyond our understanding. Like if scientists genuinely are finding evidence of previous worlds that existed, of previous species and all these things that are not even present today, I think we can even read the Bible in a way that's that aligns with that, in the sense that the Bible says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, as in it's setting up that all the way back to the beginning God is the creator and he's behind everything. And then it continues with the story of the earth being dark and desolate and chaotic and full of water, right? So you can even picture that, even from a scientific perspective, there were eras of the earth in which it was completely destroyed or frozen over, right? And so you can even read the Genesis account that God was coming to a destroyed, dark, empty, chaotic world full of water, and then breathed light and life and order into that chaos and darkness, and just frozen over world. So there are ways to reconcile. It all depends like how eager you are to reconcile science with the Bible. But ultimately, I think that when it boils down to it, the main point is that are human beings the ones who determine all these things? Are we the ones who decide what's true and false, or do we defer to a force above our own understanding and power and capacity to look above ourselves? And then when we look at the documents that were preserved by our ancestors, and we look at these religious texts, we're seeing that human beings have always been concerned with the divine and have always been in communication really with the divine to some extent or another. And I just believe that when you read the Bible, it's quite a majestic interaction between man and God, and that is certainly more interesting to me than anything else.
Well, I should probably see what my wife's calling about, so I'll go ahead and pass it on.
Nice talking
Thank you, Fitz. And I'm going to do what everyone else wanted to do. I'm going to sing it. Out here in the fields, I fight for my meals. All right, and moving on to you, sir. Your question, please.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like to first posit that in these kinds of debates, we see as what I would consider a domain error, right? We see religion trying to map itself to natural explanations for what we observe, and then we see science trying to question faith, matters of faith in the Bible sometimes. Not often, but we do see it, right? So I guess the question I have is, could you agree, Israel, that perhaps this is what is causing this friction, that maybe we should just respect each other's domains, what we excel at, like let nature explain how we're getting these things, and religion can tackle the whys and the bigger questions of, why we're here, what brought us here, etc.
Yeah, I think to a degree that's fair, and that's why I would concede it immediately. In a lot of ways, our worldviews are mutually exclusive. And Craig agreed to that too. Craig's like, I'm not here to attack your faith in God. I'm just telling you, like, evolution's a fact. And so yeah, in a lot of ways, we are speaking about different things, and we have different expertise or different values. The concern that I have is when the scientific enters into the domain of the religious and actually begins to define things that are unknowable, and serves as an alternative to the religious narrative. Because again, the reason why evolution requires millions and millions of years in order to come about from a scientific perspective is because they're not including the possibility of or the probability or the fact that a higher power acted upon the earth. They're saying if all of this had to happen without anyone getting involved, this is how long it would take, right? But when you come from a place of faith, you're not going to view things that way. You're going to say, no, God speaks and things are. And why would we limit the power of God in order to match with our timeline that we think that we came up with? I don't think that's really. I think that there is crossover, and that's really what I aim to tackle today in the conversation.
Why do you think, like, an evolutionary biologist would say that evolutionary changes take hundreds, or it's not, maybe not hundreds, but millions to hundreds of millions of years? Why would they say that if it's not? I mean, what's the basis for it?
Well, I think they're saying it because they're assuming that God could not have made the process speed up, or that God could not have created. Or that God could not have created mutual, like different species, rather like, oh, these things had to morph into each other, and this is how much time it would take. But if you believe that God could come and just make the process, speed it up, then what is the need for all these millions of years? And again, I'm not saying it's impossible that it's true. Maybe that's what happened. I just don't think it's a fact, the way that the scientists present it. And in the way that they present evolution is to present how life came about without a divine hand. And it really does end up just replacing the God narrative. And, Craig is like mocking me for mentioning what's taught in schools, but it's genuinely important, because there was a time when the Bible was taught in schools. Now the Bible has been removed from school and they learn evolution. And so kids walk around saying, oh, how did we all get here? Oh, just, species evolved over millions of years. And now, humans, monkeys, we're all just like the same. And it pretty much, I don't know why we are unique, but just evolution, we're like the mosquitoes in the basement or something. This is like, I think it's fundamentally a problem when we try to substitute God for naturalism, like for materialism, when we try to substitute the divine perspective with the human perspective. And I think when you look at the Bible and you look at religion as a whole, it's as imperfect as religion is. And, that's a different conversation. It's attempting to bring up the divine hand, that which is above us, and to understand things from a frame that I think is actually much more important and consequential than the scientific frame.
So you don't think that somebody could be a scientist and have faith?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that there are scientists who have faith. A lot of the original scientists, the fathers of science, were faith-based people. I wouldn't say that they can't have faith. I would just say that, when people place too much stock in their own personal view of the universe and their own study of reality, which is what science is. Science is the human study of reality. I think when that happens, we lose sight of the fact that there is an intelligence that is above us. There is an existence that is above us, and that we didn't create this, and our knowledge is extremely limited. And we should just operate with a lot more humility than I think science seems to operate with.
Well, I will always advocate humility, because obviously we don't know everything, probably can't know everything, but forgive me, I lost my train of thought for a second.
We lost Israel too.
Shit. Well, did Craig want to hop in on that? I mean, he could answer the question from our perspective, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with having faith. In fact, throughout history, most of the main scientists, if you were men of God.
Exactly.
There's no reason why you can't have faith in a greater power and still look to science for answers about the world that we live in.
If Sarah doesn't mind me plugging a different channel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know who Clint Laidlaw is, of Clint's Reptiles? He has a fantastic little mini series of videos to reconcile evolutionary biology with creationism, because Clint is a former atheist, but he's also an evolutionary biologist. So clearly he understands evolution. He doesn't, he knows it's true, but he's reconciled it with his beliefs. I think it's a very valuable watch for anybody who's got questions there and would like answers, because I can't answer the faith side of it. I'm sorry. The rest of us can go to the open panel. I apologize.
Sure, no problem, Anne. This was all great, and thank you for the plug too, because I know everybody likes to find different, resources and places to view other different types of information. So I appreciate it. Effigy, you little monkey, to you, sir. Your question or comment to Craig or Israel.
I can't help it. I have evolved.
I love you so much.
Yeah, tonight has been a fantastic example of why presuppositionalism breaks your brain. Once again, see, and he actually gave it away. Israel gave it away in his last answer before I even got up here to give the question. The problem is, whenever science answers a question, presuppositionalists take it personally, and they can't stand that one thing is explained by not their God. And so this is why every time Israel tries to talk about the explanatory power, even in his closing, he tried to, it still drifted off to, explaining everything and the origin of everything and everything. That's how their brain works, because the answer for everything for them is always God. So Israel, since you are definitely, you know, a presuppositionalist creationist and had no intention of talking in the evolutionist framework, which is fine. I'm just going to skip evolution questions and I'm going to ask you some creationist questions. So mundane things in evolution all of a sudden become pretty horrific things in creationism. So how do you explain to me the problem of things like teleological evil, things that built into the creation of the world, the way creatures are interacting to us are evil, say like a species of insect whose children can only live in the eyeballs of mammals, including human children. So why would God create, since you have been arguing this whole night that he is intimately involved in every little shift of creatures changing and being, why would he create things that can only live in the eyeballs of children?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I definitely resonate with your pain over that reality. You know, but speaking of presuppositions, you're presupposing that you understand right and wrong, and that you, you know, would run the world better if you were in control. I think that's why faith is all encompassing, and that's why I do refer back to God whenever I'm discussing something, is because when you're speaking of faith, faith is not just how reality came to be. It's not just how species got to this point. Faith is also to explain questions of evil and suffering that you bring up, and questions of the unknowable things about existence that are so beyond our comprehension and understanding. Some people choose to believe that's a random nothingness. Some people choose to believe that that's meaningful, deliberate actions by God, despite the fact that it's painful to believe that, and we don't understand it and we disagree with it. The book of Job in the Bible does a very good job explaining that, where Job is a righteous man who does everything right, and then God still tests him and destroys his life. And Job is led to the point of questioning God immensely, but ultimately never curses God, because he never curses the actual existence that brought him forth. So he doesn't curse God, so he doesn't undermine existence, but he questions it and is very pained by it. And ultimately God's response to him is, well, you don't understand why I do what I do. And that's really where the faith comes from. It comes from the fact that we realize that we don't understand anything about reality. That's why I'm going big picture, because we don't just exist in a narrow laboratory. We exist in the existence that spans this earth and beyond, and we have to appeal to God in order to relieve ourselves of the burden of pretending to know why things happen or how things happen.
Yeah, but it seems like you're trying to shift your ignorance onto us. Just by saying we can't understand things is giving up before you try. You know, everyone else on Earth can put their mental energy into things and figure them out. But you saying, but because you believe in the nature of the universe is this, that we shouldn't even try to know, which is what you seem to be saying. You're like, because all we're doing is trying to replace your answer of God did it with an actual explanation. It just doesn't seem to fly, man.
I mean, do you claim to understand why the bugs live in children's eyes?
Yeah, evolution.
That's not a why. That's like,
it is.
Okay, things are that way.
But it's an explanation of how. Like, science isn't going to give you whys, though. Like that first off, science is going to give you hows.
Exactly. So yes. So
you want whys, you have to talk philosophy and stuff like that. But when we're talking about evolution and science, we're talking about the mechanisms that we can prove.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
and a mundane explanation in evolution would have no ill intent and be not a direct intentional cause of suffering. There's no way that you can make the argument that it's not an intentional cause of suffering for those insects that burrow into the eyeballs of children to exist in your worldview.
Yeah, I believe that everything's intentional.
Cool. And I mean, that's I'm not going to belabor the point, so I'll switch on to my next question. So also, how do you explain incompetent design? How do you explain things like the laryngeal nerve in a giraffe that goes 15 feet when it could go 2 inches? How do you explain human genetics where, humans have the gene to make their own vitamin C? It's just turned off or broken. How do you explain things that obvious from a human perspective we could fix in an engineering, state like automatically? We'd be like, this is broken, this is wrong. We could do that. From our limited understanding, we can fix that. Why is it not that way in these animals? We have a good explanation. It evolved that way because it had evolved that way previously, and that's why those things were already there. But for you, you have to tell us that all these things were made incompetently, inefficiently, or dangerously, intentionally.
Okay, so I mean, again, for you to look at existence and call incompetence, I think again is just an example of arrogance. Like, who are you to decide what is considered competence and what's considered incompetence? You can't create anything other than your little machine. So who are you to decide?
We're us. We literally invented the idea of competence.
Yeah, but so you are casting your judgment on an existence that pre-existed you, that is beyond anything you could ever create, and say, "Oh, this is incompetent. I could come up with a better solution."
We invented the idea of the thing you just described.
Damn it, Israel.
It's always a pass the buck, and this is why it's so tough debating with presuppositionalists. Every time you make an argument,
really hard to deal with.
All they do is like, well, I leapfrogged back before, and we did it, and we made that thing that you just did, or something like that. And it's, you can't possibly understand. We're literally talking about the dearth of human knowledge, and you're like, you can't possibly understand. It was like, well, we're making a good go at it, man. It's better than saying God did it for literally everything.
We lost Israel for a second, but I'm sure he'll be back again. It's either Temu internet or Temu bandwidth. I'm not sure which one it is, but it is kicking his ass today. I think if you want to know who won the debate, it is his Wi-Fi tonight. That's for a fact. Evgie, was that all for your question to Israel?
Yeah. Creationism, right. Dumb.
Would you mind if I put you backstage and then reserve your seat for Gauntlet here when we get there?
I do not.
Thank you. I'm going to tuck you back for a second.
I've got about 20 minutes left in me, Sarah.
All right. I love you. All right.
Get in there before Craig leaves.
Next, let's see. K.O. Dave, I believe you are next on the list, sir.
Okay. Hi. Israel. I'm wondering, how exactly is it that, so Craig pointed out all these fossils, right, that share similarities with humans and also with like other great apes, right? Or there's fossils that share similarities between humans and bats, right? How is it that how do you square the existence of these fossils that seem to trace through time some sort of change that flows through time towards
how do I square
the species? How do you square that with like your beliefs?
I don't claim to know what happened all that time ago. I don't claim to know exactly what took place. I'm just saying that the fact that there are similarities between humans and other creatures on this earth does not mean that we came from the same ancestor. It does not mean that it happened exactly the way scientists claim that it happened. It does not mean that God wasn't involved in that process. And it also doesn't mean that we are not fundamentally different as created by God and engineered particularly to be created in his image. I don't think we can draw comparisons between humans and animals in any real way, other than, again, you can point to biological similarities, but that's not going to account for the vast divide between humans and animals.
Okay. Craig.
Hello.
Hi. So these fossils I've pointed out, right?
Yes.
How exactly is it that a paleontologist, for example, would uncover these fossils and look at them and say, hey, there seems to be similarities between this fossil and some other set of fossils? How is it exactly that they trace that from that to like the conclusions that have come about in like the course of our understanding of evolution?
Well, they can look at, like I said, the similarities that they have, like digits being at the end of limbs and flanges being in certain places, and hips being designed a certain way, and the fact that pretty much every species we can look and say, well, we can see that you look at a cat and it's got hips and a rib cage and a head and a neck, and very similar to a human. Like, they're arranged slightly different now because the pressures in the environment change that to for the cat over time to the human. But then we can say, well, if they've got these similarities, then maybe there's another link at some point that was more like both of them. And you can make a prediction based on where you think in the timeline that might have come. And then when you find a fossil and you date that fossil and you notice that the similarities apply to both of them, and it all just fits the puzzle together. And that's what you do with a model. When you get a model with like evolution, you make predictions with it, and then when you find the evidence, you see if that evidence fits your prediction. If it doesn't, then your hypothesis is wrong, and then you kind of have to start again. It's just about looking and seeing if the similarities are there, and then if the model matches, the predictions match the model based on the new evidence that you find, and then you update your hypothesis as you go along.
Right. So would you say that it's about both the explanatory power and the predictive power of the model?
Yeah. A model has to have both. A model can't just not explain things or not predict things, and not every model is 100% accurate, but every model is obviously useful for making predictions and testing against what the model says should happen.
Right. Israel, earlier you've said a few times, like, scientists would need like a pile of fossils the size of the Grand Canyon to make these connections, right? Is that like part of your model?
What do you mean?
Like, is that part of your model for like, is that like a prediction that you made from your model of the universe in order to explain why it is that scientists don't really have the answers that they claim they have?
Well, no, I mean, it's just a turn of phrase to describe what is lacking in the scientific theory of evolution, is that there are these gaps in these predictions that are being made, and there's assumptions being made. Now, again, I'm not saying it's completely irrational, and I'm not saying it's impossible either. I'm just saying that it's ultimately a prediction based off of a human interpretation, based off of being measured by human instruments, assuming that your instrument is able to trace back these events, assuming that if there were like world catastrophes that wouldn't alter the quality of the fossil, maybe misconstruing it and having it look different. Like, I mean, there's so many ways in which you can point to the limitations of human beings and their instruments, that unless you could literally trace like 1, 2, 3 these fossils, you're dealing with a hell of a lot of predictions and assumptions, as opposed to a clear laid out observable evidence, which is what they're trying to say it is.
What is it like? Where do you see these assumptions exactly? Because there are assumptions, to be clear, and the tools aren't perfectly precise. Like, every tool that we use has some built-in level of uncertainty that you have to take into account, right, in order to make a scientific measurement that will be accepted by your peers. Because if you just quote a measurement and then you don't quote the error, no one will accept what you say. So where do you see these assumptions and these uncertainties exactly in these models that have been put forth?
Well, I mean, you just said it yourself. There are gaps in the fossil record, and there are limitations of the instruments. Now, to scientists, that still doesn't stop them from coming to these conclusions. To me, I'd like to say that having gaps that can consist of thousands, if not millions, of years, getting again fragments of fossils, not even entire fossils, again with instruments that are designed by human beings. And one thing we haven't even talked about is the incentive for corruption within the scientific institution. Like, this faith in science is a faith that all the people representing science are good faith individuals who just want to know the truth. Like, do you understand that every single institution is subject to corruption, and ultimately you're dealing with the possibility of people altering the evidence just to have certain conclusions that will replace God and make them the authorities over society, which suspiciously is what has happened in the past, let's say, 100 years of scientific evolution. And we've seen more and more takeover of the scientific institution over society, and less of, say, faith-based ideologies having a hold in society. So there's clearly an incentive on all levels, and we've seen even the COVID phenomenon and the things that went on there, the corruption of the government and how it plays in with the medical system and the scientific institutions. Many respected scientists would say things like, men could become women and all these kind of bizarro world things that, I think, again, as one of the previous, I think Mr. Natural Selection has pointed out, like, where is the linkage between these beliefs and how they play out in your life? I think it's quite clear that just blindly following science and their conclusions is not going to take you to a good place.
I would agree with that. Just blindly following is probably never a good idea. But I'll just leave it off with this. When scientists do science, they do actually take into account these uncertainties, and they do take into account the gaps in their knowledge. We don't like when we know that there is like gaps in our knowledge, we're honest about it. And part of the system is the peer review system, and that part of the system is an important measure to stopping corruption. It's not perfect, of course, but it's an important part, because if someone is like throwing out crap, right, like scientific gobbledygook, then their peers will call them out on it. Basically, that's the idea. And so I'll just leave it at that there are actually like these built-in mechanisms in the scientific like community for taking into account uncertainties and taking into account possibility of corruption, and none of it's perfect. And that's kind of part of the point, is to be humble about it, but to still try to model the world that we see.
Perfect.
Yeah, and again,
all right. Let me move on to, only because Craig is on timestamp now. So did any of my remaining four, Borg, Kraut, PhD, or Ben, have a question specifically for Craig? Okay. I'm assuming Borg, Kraut, and PhD are going for Israel. Okay. All right. Ben, why don't you ask your question to Craig? That way we can get his butt out of here if he so chooses.
Obviously, the big problem in the evolution debate is you keep listing adaptions which remain in the genetic code, which I have no problems with. You can take a wild pig looks nothing like a kept pig, but you leave that kept pig out in 2 years, it looks just like a wild pig. It's just genetic markers flipping on and off for conditions. That's not really evolution, and it remains in their genome the entire time. So what we're talking about here is a species jump, something that you failed to actually list. Like in things like you can't name who the ancestor is that derives both humans and bats from.
Well,
first of all, lots of fossil records. Name me the specific fossil.
First of all, I disagree that if you leave a kept pig out, it's going to flip some genetic markers and become a wild pig. That's just fundamentally incorrect. But I
been around a pig, have you?
Yeah, they're certainly not going to develop the things that a wild hog has from a. They're it's like if you leave a border collie out in the woods, it's not going to become a wolf.
Oh yeah, but they do. You should look.
No, they really don't become a wolf. They don't all of a sudden get larger and their hips change shape and stuff.
Your example, mine that you're trying to make me agree with yours. Mine, you might want to look that up before running your mouth. Now list me that fossil. Now the important part was where you list me that fossil. We're both.
But I don't know the specific name of the specific fossil, and I don't need to. Because I don't need to.
Because nobody knows. Because they think it possibly was a field mouse.
To quote Einstein, you don't need to know every single equation of everything when you've got books to look things up in. You can just look at the fossil records and go, well, we can see where the lineage is. It's here.
Do any of those books contain the specific fossil?
Maybe.
No.
Are you sure? Have you looked?
Yes, I looked it up. I also looked up your little mosquito game.
The London Underground mosquito.
This is fun, where you tried to make it jump into a new species.
I didn't say it was
here's fun.
species.
Yeah,
I said
you did. You very specifically.
No, I didn't. I said it was different enough that it could no longer interbreed with the species that it evolved from.
A 2004 study analyzing the DNA microsatellite suggested that it might be a distinct species, but a paper from 2012 reported it to be a physiological and ecological variant of CX pipiens, which should not be considered a distinct species. As of 2024, you made it out. You made it out, bro. It couldn't.
No, you're making assumptions about what I said. I didn't say that.
You said different species.
I did not say those words.
As of 2024, the consensus among researchers is that it is not a distinct species, but a form of a form of Culex pipiens, which is often referred to as Culex pipiens F. molestus.
Yeah, I never said it was a distinct species. I said it was different enough from the.
It was a different species. That's why it couldn't crossbreed with the other.
I literally never said it was a different species. I said it was different enough. I said it was still a mosquito, but it was different enough that it could no longer
tell me who the common
can I respond, please?
The fossil.
Dude, you need to let me actually respond. I never once said it was a different species.
I'm short of time. I got to get all your bullshit out at once.
Yeah, dude, I never said it was a different species. I never said that once. Those words did not leave my mouth.
You absolutely did.
No, I 100% did not.
You definitely
I said that it was different enough that it could no longer interbreed with the mosquitoes that it had evolved from.
Those words came out. That's why I looked it up.
No, I did not say it was a different species.
Yeah.
No, I did not say
that. That you tried pulling is nonsense.
I never said that, though.
This is the problem with cult of scientism. Now let's get to what
I never said that.
Now let's
Sarah,
get to the
he's not
game you
letting me
played
respond.
with Clay.
Hold on.
Where
This
you
is what hold on. What we're gonna do. What we're gonna do. Hold on. What we're gonna do is later on, one of you, when you get back to your non-computer time, you're going to clip that moment of the mosquito conversation with Israel and Craig, and then we're going to clip this moment with Ben, and one of you is going to be right, and one of you is going to be wrong. Yeah. Okay? Does that sound like a fun game?
I said that it was different enough. I said it was still a mosquito.
And I am officially collecting super chat bets for those who want to make their bets now, and we will tally it up tomorrow. All right, Ben, you had another point to get to, though.
Sidetracked. And again, finally, list this common ancestor. List this common
ancestor. Why do I have to? I don't have to list every common ancestor.
It's the species jump that you're adding in with adaption and things like that, genetic crossbreeding, all those little fun things where all those things remain in the genome. It's the cross.
And we can literally see through the fossil record where the speciation has happened.
And you're being disingenuous when you were.
No, I'm not being disingeneous. Please don't say that.
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that we can literally see in the fossil record where speciation has happened.
The two aren't separate things. Like these guys are acknowledging the ones that remain in the genome, and then he's fighting the species jump. And
I never did.
Like you don't
I never did that. You're just making things up that I've said.
Cool, bro. Cool. You got.
Yeah, you're making things up that I've said.
Is there? Can I ask?
You're making things up that I've said. I never said those things.
Let me try to ask a question. Is there a gap between like the species linkage when they like change? Craig, is that what's going on?
Well, there's gaps everywhere, but we can, every time we find a new fossil, it creates 2 more gaps for us to find. But we can see in the fossil record where speciation has happened between so many different species.
Well, he can't.
And he's
the parent of
Ben is saying things that I never said that I said.
What he can't do is name the parent of those 2 species.
Yeah, because it doesn't have a name.
Insinuates that they're the same because they share some characteristics. And guess what? We have fucking.
Not every.
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand this. So, because you two are getting frustrated with each other, so I'm trying to talk for you.
His name was Bob.
I'm getting back at this jackass for all the times he does that to all of us.
So let me understand. Let me make sure. So let's say there's like a species X, right, at the very bottom of this branch tree of some sort, right? And Craig, you're saying that there's somewhere on up the line there was a species A and a species B, and somehow they came together and eventually created species X, or did species B turn into species X?
Every species is transitional.
And how does it transition? Like how is it going from
adaptation to environmental pressures over millions of years?
So B can just become X.
Well, it would go through all the other ones first. It wouldn't just become X. It would go from every other transition in between it.
What is like a transition is like growing an extra toe, or turning not
growing an extra toe, having a mutation that is beneficial to the environmental pressures.
See, nobody denies that shit. What they deny is species jump, the thing you have yet to answer for. And
I already have answered it.
Avoiding like the plague, which I get because you can't answer it.
I did answer it though.
No, you didn't. You answered adaptation, which remains in the genome. They don't become another thing.
Yeah, they're not another thing. They're still, every species is technically still the species that it evolved from.
No,
humans are apes, but apes are also monkeys.
So there's a difference then. Why? We've
got new traits, but we're still the species we evolved from.
Who is the common ancestor? Name the fossil.
We don't have the name for every single common ancestor
that we are derivative from. We
don't have the name for every common
werewolf
ancestor.
And vampire movie where
we don't have the name for every common ancestor. We can just look at the fossil records and see the common ancestors.
Common fossil.
Yeah, if you don't want to let me talk, then there's no point responding to you.
List the common fossil between.
If you don't want to let me talk and not going to listen to my answers, then there's no point me saying anything, is there, Ben?
How do we know?
I want one answer, and that's the common fossil. The same as I want the one answer, the common fossil between bats and men. You said there's all kinds of fossils, all kinds of jumps. The one gap makes more gaps. Like, it sounds like a weird sexual thing. I don't know what the fuck you got going on, but so is not one of them.
This is not evolution. You are straw man in evolution. There isn't a single fossil labeled the parent of human and bats. That's not how evolution works. Human and bats share an earlier placental mammal ancestor. The clade is Borotheria, and fossils like the Jumera and Emeo represent early Euthian relatives. While Onycythetius show early bat evolution, asking for the parent fossil is like asking for the one exact granddad fossil of all your cousins. Cute, but biological thick and not understanding evolution. I just answered your question, but I know you're maybe not intelligent enough to understand.
The answer was the common fossil. If we're both
and I gave you a bunch of common
one
fossils,
ancestor,
and you ignored it.
And there's a common fossil. You're trying to be
answered it, and you're deciding to ignore the things that I've just said.
You don't have an answer.
I just answered you, and you're ignoring the answers.
And they said that the consensus
I just answered you, and you're ignoring the answers. I just answered you, and you're ignoring the answers.
We're not getting anywhere now. So
because he refuses to listen, Sarah.
He's
being disruptive to the conversation because he would not listen to my answers, and he's ignored the answers that I gave him.
I'm trying to shut you both down so that I can try to ask a question. So I want to understand how you're saying like bats and men, right, have some type of common linkage, right? It's a linkage, but it's not like a guarantee, right? It's just saying, I guess what is the common linkage between the two?
The fact that we can look back in the fossil record and see that there is ancestors that are common to both of us. As I just went through a large list, I just went literally. Hold
on. I'm trying to disengage both of you. So
let me answer the question.
You said there's a common ancestor between both bat and man, right?
Sarah, I literally went through the list of the clade and everything, explaining where the linkages lie. I've already done that. I just did that. But Ben was talking through it because he doesn't like the answers.
No, he didn't actually give an answer. He gave a non-answer.
I literally did.
He gave a non-answer. You know how much of the human genome
I literally did, and you don't like it. That's your problem.
Do you know how much of the human genome is the same as a broccoli? 50%. oh, Jesus, we must derive from a potato and a broccoli. That's what you're
No,
doing.
no one says we derive from potato and broccoli, but
And
we've
you
got common
can't fucking
ancestry.
answer. You're like, oh, look, this was bipedal. We're bipedal. We must share a common
You're
ancestor.
a man in evolution. You've no idea what you're fucking talking about because you're dumb.
It's pathetic. It's
yes,
pathetic.
you are. I agree. You're
This is
pathetic
why
that you
you
refuse
guys,
to learn.
this is why you did this game with Clay where you forgot about scientific law, which actually has facts. You're like,
I never forget about
I
forgot about scientific law.
That Craig
I said scientific laws are.
Oh my God!
Shut up so I can
All
fucking
right,
talk,
all
Ben.
right, all right.
I said
all
scientific
right.
laws are also part of scientific theory.
Hold on, Kyle.
Sarah, I kind of want to ask Greg a question now that I actually understand more of his view, if that's okay. If Greg's got a few
all
minutes
right,
to spare.
Ben. I think
let me respond to what Ben said first. Right? I didn't
have at it, Haas.
Right?
Go for it, Kraut.
Right.
Right,
I didn't dismiss scientific laws. I explained that scientific laws, scientific laws and facts are all part of the theory. The theory is the highest thing. Theories are higher than laws because laws are part of the theory.
The law is the highest thing, you foolish.
No, it's not. Theories are higher than laws. Laws are contained within the theory, dumbass.
The law is the theory being replicated and proven.
No, it's not.
What
The
happened.
law
That's
is
what
part of the
replication
theory.
is. Y'all,
Ben, you are wrong.
scientism-
Ben, you are.
scientism
Ben, shut up. You're wrong.
Forget how science
Law is,
works.
Ben, shut up. You're wrong. Law is part of a theory. Theory is
It's
higher
not.
than law. Yes, it is.
No,
Theory is
it's
higher
not.
than law.
No,
Right, there's a
it's
scientist
not.
here, PhD
You're higher
Tony.
than a fucking kite.
The
How would
PhD Tony
a-
is a scientist here, and he will agree with me that a theory is higher than a law because laws are part of the theory.
But the theory can't survive without the law, though, right?
Well,
the theory
it wouldn't be a theory if there wasn't laws
the way it
and
works
facts to
is
go in
you
the theory.
take an observation. From the observation, you have a hypothesis. Then you go about to proving independently.
There's
that
no
what
proof
you're
in science.
saying
There's no
is
such
a-
thing
is
as
a-
scientific
is a-
proof.
Is the thing that happens.
Ben,
And
there's
then
no
when
such
it-
thing
when
as
you
scientific
move
proof.
on
You've
to
no idea what you're talking
replicable,
about.
Then it becomes a law. And these dumbasses love to pretend like theory is somehow bigger than law.
It
but they
is.
can't,
Theory
because
is
most
higher
of
than
the
law.
bullshit that they tout, they can't replicate. That's
Theory
why.
is
All right.
higher than law because theory contains the law.
You're higher than a kite.
I haven't
Okay.
smoked weed in like nearly 6 months, so no. Theory
I didn't
contains
imagine
the
it was
law.
weed.
Ben,
Nobody
shut up and
I
let me
know that
talk.
smokes weed is
Ben,
that
be quiet.
fucking dumb.
Bench. Theory
I was
contains
guessing that
all the
you were
laws.
chasing the dragon.
All of the laws are in the theory. Therefore, the theory is higher than the law.
The
It's not
theory
my fault
comes
you don't
before
understand
the
science
law.
because you slept from
After
science
you've
class.
done your replication, theory becomes law. You dumb
No.
motherfucker.
No, law is in the theory. Theory is the highest.
Oh God, you guys are
May
pathetic.
I-
Scientism
may
guys
I
are pathetic.
clarify
Yeah,
something?
let PhD Tony.
All
All right,
because he's a
let me.
scientist.
Here's what we got to do because I know that Israel's time has started to come up, and I've got other people who want to get into both directions. Okay, so let's do a Borg. If you had a question for Israel, go ahead and ask it, or the comment now,
Well,
please.
well, just before, can I just want the scientist in the room, PhD Tony, to answer the question: are laws part of the theory?
So yes, laws are part of the theory. Laws are descriptions of what happens. A theory is an explanation of why it happens. Both are verified by. You can shake your head all you want. I'm a professional scientist and you're not.
Professional idiot.
And
I'm a professional scientist too. I own my own fucking lab. Yeah, you might have laws in the
No, you
description
don't,
of your
Rabbi.
theory. The end
So-
result of your theory,
so
your
I'm-
replication
so
becomes
you,
its own
you can,
law.
You can, all right. You can talk over the professional scientist in the room, and you can assert that your ignorant, your pig ignorant
Beaker over
comments
here.
have any bearing. You're just wrong. A theory is the highest standard of. You are confusing scientific theory with the way we use theory colloquially. A theory is colloquially we mean it's a hypothesis. It's a guess at what's going on. In science, a theory is like the theory of gravity, the theory of relativity. the theory of germ theory.
Neither of which can be replicated. That's why they
yes,
aren't law.
and I understand.
Sound like a broken record.
I don't know yet. I don't know why
Okay, we're all done. We're all done. You're all wrong according to Google AI Overview, and that's what I'm running with right now. It says scientific laws describe what happens in nature, often expressed as a mathematical equation. Scientific theories explain why or how those phenomena happen. A theory, please tell your kids to stop. Crowd, I love kids, but not on my fucking background noise. A theory will never become law, and a law will never become theory. They are simply different tools used to understand the universe. In science, laws are not above theories. Instead, they represent two completely different types of knowledge, and one does not graduate into the other. That's what Google says. I'm going with it just because y'all keep bitching. All right. We're going to move on. Borg Emporia, to you, please. Your question for Israel or Craig or whoever, wherever you wanted to go.
Okay, hi. Had everything ready, and I lost all my mind with that. Israel, question. If God created everything, why did he go back and create the ring 4 separate times? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Israel's not there, I don't think.
Israel just jumped out on again. We'll give him just a second to come back in. I apologize.
Actually forgot about
You gotta play whack-a-mole with him. You gotta time it.
While we're waiting for Israel to come back up, let me read a few super chats that came in since we're behind on those. And I know Craig is leaving soon. So Josh said, where did Brick get his 2 degrees? Just curious. Richard says evolution addresses the diversity of life on Earth, not the origin of life on Earth. Richard says, don't underestimate the survival benefits of the gay uncle. Awkward. All right. Israel is back. So, Borg, if you want to ask your question again, I apologize.
Technology, I know how it goes. Israel, if God created everything, why did he go back to the drawing board 4 separate times just to create the wing? Evolution has something called convergent evolution that explains everything perfectly.
To create the rain?
The wing. Like birds, pterosaurs, insects. W-I-N-G.
To create the winged creatures like birds?
Yeah. There's
I mean,
4 separate times.
Are you referring to the
there are
evolutionary
4 different designs for the wings. Why are there different designs for the wings?
Allow me to put some of this. We are back to 1 at a time. PhD, you got brought in because Craig asked you a question. I allowed it, but we are at 1 at a time for Borg and Israel back and forth.
So he's saying there are 4 different kinds of wings. Why did God make 4 different kinds of wings? I mean, why did God not make you with 2 noses? I don't know. Like, I don't. If we're talking about God, again, I'll tell you what I told the earlier caller. God determines what his creation is. I'm not here to speak for God.
Right.
I'll trust his design.
Oh, damn it. Turn your camera off for a little bit, Israel. Maybe that'll let your bandwidth kind of catch up. In this way, we don't lose you.
Can you hear me or no?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, all I said is that I don't think that it's up to us to judge existence and to project our personal judgments onto God's creation. God will always be more powerful and smarter than you. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts to that, Borg?
Got nothing. I'm just a biology major, so I know evolution. I'll take his word for his faith. Not questioning it.
No problem. All right, Kraut. You tuck the gremlins away, I assume. If you're ready, you can ask your question to Craig before he goes. He is on a very fast time limit. 10, 9. Okay.
All right. Yeah, real quick. Well, I'm in the process. If they start freaking acting up, I'll just mic up real quick and then hop on like 5 minutes later.
Sure, go ahead.
But Greg, are you under the impression that we can? Yeah. Oh, give me 5 minutes, sir.
All right. Well, Craig's probably going to be gone by then, but that's okay. All right. We'll move on to PhD Tony. Your question, I believe, was to Israel, I'm assuming. Go ahead.
Okay. 400 years ago, every serious scientist on the face of the planet thought that the Earth was about 6,000 years old and that the biblical flood was real. We abandoned that position because of the overwhelming abundance of evidence disputing that conclusion. Now, you asked, you keep on talking about geochronological techniques. Do you understand any of them? Could you describe a single geochronological technique for me?
Geochronological?
Yes.
You're referring to how to judge the chronology of the Earth?
Yes, the age of the Earth, or the age of a sample.
Yeah, again, obviously you have a lot more study regarding
My
these
question
things.
was, can you describe a single technique that is used in this? It's a yes or no question.
The answer is no, but the reason why I'll still dispute it is because I know that it's human beings who are the ones telling me these things.
Okay.
Based off of their understandings.
Okay. So do you like having petrol in your car? Do you like having the metals in your car? Do you like having the wiring that goes into your building? Do you like having minerals that are dug up by mineral companies? Because mineral exploration is a very expensive business, and in order to work out where mineral forming deposits formed, they use geochronological techniques. So the accuracy and the reliability with which geochronologists can locate these mineral bearing formations, in fact, underpins the success of modern society. So we have this independent verification of the reliability and the robustness of geochronological techniques and their accuracy. Do you concede that this is the case?
Well, I can see that it's obvious that through modern science, things are able to be done. There are calculations that are clearly workable. That's why I wasn't even here to dispute what is observable.
You actually called me and my colleagues corrupt earlier in the stream. So I'd like you to concede that we have independent verification that these techniques are reliable.
To be fair, I didn't say you are corrupt. I said you can be corrupt. And I do think there are instances in science where we can point to corruption.
Yes. Are there instances of corruption amongst the religious?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And I wouldn't get offended if you.
So should we dismiss everything that you say because there are individual religious people who are corrupt?
No, I didn't dismiss everything that science says. I just said that I think that when science
begins, you're dismissing all of geochronology on this basis, aren't you?
Well, no, you're speaking of your ability to study the geology of the Earth and make momentary decisions of where to find minerals. And you're again, my objection is that you're using your modern tools and abilities to track the unknown. And when I say the unknown, I mean millions and millions of years on an Earth that could have been changing and in ways that you could never account for because you don't know what could have happened. So again, I'm just saying that I think science is out of this.
That doesn't matter, sir. You can only say this thing because you don't know what you're talking about. The rates of radiometric decay are determined by the weak force, the nuclear weak force. There is no indication that can change. There's no mechanism by which it can. The cosmogenic.
I mean, I'll give you a mechanism.
Okay. Describe a mechanism by which the weak force can change.
The very fabric of reality can change to the point where your measurements of the current reality.
That's not a mechanism, is it?
On a previous existence.
By what mechanism can that occur? Describe the mechanism. Don't just say reality can be different from what it is. I'm asking for a mechanism, and you said you could give me one. What you're saying instead is reality could be different.
Do you concede?
Everybody concedes that reality could be different. The question is, what is the mechanism by which this could be affected? And if you say God, then you are begging the question, and you are inviting the conclusion that God is deceptive, because God could have given us evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old. He could have made it look like the Earth is 6,000 years old, and he clearly didn't. And all of the scientific data that we have amino acid racemization techniques, VAV chronologies, ice core chronologies, speleothem chronologies, magnetostratigraphy, ocean core chronologies, radiometric dating, and cosmogenic exposure age dating. These are completely dendrochronology. These are completely physically distinct mechanisms that all give consistent results. So there are multiple strands of data that are all giving us these ages of millions to millions of years, millions and billions of years, and you're saying that they're all misleading. They're all designed to mesh perfectly, but to disagree, but to fundamentally not describe reality. That
So
can
again,
only be the result of God lying to the scientists.
Okay, so again, you might have misunderstood. At no point in this conversation did I say that I know that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. I do believe that if you trace the chronology, there was an explosion. It's even discussed in the book Darwin's Doubt, where there was an explosion of fossil records and creation at a certain point in time. And I think that's what the biblical story of the current variation of creation that we're experiencing right now is describing. So even if you were to believe that the Earth predated this most recent creation account in the Bible, that could be, again, from a different time and a different place, and it's not necessarily
again, so you're speaking from absolute ignorance. We have evidence of biological carbon based on the partitioning between carbon-13 and carbon-14. We have evidence of biological carbon on Earth more than 3 billion years ago, well before the Cambrian explosion, which I think you're referring to. And the Ediacaran comes before the Cambrian. You're making these comments, sir, and you know nothing about what you're talking about. And
again,
this is no. I need to finish what I'm saying. That it would be okay if you had any idea what the hell you're talking about, but instead you had no idea. It would be like if I came in and started trying to give lessons on the Torah in your synagogue without ever having read the thing.
Okay, so again, your accusation is incorrect, because at no point have I made accusations that are outside of my depth. I'm asking you direct questions. First of all, you said, why do you believe the Earth is 6,000 years old? I never said that I believe the Earth is necessarily 6,000 years old. I also said that I said
that the Earth is definitely not billions of years old.
I didn't say that. I said you wouldn't have to come onto billions of years if you believed that God can create in the immediate moment. Also, it could be that the Earth is ancient because previous realities existed at other times. But I'm just talking about.
So you've got an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and here you are discussing science. Science science is uninterested in unfalsifiable hypothesis. If your hypothesis can shift to meet whatever data and say, oh, well, maybe it was like that, then you've got zero predictive power and you've got zero verifiability.
Again, we may be focusing on different things, but I'm saying that it is my belief that reality came about by the hand of God, and that everything that we see playing out is by the hand of God. I don't believe that reality began 6,000 years ago. I'm sure reality has been around for quite a long time. And so if the Earth has predated this current creation, however you want to frame it, again, I don't fully buy into all of, you want to like tell, oh, you're not a scientist, you don't know the things I know. Maybe, but also I don't necessarily have like full trust in what you're telling me just because you're saying it. But at the same time,
you shouldn't have trust just because one individual says this.
I don't mean just one individual. I mean even the collective.
What you should have done is gone out and looked at the scientific literature.
No, I mean even the collective consensus of scientists is not enough to convince me that that is the truth of reality.
You're using a computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again,
so there is science you are comfortable with.
No, it's not about comfort. It's about if something works and clearly is able to track.
Clearly, geochronology works.
Again,
it's how we find the minerals that went into your computer. So you turning around and saying I'm skeptical of the science. You have the minerals that are in your computer. You have the minerals that are in your car. You have the petrol that's in your car.
Yes.
Because of geochronology.
But I'm skeptical of science's ability to use these chronological observations in the current time and stretch that across millions of years and claim to know what happened. That was my argument.
Then you're rejecting the science. Like and you're cherry picking exactly which ones you're willing to listen to.
Yeah, how about the ones that are observable?
How
about the ones that are observable and can be demonstrated here? To use the scientific reasoning, show me something that's observable.
Yes, geochronology is a robust scientific result that gives us reliable and repeatable access to minerals, that gives us access to
yet the assumption here is that on the basis of that chronology you can determine what has happened on Earth for millions of years. That is my objection. That's an assumption.
That's exactly what we use it for. We use it to identify when mineral bearing deposits formed and where they formed relative to one another. That is something that happened on Earth. And you are saying we can't use it to determine that because that's something that happened on Earth millions of years ago. But that's precisely what we do use it for.
And allow me to put a brief pause on your conversation with Israel, Tony. Craig would like to make his exit and give everyone his final send off. Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you for having me on, Sarah. I really do appreciate it. Studying science is important. Don't try and talk about science if you guys don't know what you're talking about. No one on the other side here seemed to understand what a scientific theory was, which was always quite an interesting conversation. Next time there's a debate, I would really like to actually debate someone who actually takes a negative position on evolution rather than just agreeing with me and saying, but God could have done it. That'd be really interesting. I really, really do appreciate you having me on, and I just want to thank you for the interesting conversation. Thank you to all the panel here. Even if you got very angry because you didn't understand things, that's not my problem. That's more yours. But I will be going now. I need to go to bed because I've got gym in the morning, and my personal instructor gets mad at me if I don't get enough sleep. So thank you very much, and I will see you all another time.
Thank you, Craig. We love you, and we'll check in for next round.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I would love to ask PhD Tony a couple questions. I haven't really.
Well, hold on. We're gonna let Tony and Israel get back to their conversation, right, and then we'll go into full open panel mode here shortly.
So, Tony, are you saying that based off of the calculation of millions of years of migrating minerals, that's how you find minerals today?
Yes.
So you're saying you can predict over millions of years that. Based off of our prediction, millions of years ago, these minerals migrated here. Therefore, we go check, and they're right there. Is that what you're saying?
What we do is we geochemically sample provinces, and we say, okay, here's this particular geochemical signature. It tells us that it's probably in a physical proximity and age relationship. And so by mapping those out, we can tell where the precise locations where temperature and pressure were at the point where mineral formations would occur. So by doing
is that by tracking millions of years, or is that by tracking?
Yes, by tracking. In some cases, hundreds of millions of years. Yes.
In order to determine where the minerals are, it doesn't have to do with climate, or it doesn't have to do with like. No, so like there isn't a place where minerals are native to based off of climate or based off of where it's at in
mineral formation is in general a subsurface process. It's not universally subsurface, but it is largely a subsurface. It occurs at pressure and at temperature, and so you need the right pressure and temperature regimes. It doesn't occur at the surface. It's not related to climate.
So how do people find minerals under the ground? Because I'm sure people have been finding minerals even before modern science.
Yes, when they're near the surface, it was easy. You could wander along and you could see, look, there's gold in the rock. You don't need anything for that. Nowadays, they use a variety of exploration techniques. They use
metal detectors.
Magnetotelluric is a technique, but you need to be fairly localized in order to use it. It's not a large-scale exploration technique. Gravity is a fairly useful technique. You can fly around with gravimeters, and you can measure the gravity profiles.
I'm not hearing anything about geological chronology.
Sorry, I was in the middle of speaking. What's your question?
I just said everything you've described does not have anything to do with geological chronology.
You asked a more general question.
Well, you were saying that we know where minerals are.
If you wanted to, let me. I was explaining how we use geochronology in mineral exploration. Then you interrupted me to ask, what are the techniques we use for mineral exploration? I started giving a top-down view of the techniques we use for mineral exploration, and then you interrupted me to say this has nothing to do with geochronology. Do you want to know the role geochronology plays?
Please tell me.
Yes, okay, then the role that it plays is if you've got a reasonably well-defined province, or you've started digging in a particular area, and you get geochemical signatures, because a lot of these minerals form near one another. Silver and copper, for instance, are often in some sort of relationship to one another. But they form at very different pressure and temperature regimes. So you can say, look, this formed here at this time. So we're looking for a regime of this age and this pressure and temperature distribution. So we should go over and dig over there, because that's where, if our horizon slants at this angle, we can say, okay, it's probably over here and at that depth. So you can use the geochronological techniques in the mapping. But what I like is the very basis of your questioning, because this training actually takes 5 years, right? It takes 5 years for you to get enough scientific training to actually fully understand how geochronological mapping works. And you're trying to do this gotcha moment that Tony can't explain it to you in a post-debate. This isn't even my speciality. I'm not a geochronologist. I use geochronological techniques. I'm a geophysicist. I can tell you about how gravity works because that's my speciality. I know enough about geochronological techniques to give you a brief summary, but I'm not a specialist in this discipline.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I don't want to interrupt you, but if that was all, essentially what you're describing is the fact that we can dig for minerals, and then we know based off of experience that there may be other minerals near there. It doesn't sound like you're employing a geochronology to do that.
Then you haven't been listening to what I said.
I was listening.
And
you said you can map.
And furthermore, sir, you just transitioned into absolute intellectual dishonesty.
Okay, I heard what you said. You said that you.
No, you didn't, sir. Or you're pretending. I answered that we use the age at which the mineral formation. We use the age of mineral formation at the site that we're at, and the potential relationship to nearby provinces in order to map where the mineral bearing deposits are found.
So you're saying
how is that not using geochronology?
So you're saying you find gold and you test the age of that gold, and if it's 10 million years old.
If we have found the gold, we don't need to do any exploration, do we?
But you're saying
if we drill at a point where we don't find the mineral, but we look at the geochemistry and the age of the sample there, and from that we can so let's step back and please don't interrupt me. At a large scale, we use gravity to say, okay, here's an interesting looking thing. It has very high density. It looks like a very high mineral forming province.
Okay, so you've discovered
let's have
the
a look
mineral.
There. So then we go in and we might do a loose. We'll probably do a seismological survey to have a look at the geological structures and see if any of those give us any pointers as to where mineral-bearing formations. Because this also is a reasonably cheap, large-scale exploration technique. Drilling a hole is actually very expensive. So you don't want to just go around randomly drilling holes because it takes a lot of time and it's a very expensive thing to do. So once you've got your seismic survey, once you've got your gravity, then you can go in and you can start saying, okay, this looks like a good place to drill a hole. You'd have to be insanely lucky to hit a mineral deposit at the first attempt. So instead, you're going to find other geochemical signatures, and they will tell you, okay, there's a mineral bearing province around here somewhere. We now need to work out where it is. And geochronology and geochemistry play a role in sort of this hunt, where you don't want to just go around randomly drilling because it's expensive. I mean, people used to do it, but it's expensive and it's inefficient. So we use geochronology and geochemical signatures in order to identify better places to drill and home in on where the minerals actually are.
So can I talk? So
sure.
You use a instrument to test the age
No.
of that. No. So again, you're still not really explaining where the chronology aspect comes in. You're saying we judge the geology, we judge the
My suggestion
location.
to you, sir, is that if you're really interested, go and do 5 years of a graduate
You should be able to. No, see again, that's a
Why?
deflection.
No.
You should be able to explain how geology, how chronology plays a role in this discovery. I mean, you keep like shifting to other aspects. You're like, first we find the traces there, so which means you already discovered it manually. You discover the traces, and you say we find traces of the mineral. Now we have to go and check the Earth's crust and check the geological formations on that location to see where the best place to drill
Your
is.
listening comprehension is absolutely fucking terrible. We don't find the mineral. We find geochemical traces.
Yeah,
that are related.
I literally said that traces
How
of the
about
mineral.
this is why you don't understand what I'm saying.
Why?
Is the mineral the same as the geochemical something? Is that, or are you guys saying the same thing there?
Let's suppose that we're looking for gold. Okay. Let's suppose that we're looking for gold. Let's make this a concrete example. So, during mineral formation, where gold veins form, other chemicals are ejected, right?
Ejected. Is that what you said? Ejected.
Yes, ejected. Okay. Sort of ejected. There is a partitioning. The chemicals separate out, and they, there's high pressure, high temperature. Things melt, and then they solidify as the pressure and temperature regime cools. But because the different elements have different responses to pressure and temperature, they're partitioned out. And so there'll be areas where there's a lot of gold because all of the gold partitioned out at the same time. So when we look at other, when we drill a core and we look in the core, we will find other elements and other minerals that are not gold, that do not bear a relationship to gold. But we know that they separate out from gold at particular points during mineral formation. And so from looking at the age and the composition of these, this will tell us this will give us information on where and at what depth we should be looking for the gold-bearing deposit. Does that make it any clearer?
So you follow the breadcrumbs to get to the loaf.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
That's pretty easy to understand.
And you're saying that you use chronology in order to know how much of a certain mineral has developed there.
Well, so the chronology. So you combine the geochronological data with your knowledge of the geological structure. So you say, okay, we know that this thing partitioned from the gold and it formed about 400 million years ago. And below it, there's a layer that formed about 350 million years ago. Okay, those two, sorry, above it, 350 million years ago. So that combination of data gives us some indication of where of sort of the angle that we need to follow to get to that very specific depth and location where the gold is going to be.
Okay, I understand your point. I guess you're saying that chronology plays a role in understanding where and how deep minerals are located or how much is there. So look, yeah. I see your point, and you're saying that these things are, you can demonstrate how the chronology is correct in terms of discovering minerals. As you said, this is not my field. I'm not trying to dispute scientific findings in all respects or to say that they have no validity ever. My only point was then, to say that exactly what happened on Earth for millions of years is my main issue, because even if Earth has been around for millions of years, I don't think we know exactly what has happened. And I don't think we know exactly how things happen. And I don't think we know that human beings, for example, are just evolved from the same ancestor as apes, or that human beings and bats evolved from the same ancestor. When it comes to projecting that into the past by millions of years, especially with relationship to species and all that, it definitely does start to turn into a guessing game and assumptions and leaps and
everything's a guessing game. And I wanted the reason I wanted to interject is that you keep on using the word exactly. Scientists will rarely ever use the word exactly. We have confidence in our conclusions that is proportional to the evidence that supports those conclusions. But we don't ever say, or we shouldn't ever say, that we are 100% certain that that's what happened. It is entirely possible that the creationist narrative is correct, that each of these species in the fossil record was independently created by an omnipotent creator.
Boom, there you go.
That is not a hypothesis that we can exclude, but it is scientifically uninteresting in that we can't falsify it. There's nothing we could find.
It's uninteresting because
can I ask a question
God.
then?
Yeah.
Would you say that you like in your position as a scientist, do you actively try to take the theory of God and prove it, or do you actively try to disprove it?
The God is a very separate thing. Like I became an atheist about 10 years ago, and I'm not a young man. So for 30 years, I was a professional scientist and a Christian. So not of Israel's faith, but I definitely believed in a God. Now, I don't think that science and religion are trying to answer the same questions. I'm not trying to argue that anybody should abandon their religious convictions. I'm suggesting that the evidence we have is not consistent with a biblical interpretation with a literal biblical interpretation. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to falsify. I'm not trying to say that nobody should be Jewish. I'm not trying to say nobody should be Christian.
But Tony, I have to say you conceded a remarkable point, which is that it is possible that the independent fossils that we find are not evolved fossils, but rather independently created. I think that's unbelievable.
It's not impossible. We can't falsify that hypothesis.
Well, again,
you can propose that, and
then it comes down to what you choose to believe. Do you choose to believe that there was no higher power that acted on existence to actually independently create species, and things just had to evolve for millions of years in order for it to happen? Or do you believe that God can act on existence and independently create these new creations? And even if there is resemblance between different things, as Benjamin said, we resemble potatoes in a lot of ways. It doesn't mean that.
But there's no. This is the thing. This is the thing that I object to, is that you're putting that forward as though it is a scientific hypothesis with any validity. It's not. If you want to believe that, go ahead and believe that. And I hope it brings you every happiness.
1 second, but you said there's literally.
But you have no right to get onto any public forum and suggest that there is any evidence supporting your hypothesis.
There's literally one second. From a scientific perspective, you just said there is no real validity to one theory over the other. Either God created everything independently. Well, again, you said either God created everything independently, we cannot disprove that hypothesis, or everything evolved on its own over millions of years, right? So why is your hypothesis superior to mine?
Because ours has predictive power and ours is falsifiable. So you could go out and you could tomorrow, nominally, you could find evidence that would falsify evolution, that would falsify the genetic our understanding of genes. You could falsify it nominally tomorrow with new findings. We are open to new data. You can't falsify the God hypothesis, so there and you can't make any predictions on its basis. All you can predict is whatever evidence you find, you found the evidence.
So in order for something to be true, it has to be falsifiable?
No. Well, in order for something to be scientifically
that's like the opposite of truth.
No, in order to be scientifically interesting, it has to be falsifiable. In order to be considered as evidence supported by the evidence, it has to be falsifiable. If any evidence cannot falsify a hypothesis, then the hypothesis is simply independent of all evidence. If nothing can falsify the hypothesis, then the hypothesis is untestable and scientifically uninteresting. It gives us no predictive power whatsoever.
I mean, you can. Why is that true? Like, if the nature of the world that God created is such, then you can study that nature as a scientist and use it for predictive power without disbelieving in a creator or that the creator is the one that independently made these species.
Yes, but that's my point. You can believe that. The question is, as a scientist, what does the evidence support? The evidence.
It's neither here nor there.
So you can, and there are scientists of faith, right? There are scientists who are Jewish. There are scientists who are Christian. There are scientists who are Muslim. There are scientists who are Hindu. Scientists of all religious persuasions. And in order to be a good scientist, what you need to do is you need to say, okay, I'm setting aside my religious preferences, and I'm just going to approach this straightforward and just look at the data. What does the data tell me? And if I invoke God as an explanatory mechanism all the time, then that just isn't that just doesn't allow me to make any progress.
Why not? I mean, again, when we say God, we're just referring to the causality behind all of this, because you can still observe God's creation and make predictive observations without denying the origin source or the power that pushes this process forward. And by your own admission, what I'm saying about God creating species independently is not at all that's not falsifiable by science either. And if anything, like,
but it's also not predictive, sir. You seem to be misunderstanding. You seem to be misunderstanding
but you gain your predictive. I'm sorry, but you gain your predictive power by studying the existing material world, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter, as you said, who created this or how it got here, but more, can we study it and make predictive observations on the basis of that? But believing in God does not change that at all. Right?
No, but invoking God as an explanatory mechanism does. So believing in God is fine. Saying that this happens because God did it as an untestable hypothesis, well, you're abandoning the very scientific enterprise. You're suggesting that there's no naturalistic mechanism. You're suggesting, and it may well be the case that you can't find a naturalistic mechanism. That doesn't mean that God did it either. All it means is that the evidence is the evidence that we have available to us, and our ability to process that evidence is, not up to the task of providing a sound explanation.
Right.
All right. Before you continue, I want to inform the audience we are officially moving over to the Gauntlet. Of course, if you're on StreamYard, you're staying exactly where you are. You're not moving. They're going to follow us. If you are watching The Raging Tomato over on YouTube, on Kick, on X, on Twitch, on Pilled, on anything else, I am shutting those down. If you're watching the Raging Tomato on YouTube directly, it will redirect you over to the Gauntlet Debate. If you want to find us, go to YouTube, type in at the Gauntlet Debate. You will find us there at the Gauntlet Debate. I love you. We'll catch you on the other side. All right. This also means we are officially in open panel mode. So PhD, Tony, and Israel, as much as I love the back and forth between the two of you, I know everyone else wants to jump in on this conversation and yell and scream at you. So again, keep your civility among yourselves. Try to be as, reasonable as you can with all of those factors. And we will move forward accordingly. Also, the boots are officially in store. Israel's the only one. And I will actually put out a hand to PhD Tony, because he was actually on my list of people to reach out to for debates. So I'm going to extend him immunity for the evening if he wants to stay and play. Everyone else here is bootable. $10. You can get them off the screen. Backstage, I've got Salty Santa, Spin, Azvaroon, and Bones of Dune waiting to come up and yell at people as well. All right, back to you, Israel.
Sorry, hold up, Israel. Can I ask Tony a couple questions real quick? My computer's about to die.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. Hey, Tony, I just got to ask 2 clarifying questions. Do you think science is well, no, I think you said science isn't an end-all be-all. Like, it's not entirely accurate, right?
Well, science is self-correcting. It tries to be as accurate as it can, but there are limits on what we know. But but we don't claim to know anything with certainty.
Right.
Well, hold up.
I got to interrupt you real quick because people get on tangents when I just ask for a simple answer. I'm just trying to bang out a couple of answers real quick, then I'll ask the most important one. There's been countless of theories that have been proven wrong. Hell, Stephen Hawking is one of my favorite scientists of all time, RIP, proved countless of his previous theories inaccurate, and he had better theories to go off that. But I'm just going to ask you one question. How did the Big Bang start? What created the Big Bang?
Don't know.
You don't know?
That's a good
Matter
answer.
can't be created nor destroyed, right?
That's no, that's not true. Matter
No, it
cannot
actually
be
is.
created.
Matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed.
Energy.
That's true.
You're talking about
No,
energy.
I'm not talking about energy. I'm talking about matter.
Then you're wrong.
Well, then every scientist ever is wrong. Then.
No, you're just misstating.
Understanding of the Big Bang Theory.
Even still,
Big Bang Theory does not explain the origin of the beginning of the universe. It explains the beginning up to a certain point and then how it expands. It does not explain the actual beginning of the universe.
So then it's not true.
So you can't give an answer for how
it's not truth because it doesn't. Come on, you guys are so.
Yeah, exactly. It's not true. Just like evolution
true.
isn't
It's
true.
just not complete. Something can be incomplete and
no, it explains exactly the thing it's trying to explain, right? It's not trying to explain the very beginning. It's explaining everything from a point where physics breaks down, and the
reality doesn't
matter.
Hold on. Now you're all talking over each other, and I can't hear all of you. So keep it right, or else I'm going to start talking money, and you know that means that you got to shut up.
So you can't answer the Big Bang Theory.
What do you mean answer? It's the Big Bang is the point where we can use the modern laws of physics to extrapolate back to, and then we can go no further because the laws of physics break down in explanatory power. So something must have changed. We don't know what.
No, nobody can answer how did matter. They have a theory that a single atom or whatever the hell it's called. I'm not too big into atoms and electrons and shit like that. Space and fucking the theory of
relativity. The term you're grasping for is singularity, sir. But but
nobody can answer that. So I'm under the guys that
get to the question and get past your misunderstandings of science.
Hey, liberal, calm down. Intelligent men are talking. All right? I'm under
the impression that wrong. You're proving that wrong, buddy. You can't even understand.
Don't get offended. Let them have the conversation.
The Almighty Father created the universe, and that's what started the Big Bang. Now, if you got a scientific method that can disprove my belief, I'm all for it, bro.
But you have no evidence for your belief.
And you had no evidence for how it got created.
Yeah. So if I'm presented with two hypotheses and they both have no evidence, I'm not going to believe either hypothesis.
No. Your entire point of being on here.
My entire point of being on here.
His computer
God
died.
now.
Yeah. He said it was going to. I'm glad he got his time in.
Can you hear? Can you hear me? By the way, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Israel.
I if I can just talk to Tony for a second, because I really did learn a lot from our conversation, and I appreciate you conceding this point, which is that the God hypothesis is as reasonable, although you don't think it's useful for science, and you don't think that it has evidence. In order to explain how species got here, you think that it is fully within the scientific equation to say that God could have created these species independently.
Okay,
because you did say that.
You're misquoting me. You're misquoting me. What I am saying is, and you're asking me to clarify it. Can we disprove the idea that God independently created all of these species that we found, that we see today, and that we see in the fossil record? No, we can't disprove that. Does that make it a scientifically reasonable position to take? No, it doesn't. Does that make it just as valid as the evolutionary explanation? No, it doesn't. The evolution has permitted us to make scientific advances, technological advances, and allows us to make predictions that have been.
But again, as we discussed, no one's denying that evolution is a fact of reality and that you can use it for predictive power. We're just talking about what is the causality behind this even coming into existence, right? So, okay,
you can certainly say, you can certainly have belief in a God, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I will tell you that it's not scientifically useful, but that's because science and religion are trying to do different things. And I don't think that religious people are well advised. If you've got faith, good for you. I'm happy for you. I wish you every blessing from your deity.
Thank you.
And people forget that you can just look shit up on the internet.
But it's not scientifically valuable.
I understand your point.
You can find. Can I ask PhD Tony something real quick? Do you think that the stuff that you learn, PhD Tony, that I can't find that stuff on the internet or like in books or like talk to professors? Do you think I can't find that stuff?
No.
So then why would you say all of a sudden that just because I believe in a God, I'm ill-informed? And you did say that. You did say that.
When did I say that?
You just said it. This is the problem.
No, we have a lot of people saying I didn't say anything going on tonight.
I'm just going to have to throw it to the room. Did I say that?
I'm looking forward to all the clips of proving or disproving everyone tonight.
Said it, dude.
While you think about that,
somebody better make that clip.
Let me read some super chats because I am way behind on those, and I apologize. I was just enjoying the conversations back and forth so well tonight, and I didn't want to interrupt anyone. Sustaining Nimbus says Israel conceded that evolution is real and then proved it works in reverse too. Howard says certainty is the death of reason. Ooh.
Hail the All-Father.
Can we all agree that evolution is the best model we have for explaining diversity in species? But see, Ben, you were talking about the gap, right? There was still a gap.
Every time.
And that's what Tony said, that the gap could either be God or it could be evolution.
Oh, the gap God. Isn't that a thing somebody was talking about?
Yeah, God of the gaps. Quite literally, God of the gaps.
Okay, yeah. There we go. Okay. Craig is God. All hail his unfailing logic. Reality takes effort. God is easy. Yet I'm memorized by the evolution of the ant. Shout out to the ant. Craig said, if we meet the goal, I'll get extra food. Poor guy, still stuck in the basement. Belief destroys thought. Rubik's, will there be tacos? Ooh, you know what? Rubik's over there gets treated better than my guy in the basement. Sarcastic Saints is on my shit list right now. Shavak says, liking the stream helps the channel. That goes around to anyone that's streaming, by the way. Who knows? Maybe the bug likes eyeballs. Ew. Was that like somebody asked a question about eyeballs, didn't they? Okay.
There's a bug that eats mammals' eyes. The botfly, I think.
Yeah. But,
anyway.
It was a pretty good trap.
Zoomy says, shut up, Benjamin. I want Mooden. I don't know. I'll buy Balderson stamps for $2. Oh, the bets came in. Richard says, if a lizard gave birth to a cat, what? That would lead not be evidence for evolution. That would be proof of a deity. Ew.
Yeah, it would certainly be evidence against evolution. It would be, but not necessarily evidence of a deity, I don't think.
Right.
And certainly not evidence of any particular deity.
Yeah, true.
Some weird shit.
It'd be the lizard deity that wants to
because
utilize
the sun and Huntclay.
Sarah,
lizard people. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to run. Can I ask Tony one last question?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Tony, would you say, because you said it's not scientific theory has to be falsifiable, would you say the fact that you can't account for the gaps in evolution, you can't account for the abiogenesis of life on Earth, you can't account for who made the Big Bang, just to give throw Kraut a bone here because he got booted off by his internet or his phone died, you can't account for the Big Bang, does that not falsify your
no
hypothesis?
Because we have the potential in each of those cases to gain better data and better understanding that will cover those gaps.
Okay, and what would you need to prove that it was God in the gaps?
So I mean, God presumably knows what is necessary to prove his own existence, right? So why doesn't he do it? It's not up to me. I'm not trying to prove God. If God came down and spoke to me and presented the evidence of his reality and his divinity, I would have no choice but to believe in him. That would be very different from worshiping him, because I don't think that the God described in the Christian in the Old Testament is particularly worthy of worship. But the New Testament is the same. All
I can say is I hope God does reveal himself to you.
I spent 30 years believing that he had, and it turned out that I had deluded myself. But anyway, I wish you all the best, Israel. But please, if you are going to comment on these on science like geochronology, please inform yourself better about it.
Yeah, again, absolutely. I was not denying your ability or other scientists' ability to make observations about reality and to use that for predictive power. I was just arguing about the source and the causality behind that being God. So, but I think we got to a pretty good place. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Sarah, for having me on. Thank you all for the great convo. If you could just end the stream on my channel.
I can end it on your end. And if anyone watching from your end does want to continue with us for the evening, we're over here at the Gauntlet Debate. If you want to come find us through that way. Thank you so much, Israel. This was fun, and I will take the credit. I think this was my failure on my end for assuming.
He was just being technical. Come on. Just debating a rabbi about this. Okay. All right.
It's the micro versus macro, so he doesn't want to go to macro.
All right. Well, I appreciate you.
But he wants to lead you there. And then he did say it with the mosquito. He said species jump. Carpenter Tom went back and looked it up.
It depends. One of the difficulties there is the definition of species, because I think there are dozens of potential, and not being able to interbreed is one of the definitions. So it depends on how you're measuring species, whether or not that counts or not. I wasn't watching the debate when he said that, so I've got no opinion on what he said. but the definition of species and when speciation actually occurs, and if we've seen it in reality. I mean, these are thorny questions that are very technical.
His attempt at making the species jump was the London Underground mosquito.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point in time, they had theorized, these theories without laws, they can go wild. They had theorized this was a new species of mosquito. And then they ended up finding out, no, it's a specific other species of mosquito that's just had slight adaptations for the living environment. And it's not a new species at all. And so there wasn't, he was trying to prove the species jump, which is something that can't be proved.
Well, we can prove that there are genetic.
Well,
we can prove that there are genetic changes due to adaptation to the environment. We can prove that there are species that have seen new genes come about and genetic changes over time. And if you add enough of those up over time, you can certainly theorize that would add up to a new species if two things diverge far enough.
Again, you got to theorize. Why don't you have?
What are you talking about? We have animals on this earth who are so close that they can interbreed, but who are so far that they don't have fertile offspring.
But
lions and tigers, horses and donkeys, polar bears, grizzly bears, certain kinds of dolphins.
Well, but this is again. There have been a couple of times on the show, and I hope this doesn't come across very badly, where some unscientific things have been said. Science isn't in the business of proving. Science is in the business of accumulating evidence and seeing what hypotheses are consistent with that evidence. And so far we have, and so science is about falsifying hypotheses. Which hypotheses can we falsify? And this is why so far we have failed to falsify evolution. And so evolution remains a valid hypothesis.
So it's unfalsifiable?
I beg your pardon?
So it's unfalsifiable.
No.
The problem is guys like this, like you wasted everybody's time.
Sorry, I'm going to respond to Clay's point.
You wasted half an hour explaining mineral habit and then pretending like you somehow knew the time frame that created said mineral habit when that was actually the poor guy's actual question. So you spent half a fucking hour explaining mineral habit. And I understand mineral habit is a science and it's provable. You cannot prove the time frames any of that happened. That's the thing and you try and drag the things you can prove that are actual science and the things that you just theorize and mush them together and pretend like it's all one thing.
Exactly.
The fact that you have minerals in your car is down to the accuracy of geochronology. And you can pretend that isn't
mineral habit.
You can pretend that isn't the case.
Cars just happen.
I let you speak the first time, sir, and I politely refrained from talking over you. But I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it a second time.
Money to read money when we all can't get along and figure out how to work together at a conversation. I just read money and I love it. Dragon Fist says, we love you, Andrew. Craig won the debate but lost the panel. Good job, Ben. Ben proves the failure of the U.S. education. Get Benjamin off the panel. Wow, they didn't like you over there earlier.
I did prove the failure of the education system. It fools like that are uneducated on how science actually works, and then drag theory.
Yeah, you can't keep your mouth shut for 30 seconds.
Things that they can't prove with laws into it. They're uneducated fools.
Super chat.
Science deniers telling you how to do science.
Mr. Thrash says, I apologize for being gone for weeks, guys and girls, but I'm back under my other ID. I'm Sarah's little shit. You guys are still idiots, I see. Yes, sarcastic saint, you little fucktard. I hate you. I love you. Aaron, God needs humans to speak for him. How weak is he? Could be is not an argument. Evidence is king. Nunny says, I love the way those from Britain insult you in the most benign way possible. I don't know what that's referring to. Tom sends his love yet again. Reminder to all of you, if you're going to send in a dono, send it in with a hashtag Vegas. He says, hashtag post Vegas fun, rock on Maters. Going to see if my body will let me walk a bit. Be back, own it panel. Lewis says evolution is not true. Just a bunch of just so stories with no explanatory power. Look at Benjamin. He's falling asleep because how boring evolution is. Iotin, hello, my sweet love. You're back in the house. We'd love to see you. Tom says, okay, bring Spin up for some variety. Let Ant meditate backstage. Later, Ant, $10 pro on animated. Oh, protection for Effigy. Effigy, you got $10 in the credit. Okay. Iotin says, hashtag Vegas, hail Balderson, tomato tax, etc., etc. Hope everyone has a fun evening. It's only just getting started, Iotin, and we've been having a great night all night. Shivak says, hashtag Vegas. Woohoo! Another one. Christians can't handle precise language. PhD Tony, thank you for your sacrifice, sir. Shout out to you there. And Iotin, I love it when she sends the $10 just to autocorrect the autocorrect. She says, oh my goodness. All right, Azron, you had your hand up. Go ahead and ask. I know you got plenty to say, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah, I wanted to ask a question, but Israel went off. I wanted to ask the question to Israel and Tony. My phone's battery is very low. So, like, since Israel has gone off, will you again in future hold this topic on evolution?
Yeah, of course. I mean, but ask your PhD Tony's here. You said you had a question for him. Ask it. Go.
Yeah, but since Israel is gone, like it'll be incomplete. But I'll see what I can do because my battery is very, very low. I'll see, Sarah, what I can do.
Go ahead. I'm sure somebody else can step in on Israel.
Just go.
Yeah. I've made notes on evolution. So, like regarding evolution, Tony, I've made some notes over here from the theological perspective why they say it's not right, and from the scientific perspective why they say it's right. Can you answer them because it's a bit long? And oh no, my battery is. I'll have to go, Sarah. My battery is too low. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay, fine.
Bye, Azroon. Good to see you, brother, man. Come back when you're better.
Yeah.
So
good to see you, Azroon.
Yeah.
So to give a generic answer, I realize he didn't get to make any of his specific points. But so far, evolution, then this gets back to Clay's point about evolution being unfalsifiable. No, there's plenty of evidence that could be found that could falsify evolution. If, for instance, humans and chimpanzees were completely genetically distinct, that would falsify evolution. If we found a Pegasus,
hold on, bonehead. Hold on, bonehead.
If we found a Pegasus, I'm not going to.
There's only one person that'll tell me to shut up, and it's not you.
I'm not going to stop talking and be interrupted. Thank you for your input. You could find a Pegasus in fossil record.
Here's my fucking input.
That would falsify evolution.
Here's my fucking input.
Is falsifiable.
Bert Toast and I came up with a fucking question. I can talk over you, trust me.
In all fairness, Tony, Spin, I did skip you in front of Spin earlier in order to give you a seat on the panel. So I think, and he's been back there for a couple hours, mind you. You skipped a very long line. So in all fairness, if he has something to add, and I think it would be rightfully so to hand him a little bit of the floor.
Okay, sure.
Sure, that's her politely telling you to shut the fuck up because you've done nothing but talk. Stupid bullshit. Well, here's some more stupid bullshit for you. Yeah. So Bert Toast and I came up with a question. So basically,
heavily breathing into the mic.
Yeah, somebody is heavily breathing into the mic.
If a chimp can stick its finger up its ass, so basically you're saying I can do the same, right? And I'm evolved.
Why do you even open your fucking mouth?
What the fuck?
That's what you came up with in the last few years.
See, Tony, you are very well protected in this space. I wouldn't worry too much.
Holy shit!
Yeah, they're all fucking. Almost everybody's a fucking liberal.
Oh no, pobrecito.
Answer the fucking question. You're the doctor.
Brain dead.
Did you get your doctorate offline?
Sorry, the question was, can you stick your finger up?
No, that's not what the question was. Get the dick out of your fucking ear, and I'll fucking ask it again.
God, what is with the insertion?
Would you like me to ask the question again?
This unearned bluster is insane.
Hey, Spin, why are you so obsessed with
Not
dicks?
particularly, no. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. But go ahead and ask your question again, or not. Just fuck off. See if I care.
And take out all the inserting into butts and
Says
stuff.
the
and
man
just ask
from
a
across
regular
the
question.
pond that's got a fake fucking PhD. Trust me.
Across
Whoa,
why are we attacking
again?
How much do you want to bet on that? I'll bet you 10 grand I do have a PhD.
I wouldn't go.
Oh, I could get a fucking PhD offline too.
Hold on, Spin. You can't. Nobody can. I wouldn't go discrediting people's credentials, right? Unless you've actually gone and researched who PhD Tony is, where his credentials came from, whether they're credited or not. If you've
Somebody's
done
still
research
breathing into their mic
and want to, KO Dave, get off your mic. It's not a dick. If you want to discredit him, at the very least, do your research first and then come at him with some kind of, I don't know, reason why you believe his PhD would not be true. But to just
fine.
use that,
Then I'll ask the
that is
question again.
add-on. Okay.
Then I'll ask the question again. So you're saying so basically your idea of evolution is if a chimp can stick his finger up his ass,
no sticking in the butt.
so can I.
No.
Why do we want to stick things in butts?
What does that even have to do with
Is this another
evolution?
gay panel?
Ask your question without any insertion, please.
How do
How do I? So that means I evolve, right?
No.
Sticking things up your butt does not cause
Why don't you
things
try
to
and
evolve. I
see?
don't think you know how
I commit sodomy,
reproduction
therefore
works.
I
I mean,
evolve.
bro, like, come on.
Is that the through line? I'm
Shut
so
the fuck
confused.
up, basement dweller.
That's not
I
the,
asked-
that's not the
Hold on.
argument. That's not the evidence in support of evolution. It's got nothing to do with evolution.
Iotin with the Iotin with the
Spin is-
Good job, Iotin.
Well played, young lady. Well played.
Wow, did that shut all of you guys up? Howard says, "Nah, I'm
go
with
from
Spin
there?
on this." All right, so we're enjoying.
If I may, as
Go
well.
ahead, Clay.
Spin, I think, is pointing out de-evolution, which is actually the whole mosquito problem, the mag fly or whatever that fucking shit is. Like the idea that, okay, so there's related genetics, but that doesn't necessarily mean that one came from the other, right? So if we're in the same genome, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden one day.
50% potato, 50% broccoli.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
what's like the other
at some
measure
point,
for relation?
Like, here's the thing. Huh?
What would be like a different measure for relation that is more accurate then?
I mean,
because when parents do like a genetic tests on their children, or when you do like a Me23, whatever the fuck it's called, you base that off of like genomic sequences. You base it off the DNA of you compared to other people in your lineage.
Yeah.
And that is how you determine relatedness.
Well,
so
within evolution,
what would be the other usage of this? Because that's how evolution does this too.
Right. Yeah. Evolution uses it to say, okay, these animals are related to these animals. But the truth of the matter is all life has some genetic relation. Like it's just because it's life, all of a sudden
predicted under evolution.
We only know that through evolution.
One comes from another. That's just a guess. It's not an actual fact, right?
What do you mean it's a guess?
I mean, like, so mammals are in their own.
Well played.
Yeah, so mammals are a thing.
That they're not all related.
We say these things aren't related if we're talking about evolution, but they came from a specific. Like it was actually the thing that Ben brought up, which is
in a distant sense they are related.
Well, it's, the question was, how are we human beings related to a bat? Now there is a common ancestry. There is a common
relatedness
ancestry.
is just a function.
There is a common ancestry in evolution. No, there actually is. I just looked it up, bro. It's like some true.
Yeah, they diverge.
Wait, who's disputing this? I just told you earlier that how biologists measure relatedness between two species or two people, if you're talking about ancestry, specifically is related to genetic similarity.
I don't
know why you're debating me on this.
What? I'm waiting for you to shut the fuck up and answering your questions. Don't.
I'm waiting for you to make a claim that can be contended.
Well, shut the fuck up so you can do that.
Wait, you're the one making the contentious claim.
No, you're still talking.
But you told me to shut up so I can make a contentious claim. So I'm very confused as to what you want me to do. Do you want me to shut up or do you want me to speak?
Yes, you're very welcome.
I'm confused that you want me to both shut up.
We can either sit here and dick measure, okay, or I can one of you can get to a point, or I can hand it off to someone else who actually wants to have a conversation. Your pick.
But I want to ask the question without Bones interrupting. So the question is very much this. Ben actually asked it earlier, is how are we related to the bat? Okay. And then my point is this. There actually is in evolution an actual creature that they say we are somehow common ancestry. But when the question is asked, all of a sudden the evolutionists say, oh, it just is. It just is. It just is. Now, if you believe in evolution, but you're unwilling to look at the evidence that's been presented to you according to your own belief system, I call bullshit.
Okay, so great.
That's a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. Can I
Is it a logical fallacy? No, I want to hear PhD Tony.
So the claim is because Craig didn't look up the answer, therefore evolution is false. That's a logical fallacy.
No.
Actually, Clay's even misreading it a little bit. There's a consensus that it's something like a prairie land shrew. They don't even know. They don't even actually know what this parent thing is. They're just like, yeah, well, we think it was probably a prairie land shrew, and you guys pretend like you have facts when you in that part's the important part.
That is
where you got to go.
And do you know what would falsify? Do you know what would falsify the evolutionary hypothesis there?
Yeah, if you don't find it.
If you found a modern human skeleton in the same layer as that prairie shrew, or if you found a fully human skeleton in the Ediacaran,
actually that would prove that there's human beings that existed during that time frame, which is supposed to be apparently like millions of years
that would be completely unrelated. That would be completely unrelated to any other animal alive at the time.
What I'm saying is I don't actually I'm actually not even with Israel on this whole millions of years things, right? So I actually believe in the 6,000-year-old model. So I don't even go with his bullshit.
Then you're demonstrably wrong.
Well, you could be absolutely wrong too.
Because you can't
I could be, but the evidence. But I have evidence supporting. I have evidence regarding the robustness and the reliability.
Which I don't believe is actual evidence.
So the fact that you have petrol to put in your car is in fact due to the accuracy
oil exists,
of geochronological technique.
Oil exists, therefore you know the time frame of geological event.
One at a time, I can't hear.
Well, here's the thing. Oil exists. That does not necessarily mean that you know when oil all of a sudden started to exist.
Clay, it's not just the oil. It's the fact that you can predict the time frame at which oil could form. You find the pockets in the specific layer where that oil forms, and guess what? You can extract it from there.
You can predict where it's at
based off of radiometric dating, my friend.
Okay, how does radio?
I know we've had an extensive
this is great. No, actually, this is perfect. This is perfect. How does radio dating work?
So specifically, you take some type of isotope, and that isotope over time is known to have a decay rate of some X. Over time, the amount of parent material exists versus some sort of daughter material existing. You figure out where in the time frame that would be, and that's how you determine the age of the actual
decay
rock.
Decay rate is the actual basic
Well,
definition.
the decay rate is just sometimes
decay rate. How long does it take for that particular element to decay? Correct. That's it.
Specifically, the half-life.
The half-life, right?
The
So
half-life of it, yeah.
how long
That
does it take to
particular
observe
isotope of that element.
How long does it take to observe that?
We can observe that. We can observe that very, very precisely.
Yeah, depending on
which
which element.
very, very precisely.
Now, how many years have you had, or the scientific community had, to observe these things?
40 years.
40 years. Okay, I'll give you 150. I like to do this for the evolutionists, for the Big Bang people. I like to give you a whole 150, the entire span of the scientific community. 150.
Yeah, obviously, accuracy is not your strong suit.
Yeah, that would be more like 400.
I'm giving you extra. You don't like it, but I'll give. Okay, you want to go with 40? So how many?
You just don't understand how it's
how
not a
many
flex.
times? How many times have you seen the decay rate? How many years have you been able to observe the decay rate?
Every single year. What are you talking
Is this
about?
you don't know that it's actually a stable decay rate?
So you say 40
argument?
years. You say 40 years. So how is it that you can tell me what happened 50 million years ago?
So we can observe. We can observe the decay rate, right?
Yeah, the decay rate, right?
We
yeah.
can measure. We can measure the decay rate, and we
you
know
saw-
that the
and you're
decay rate is. We know that the decay. We know that the decay rate is dictated by the weak nuclear force. Correct.
Okay.
They wouldn't know. PhD Tony, they don't know that.
Okay. We know that the weak nuclear force is one of the fundamental forces in nature. Correct.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we know that is not prone to vary.
No, we don't. We've only observed it.
Hey, Clay.
Oh, here it is.
And
Here
you're
it is. Not
saying
prone
that
to vary. Understand what
years of
this means.
extrapolation.
The definition of prone.
What?
The clocks that you rely on also rely on radioactive decay.
What
A
does
lot of
that
things
doesn't
inside
change
wrong.
that
Okay.
Because he said it.
Google
He
it.
said it. I want to know
Uh-oh.
what the word prone means. Not prone to vary. What does that mean?
So we do not see variations in the rates of radioactive decay in the elements that we've considered, and we check those rates against other physical processes to determine whether or not they're reliable. That conclusion is reliable.
So when a particle falls off, okay, how long does it take, right? And what I'm saying by that is, okay, each one of those elements, each one of those atoms, right, when those particles fall off, right, when you see that happen, okay, when it happens, you're telling me there's absolutely no variation.
And Mama Tomato, I love you, Mom, is reaching into her boot bag. Compliments of Toasty. Toasty sent her a shit ton of money, I don't know, like a month ago, and she's been handing out her credits measly across the board. Natural selection, you got the boot. Just go to the back, and she wants to bring up evolution is gay. Probably the name sounded fun or something, or maybe she just felt like this would be interesting. All right, back to you.
So we don't observe variations in geochronological decay rates. So there are some radioactive decay processes that show variation. There's a lithium-beryllium transition, but we don't use that for geochronology. Also, rates of radioactive decay can change in the interior of stars, but again, we're not in the interior of a star. So no, we don't observe geochronological radioactive decay rates varying.
Well, we're not inside of the asshole of a camel either, but we'll not make the fucking argument, did we?
Hey, Shaman, how's it going?
PSG, Tony, you dare come on here and argue against God, Almighty Father, but yet at the same time, you spend your time digging the earth for rocks like a child,
Omar,
like
this
one of my
is-
children.
This is like a really interesting Mike Myers impression. I'm impressed.
For you,
Is Stephen Hawking Scottish?
I'm sorry, when did I argue
Apparently.
against God?
Are you a geologist?
No.
No, but I do rock.
PhD, Tony,
on
what
that
is your
one.
PhD in?
Geophysics.
So do you do work with the earth and the rocks, no?
I do continue modeling physical processes.
Okay, so that's a big way of saying that your fucking argument is as in the caveman era.
I'm sure that sounded a lot
That's why
funnier.
your argument is dumb as rocks. You don't tell me about evolution. Evolution is Scotland. De-evolution is Australia, where you're from.
I think you got evolution mixed up with revolution, dumbass.
I think.
Oh God, Sid.
I think we're in the middle of some sort of like feud between the Commonwealth colonies.
All right, I just looked it up. It says
So basically, what the PhD, the Timu PhD up there says.
I have to ask. Hold on. I have to ask, PhD Tony. I don't know if you've watched the debates over on the Raging Tomato before, but have you ever watched any of our Gauntlet modes?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, welcome to the Gauntlet, where shit begins to go degenerate. The more the night gets into the moonlight kind of thing over here, the more degen the panels get, and you'll see it. It goes very well. We still have good conversations, but the characters begin to come out. All right, back to you guys.
Stanley, it looks like I struck a chord. My point of evolution is from England. We evolved to be pure Scottish, but PhD Tony obviously de-evolved to be Australian. Is this not true, sir?
Can you explain the Irish?
I'm not Irish, I'm Scottish.
like I said, it's a pretty interesting Mike Myers impression, but just keeps faltering every now and then.
Bones of Doom. You keep your mouth.
Gones of Doom? Gones of Doom? You mean Gonads of Doom because of how big the fucking nads are.
Go ahead, Tony.
Clay went and looked something up and he wanted to talk about it, but he was being talked over.
Sure.
Oh,
sounds like you've been pacified.
Welcome to the Gauntlet, dumbass.
Go ahead.
Like in reference to the breakdown, right? So this is where and it's not like a dig at the scientific community. I think they're doing the best they can with what they got. What I have a problem with the breakdown is that there is an adjustment for time frame, and this is given to all different elements and the isotopes when they break down. They do give a massive gap for all of the breakdown, like every single time, every single element. When we're talking about the isotopes, it's literally every single time they always give massive, like 50 to 50,000 or whatever. Like, what is that about? Can you explain that?
So that's got to this is going to get a bit technical, but you can have processes where the daughter product, where the ratio between the daughter product and the normally we do what's called isochron dating. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, how ironically I am.
So you take samples from multiple crystals or from multiple different minerals, and you plot up the abundances of the various isotopes. And very often you'll find that they don't actually give an exact answer, but they will lie on a line, and it's the gradient of that line that tells us the age, right? And so the idea of how close they are to lying exactly on that line gives us our error bars. So that's where that uncertainty comes in, is how close those samples are to being precisely on the same line, and that's what gives us the uncertainty estimates.
And evolution, can you give us a "This is my swamp"? Can you do that?
This is my fucking swamp.
Close enough. This is close enough.
Not angry enough.
Hashtag Vegas. We love you, Ayatin. I don't think it was on point for Shrek, but it was close. We'll get there next time.
I've never
Maybe a little
seen
more
the movie.
practice.
I apologize to Ayatin. Never seen the movie. I am more a Braveheart type of man.
Oh, God. Can we get a freedom then? Freedom. Fair enough.
Clay, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, please.
Specifically to the clocks. You said that there was a wide gap, and I just looked it up to check. Apparently, even using atomic decay, which is not primarily used anymore, it loses about 1 second over 300 years. That's the precision.
Okay, very good.
But the simple way of saying this, folks, and most people will understand this, when you're building something and your line is slightly off, it starts off an inch off, but by the time you get to the other end of that 20-foot fucking wall, all of a sudden you're way the fuck off. It's a real problem.
Yeah, carpenters have to deal with this particular thing.
Well, the newer atomic clocks
over 10 million
which
years.
is why different methods of radiometric dating work within different time periods.
The newer atomic clocks are going off the frequency within the atom itself. It's no longer
you have to actually adjust time for reality anyway.
But you're pretending as though radiometric dating is the only dating technique that we have, and that's not true.
Okay.
Right. We have what's called cosmogenic exposure age dating, which is the accumulation of cosmic rays hitting.
Who was pretending that was the only one? That was just the first one.
And you may want to shut up, since you've clearly never heard of this thing before, while I explain it to you. So,
nobody's heard of this before because nobody's talking about stones and evolution.
They produce exotic nucleides.
What the fuck does that have to do with evolution?
It's just a different way to measure the age of something.
Perhaps.
Is that like measuring your dick?
Similarly,
hold on. Okay, there was one interruption, then there was another interruption, then another interruption, and then a fourth interruption. And how long? Like how many times? I know PhD Tony is new here, and he's not familiar with gauntlet mode. But even that shit's fucking annoying the fuck out of me. If you're interrupting him just to say what he was going to fucking say. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, thank you. And there's a technique called amino acid racemization, which relies on the transition from left-handed amino acids when an organism dies, and they transition towards right-handed amino acids. And you can look at the concentrations of right-handed versus left-handed amino acids to tell how long the thing has been dead. There's layer counting, dendrochronology, Varv chronologies, ice-core chronologies, speleothem chronologies, and we can use there's magnetostratigraphy. I really butchered that one, didn't I?
What is that?
So you look at the strength of the magnetic field through time. When crystals land in water, the orientation that they land with is actually influenced by the strength of the magnetic field, the strength and the orientation of the magnetic field. And so you can look at the pattern of these sediment where the crystals align in these strata, and you can tell about the strength of the magnetic field and its orientation relative to the modern field. So it's a very different sort of technique, but you can correlate that with what we know from geological data. In the geological data, it's sort of the same thing, except that it's crystals in lava that are, as they solidify, they adopt an orientation that is very firmly fixed with the magnetic field. And that's actually how we know about plate tectonics, is from this paleomagnetic.
Sarah, can I ask you a question? Maybe the PhD Tony would like to have a debate and say that everything came from rocks, and he can have his own debate. But every time someone asks a question, he goes on a monologue diatribe for 5 to 6 minutes, telling us about stones and rocks and crystals. Well, meanwhile, his argument doesn't make fucking sense. That in a rock's throw across the ocean is not going to get very far when you're trying to argue against people like the Lord Balderson. And everyone can sit here and talk like Clay. Clay said the Earth's 6,000 fucking years old. I mean, that's blasphemy right there alone. But at the same time, PhD Tony's over there in Australia on a little fucking island surrounded by water, so he has nothing to think about except rocks. But over here, I'm here in Scotland, in the Lord's country, and I'd like to know exactly, have you ever seen, sir? Have you ever seen two stones fuck?
Laughter is the best medicine.
Have you ever seen two strong folks out?
Got nothing else to think about but fucking rocks.
Can't say that I have, no.
Me gold and silver fucking make a gemstone.
Me either. Have you ever, has anyone on the panel tried to fuck a stone? Because I did twice. Let me tell you something, lads. That'll leave a fucking scar.
Here we go. Nani says, Brit's insulting you in the most benign way and we're not supposed to react. Where are you from, Tony? Like what arena?
I'm actually from Australia.
Oh, you
I
are
told
Australian.
I revealed
Okay.
that information 6 minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay.
He was correct about that, certainly.
Fair enough. And I attend gifting out the gift that keeps on giving, 5 Gauntlet memberships. And those are valuable, folks, because every single one of these shows gets put behind that paywall as soon as we're done. So you have to have a membership if you need the replay. This is why we love you. All right. Somebody get us back on track, please. I love you all so much.
Yeah, I got it. So essentially, like, I understand the argument, but that doesn't mean that I believe it, because essentially the reason, and here's the reason why I don't believe it, is the observation, right? And I try to give you like the 150 years, like for the scientific community, just because I'm like, okay, I'll give you all of that, you know. But if you want to go with 40, that's fine. Either way, it's just not 5 million years. It's not 10 million years. You see where I'm going with that?
But we don't need 5 million years in order to see. So and you say that, but actually everything that we've verified against. So for instance, the rate at which the continents move is very small. But if we extrapolate that backwards in time, we can say, okay, 5 million years ago, we expect. So take Hawaii, for instance. Hawaii is formed by plate motion over a hot spot. Okay, and as the plate moves, it's leaving these islands. And this is called the Hawaii Emperor Mountain Chain, and it's on the ocean floor. And so you can go and you can geochronologically sample all of those things, and you can compare that to the rate at which the plate moves, right? So you can independently check the accuracy of the technique against a different physical process. And now, if they give corresponding answers, then it's if they give corresponding answers, then we've got validation.
Okay, that's fair. Before this happens, can I
I'd like to respond to that, Clay.
I have the question.
Go ahead and
because I
finish
want
your thought, Clay.
Just kind of leave the thought while he's having his one-on-one. In the Big Bang Theory, the universe expands within seconds. So it's universally recognized that large events can happen over a very minute, very short, extremely short period of time. Universally, it's recognized. Now, why does that not have the ability to transfer to the creation?
So if God wants to make it look, if God wants to create everything and just make it look like everything is millions of years old, there's nothing stopping him. But again, that's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It's not that I can say that hypothesis is wrong. I can't prove it wrong. That's fine. And if you want to hold that, all I'm saying is that the data we have available to us suggests that is not the age of the Earth.
I like that answer. That's fair. I'll let you guys get it.
It's
All
very
right.
clear.
Hold on, Mr. Scottish, whatever, dude. All right, Howard, I don't know if I love you or hate you. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fucking hate you so much that you're requesting this, and you paid for it, so I can veto it. But here's what I'm gonna do: spin. I will only allow this if you cannot call him a name and actually have a conversation. Can you do it?
No.
Without calling him a fucking libtard, a fucking this, a fucking that.
You can do
you
it.
actually have the conversation without insulting the man.
Ask questions and then let him answer. That's how you do this. It's the Socratic method. You can do it, Spin.
He's already wiped his sweat
Come
off
on,
his
Spin.
brow.
I don't believe in you.
Like, holy shit, I'm already sweating.
It doesn't
Tony,
take a
it
lot
would be
to
a
do it.
Do you
miracle.
want to Spin? Do you want to try and see how far you can get without calling him names?
That's fair. He's gonna get like 2
Can we
seconds.
do a death pool? Can we do a death pool on the side over
I'm
here?
totally planning on doing like take your bets now.
I've got 50 seconds.
All right, this is going to be interesting.
Put your bets in the chat. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 60 seconds, whatever. The top amount that he can go is 5 minutes. All right, that's the highest.
I'm
So
giving 5 seconds.
between 0 seconds and 5 seconds, without calling Tony names. The minute you call him a name, like you can still be insulting. You just can't call him names. Okay, got it. All right, I'm going to let this go. The minute you do it, I remove you. So this is your chance to get all your questions out.
I'm going to say 46 seconds.
Space game.
All right, panel, give me your seconds count. Ben.
46.
50.
Kay, you said 46?
Wait a minute. Wait.
See,
I can do it.
I give you 2 seconds.
I can do it, but you cannot restrict me from other people on the panel.
Huh?
Huh?
No, this is speed date.
You cannot
This is
restrict
just for
me
the speed
from
date.
calling somebody a name that is also on the panel.
Spin. This is just a speed date.
He knows he wants to be able to talk shit about other people
He
so that
wants
he
to
can
be
still
called-
talk shit.
It's calling
This is a
someone a
stipulation
dirty
specifically
bastard,
for the
a
speed
bad
He
date.
name.
wants to when PhD over here says something. He wants
This
to be like,
1v1 is the
"Oh,
theme
you're
for
a
tonight.
piece of
Stupid
shit,
versus
Holmes."
science.
You're just like Effigy. No, if you do that though, that is calling him a name. Because if you say you're just like Effigy, that's actually calling
Maybe
him
it's
a name.
time to give me the atheist effigy one-on-one, that dirty cunt.
All right, the rules
Oh
are
my
set. You've heard
All
the
right.
rules.
Kay, what's your time?
46 seconds.
Effigy, time?
I'm going to give him a minute and a half.
All right, Santa.
15 seconds.
Spin, how long do you think you're going to last? No, yeah, he already knows. 0. Bones.
5 whole seconds.
Clay.
2 seconds. It's either 2 seconds or the entire time.
Of evolution.
Within the second sentence of that man's mouth, he's going to call that lad a bastard.
All right. I'm removing everyone from the panel. I'm going to set a timer on my hand. Oh,
How much time?
No, I'm going to start the clock. You have 5 minutes total.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Okay, that's what I want, a stopwatch. All right, I'm removing everyone else from the panel except for Tony and you, of course. And Tony, I'm working here trying to make sure you can actually have the conversation. All right. And so we're going to see how fast this goes. As soon as I remove myself from the screen, I'm hitting start on the timer. Remember, you cannot call him names.
Fair.
You cannot call him names or insults or whatever. Okay. You can
You're not
still
fair.
cuss, but you can't call him names. All right. Ready and go.
So let me ask you something. So if something is written down 5 million years ago, it has to be true, right?
No.
Where do you get your rhetoric and your bullshit from?
I get my what I treat as true is that which has been substantiated and robustly tested by the scientific community. The time at which it was written down doesn't matter. Is not a factor. Something could be written down. You know, the God hypothesis was written down thousands of years ago. It could be correct. I don't judge it just on age. I judge it based on the evidence in front of me.
Okay, so is there any evidence that God created human?
To my understanding, no, I don't think so.
So then you wouldn't believe in Adam and Eve?
No, I would definitely believe that Adam and Eve has been falsified as a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. So then you would agree that Adam and Steve, then, right?
No. No.
So tell me how we as humans got on this earth.
Through a process of gradual development through evolutionary processes.
From rocks?
No, from organic compounds that entered a self-replicating cycle, self-organizing cycle, that eventually produced living organisms.
Mm-hmm. So, like broccoli and cauliflower, right? Grow from the ground.
Yes.
What is your proofism to that?
Well, you can go out and you can observe them growing
So
from the ground.
you're trying to tell me that I just grew like a stalk of broccoli?
No.
Or our ancestors, or whatever you want to call it.
The divergence between plants and animals was fairly early. Fairly early in the evolutionary tree, but we both developed from earlier single-celled organisms, and we
like
gradually.
a Fatasaurus Rex, right?
No.
How did they get here?
The what?
A Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Fatasaurus Rex.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex. They came through a very similar process, evolution over long time scales, and then they died out because of climate change.
Mm-hmm. So then how would a moose get here?
Same process.
Same process. So we basically grew from nothing.
No, we developed from organic molecules that were self-replicating, so they could make copies of themselves from other organic materials, and they could construct ever more sophisticated chains, and so that process led to the development of the original organisms. Now, once you've got organisms in existence, then you've got sort of response to environmental pressures, and that kicks off evolution.
Mm-hmm. So you would agree that we do not look like dinosaurs?
Yes, I would.
Mm-hmm. And you would agree that we don't. There is no such thing as a fire-breathing dragon?
That's correct.
So that's fantasy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mickey Mouse is fantasy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how did the human brain develop?
So brains are a response. The ability to recognize and respond to your environment is what defines life. And the more sophisticated the more accurately you can assess your surroundings and respond to it. Assess your needs, assess what's a threat, assess what's food. The better you can do that, the greater the advantage conferred on you. So there is evolutionary pressure towards being able to accurately recognize your surroundings and respond to it. And our brain is so far, the highest available expression on Earth that we see of that process of being able to assess your surroundings and respond to it and manipulate it accurately.
Mm-hmm. And so what you're trying to say is there is a process, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're done now. We're good. My 5 minutes is up.
You made it full 5 minutes.
Oh, a whole 5 minutes?
Proud of you, bro.
Well done.
He's about to unload.
I can't believe it. Can we just take a moment to be proud of Spin? Spin, take your bow. Take your bow, sir. You did
What
it
a good
now.
personal moment.
Take this spin and know that you can 1,000 billion gajillion % do every Q&A without insulting the guests. I'm so fucking proud of you.
Quietly now, because he actually developed a brain aneurysm during that.
Did it hurt, Spin? Did that hurt? I'm so proud of you. You have no idea. I knew you could do it. Tom Carpenter says, the following is the fault of the chat for letting us get to 4 minutes to the goal. If one uses the finger to guys, the analysis of tonight's discussion, one will likely canalize the mind with banality. Lots of anal talk compliments.
So here's the punishment. Here's the punishment to the chat that thought that I couldn't do it.
Even you said you couldn't do it, Spin.
I did. Here's the punishment. I paid my reparations.
My timer's still going. Let's see how much
I paid my reparations earlier. Okay, I paid my reparations earlier. Okay, so for those fucking morons that said that I couldn't do it, has to give Sarah #Vegas $10.
All of you motherfuckers.
And if they don't, and if they're on this panel, boot them the fuck off.
Oh, well, I can say, let me get through some more donos, because Howard said Chad Spin versus Virgin Tony. Now, Howard, my question to you is, are you asking for somebody else to debate that you are dubbing them as Chad Spin and Virgin Tony? Because if so, let me know in the chat. Tag me.
Spin is a Chad and Tony is a virgin.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify and ensure, Howard. If that is the case, then nothing needs to happen. If you do want another speed date with 2 other people, just let me know in the chat to ensure that we're confirming you're saying the right thing. Tom Carpenter also says, more pain to beat banality. Use analytical site. Analyze, I can't even say analogies, making your future bright. Analysis helps the mind leave dark thoughts behind. Shout out to you, Tom Carpenter. And he says, for Spin, becoming a spinster for one night and goal. And then also, yes, technically, Mr. Clay hit the goal with his Cash App dono to say goal. So you guys are 10 over towards the next goal. Shout out to all of you. I love you all so much. This is why we're still going. I love you, Spin. I'm proud of you. I thought you did a great job.
That's okay. And to Mr. Fatto Dave down there, remember the comment that you said earlier?
Which one?
You know, told me to shut up and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, just remember, I got one coming for you, Moose. I really got one coming for you.
Here comes the boot. And Stinky says with the big 5, he says, fuck that, copy pasta. Spin didn't debate anything there, only questions without rebuttal. Another 5 minutes or no dice. Well, technically it takes $10 to get a full speed date, so send 5 more and I will. But he doesn't have to debate it. He was asking questions. It is okay, perfectly okay for people to come on here and ask questions and learn something. Just because you ask a question or you disagree with somebody doesn't mean you actually have to debate them. You can certainly ask questions and inquire further. That is the crux of the platform and what we actually want to do for all of you. Learn something for a fucking change, assholes. All right.
I ask a question about the evolution organism that PSD 20 said. The problem with saying evolution is organism enter into self-regulated cycles. It is a self-regulated cycles, not an origin. Sir, I have a question for you. Have you ever been to Scotland?
No.
You've never been to Scotland?
No.
Well, if you have been to Scotland, you'd see men there that have evolved into the different level of where we wear the kilts and we throw rocks to measure manhood. And in Australia, it doesn't seem that you have the same capabilities or competence of masculinity. So perhaps
only $10, chat. $10 to get rid of him. $10. Vegas.
For the Jesus, Mary, Joseph, effigy. You atheist.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
I will try to understand it.
Is it possible?
Wow, the silence. Is
all right.
Is it possible?
Holy shit.
Is it possible that the
locked.
only reason why you don't want to understand what I'm saying is because you're afraid that you'll be touched by the Almighty Father?
I don't want to be touched by anyone.
That's my case.
Wow, nobody? Not even a lady?
At least you disavowed immediately. Shout out to you for recognizing.
That's because he's not. If you've never, the problem, sir, is if the man's never been to Scotland. My God, he has no idea what it would be like if a man touched him.
The closest I've been to Scotland is actually Newcastle on Tyne.
You got him. And when you came to Newcastle, you were not touched by the Father in heaven, were you?
No.
Are you sure? Hello.
This is getting awkward.
It is getting
Yeah,
awkward.
this is.
I did want to say something, and I'm about to drop, I think.
Sure.
But I'm not. None of what I've tried to say is anti-religious at all. That's not what I'm trying to argue. I'm not trying to argue that anybody should abandon their religion. I'm not trying to argue that Christianity is false or that Judaism is false. If you have a belief in God, I am saying that the evidence suggests that a literal interpretation of the Old Testament is not supported by the evidence. That's what I'm suggesting, and so that's all I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to argue that anybody. I'm not trying. And if there was a claim made that I said that religious people are stupid. I don't think I would ever say anything like that because I myself was religious for 30 years. I don't think that religious people are ignorant. I don't think that they're stupid. They've chosen a belief, and that's I myself had a similar belief for a long time. So I'm not trying to say anybody here is stupid, anybody here, but there is a lot of evidence in support of the age of the earth. Please research it and get better versed with it. That's all I'm saying.
It was fun.
Also, there's no sex in the champagne room.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, Tony. I hope to see you back for real. This was fun.
I would say there has been a lot of evidence of stupid tonight.
That is true.
Or maybe the lack of evolution. I mean, actually, Tony, can I ask you, can evolution kind of like, can we de-evolve? Like, can we get more stupid? Can we
Certainly,
lose points?
If there are environmental pressures that punish people for intelligence, certainly. I can't conceive of what they might be. It's actually, if we artificially, in fact, actually, it did happen. In the Middle Ages, IQs in Europe dropped because preferentially the most intelligent and thoughtful people were taken out of the gene pool. They were turned into priests, and they stopped contributing to the gene pool. So yes, it has happened that our intelligence, that our overall intelligence has been negatively impacted by pressures.
What if it's maybe like maybe not a pressure, but what if it's like, I don't need intelligence, right? To, like, for instance, we have AI coming in and doing all the work for us and all the thinking for us in a lot of different directions. So like the lack of necessity for something. For instance, if I didn't need a tail anymore to swing from the trees, naturally my tail is going to go away because I don't need it. I can walk now, right? Something to that degree. Or if I don't need teeth, if all the food surrounding me is all like applesauce, I don't need teeth anymore. So like eventually they just go away. Is that a possible?
Yeah, if we enter an environment where brains aren't really useful and where things like there's a disease that causes swelling in the meningitis that causes swelling in the brain, and it kills people, or it can kill people. So if meningitis, for instance, became more prevalent, then having a smaller brain would actually be an evolutionary advantage. And the fact that we don't need brains in any other sense to survive, there'd be nothing to counter that. So yes, there'd be pressure to become. As Varun is in the chat on StreamYard, and he says he wants to ask me a question.
Oh yeah, his battery must be. Ant, I'm just going to tuck you back again for just a second, and as Varun, I'll leave it to you to talk to Tony, and everyone else leave it uninterrupted, as Varun has been waiting patiently.
Hello, Tony.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you a question regarding evolution from the scientist's perspective, Lamarck and Darwin. And then I wanted to share some points regarding the theologian's view of why evolution isn't real. I just wanted your view, Tony. Can I read it out and can you just follow it and answer? Like, is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Lamarck proposed use and disuse, organs strengthen or weaken. Point 1, 2, inheritance of acquired characteristics. Lifetime changes become hereditary. 3, innate drive towards complexity. Organisms naturally progress. Evolution was seen as need, effort, structured change, inheritance. This is often called transformational evolution. While whole population shift because individuals transform, strengthens. Transform and strengthen. Rejected the idea that species are fixed. 2, highlighted adaptations to environment. 3, sought a natural, not supernatural explanation. 3, Darwin in detail, mechanism, natural selection. Darwin's logic, individuals in a population vary. Some variations are heritable. More offsprings are produced than can survive. 4, those with advantageous traits leave more descendants. 5, over generations, those traits become common. Evolution is therefore variation, differential survival, and reproduction, population change. This is population level, not individual level change. Key points: variations arise without regard to need. Selection is blind, not purposeful. Extinctions and branching evolutions are fundamental. 4th, new species arise by divergence. Darwin did not know about genes. Heredity was it was a weakness in his theory until Mendelian genetics was integrated in the 20th century. Philosophical difference: purpose versus blind process. Lamarck. Nature strives towards improvement. Organisms actually adapt themselves. Darwin. Not inherent progress. Adaptation emerges from filtering, not striving. This shift from purposeful change to mechanistic statistical process was revolutionary. Evidence then and now. In Darwin's time, Darwin used artificial selection, breeding pigeons, 2 biogeography, island species, 3 fossils, 4th compositive comparative anatomy. Lamarck relied more on reasoning from function and habit and less empirical testing. Modern evidence favors Darwin. DNA mutations create variations. Population genetics produces evolutionary change quantitatively. Experiments, experimental evolution, bacteria, fruit flies. 4th, genomics tracking ancestry, where epigenetics fits today. So, like, this is what the 2 scientists had like they actually like there was some difference, but Lamarck lost out to Darwin. This is what they believe. But when I checked actually regarding evolution, Tony, they said that we had a common ancestor 600,000 years ago, and then it branched out into humans and apes. But they tried to find the fossils of this common ancestor and they couldn't find it out. And like they're able to find the bones of dinosaurs and say that they existed 150 million years ago. Why haven't we been able to find the fossils of the dinosaurs, Tony? And I mean, sorry, the humans. And regarding this, like the common ancestor from which we evolved from. And the other thing is, the theologians say that evolution is not possible because human beings have a soul actually. Since you have a soul, your blueprint is already decided by God actually before he creates you. And hence it's not possible for changes in the environment to create changes in the genes. So can you elaborate on these points, Tony?
Yes. Can you show me a soul?
I've come across many cases of sleep paralysis where people have seen their astral bodies come out of their physical body and have been attacked as well. So the thing is,
so is that firm evidence? Is that firm evidence that is that repeatable in a scientific experiment? Have people seen things that have not been real before?
there's this channel on sleep paralysis called
I'm not interested in YouTube channels, and I'm not interested in giving you the opportunity. I'm asking you yes or no questions. You monologued at me for 5 minutes, most of which was stuff I already knew. So you've wasted 5 minutes of my life, as far as I'm concerned. So please excuse me if my civility is diminished.
Yeah, Varun.
Good job,
there is no objective scientific proof for a soul. If you could demonstrate the existence of a soul, yes, a lot of these discussions would be very different. B, the fossil formation is an extremely random and happenstance process that only occurs in very specific geological settings. We are by no means guaranteed that every transitional species that exists will leave fossil records. 3, your timeline is absolutely wrong. Apes existed by about 26 million years ago, not 600,000 years ago, as you said in your question. And have I answered all of your? Have I answered your? But we're not guaranteed. We're not guaranteed that the fossils we find are in fact our ancestors in any sense, because they could be off to the side. So all of the fossils that we found of anything that looks like a human could be off to the side. And humans are descended from through a line that left absolutely no fossil traces. That's not impossible. Just because we find something in the fossil record doesn't mean we're descended from it. So you seem not to really understand that fossils forming in the first place, surviving to the present, and then being found, that's a very random, that's a very stochastic process. Fossil formation isn't guaranteed, fossil survival isn't guaranteed, and fossils being found isn't guaranteed. So the idea that if there is a transitional species or there is a common ancestor, therefore there must exist a fossil, and therefore we must have found it, none of those are valid syllogisms, right? Those are just assertions that we should have found it. You're not guaranteed any of that. And you have to get used to the idea that there is room in the available evidence. There are gaps in the available evidence. Get used to it. We only have confidence. We don't have certainty.
Well, I have confidence and certainty in the next statement I'm going to make. He said, basically, sir, let me understand. You said there's no evidence of the soul because the rocks don't tell you that it is, yeah? Let me tell you both. With the soul and evolution is real because Scotland exists. At some point in history, nature looked at regular men like yourself and said, no. Too emotional, too much lotion needed in your skin. So when nature created a Scottish man, we see rain, we walk through it. You wear an umbrella like a British. When I feel the cold weather, I call it fresh air. You have to grab a coat with
Donkey, I think you scared them off you. What did you do?
When we say it's bad weather, we call it a family reunion. And when you say Scottish man's wear kilts, I say, so what?
When he
you wear fucking dresses, and it's not a fucking reunion. It's a fucking circle jerk.
My fucking grandfather fought a mountain and won. This guy's picking up rocks on the side of the street, calling them friends with information.
When he asked for proof of a soul, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what soul even fucking means.
It's not taking into account that it's something that's you just can't
Wait,
accurate. That
He didn't
doesn't
ask for proof. He asked for evidence of the soul.
Yeah, I know he did. He's fundamentally misunderstanding what the fuck a soul is. So every religion and culture has a different understanding on what a soul is. So when you talk about religion versus someone who doesn't believe in any God at all, you're going to have fundamentally different understandings of what a soul is. So the Christians don't actually believe that a soul is like a thing that comes out of the body. Actually, the Christians believe that the soul is the body, the mind, the spirit, all of that.
So it was asked to a specific person.
Understanding of what the soul is.
It was asked to a specific person. So I think they were just interested in what their definition of it was, so that the conversation could continue.
Yeah, it's a disingenuous question altogether,
unless
he misunderstood what a soul is. And that's my point.
No.
Either he fundamentally doesn't understand what a soul is, either he fundamentally doesn't understand what a soul is, or it's a disingenuous question.
Then what is a soul, Clay?
Yeah.
So in religion, and when you talk about people who don't believe in God, there's different opinions on what a soul is. So I can tell you what I believe the soul is. The soul is the mind, the body, the spirit. Okay. Now, a secularist, someone who doesn't believe in God, will tell you that it's some thing that comes out of the body. Whereas Asvarun is probably going to also have a different understanding of what the soul is. It's either disingenuous or it is a misunderstanding.
The last bastard thinks that regular men evolved from apes. But in Scotland, we know that we evolved from the Focan Mountains.
So what is spirit?
Spirit is when I tell you to shut your mouth, and the breath that comes from my mouth and makes you silence yourself from threat of violence and education.
And why does the Scottish play a fucking musical instrument full of fucking hot air?
Because
like you, full of fucking hot air.
Because the bagpipes were sent down from the mountains, for us to let the British know that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Freedom. Yes.
Okay, and what about the Scottish wearing dresses? Did they pass that down the fucking mountain too?
Kilts, and
that's so they can reach underneath each other's dresses and pat each other's balls.
Sorry, I couldn't go much longer.
Some people could say that we wear the kilt because we have so many women that we can't take our pants off 10 times a day, so we lift the fuck on kilt.
Oh my god.
Sarah?
Yes, darling.
Did he get angry with me or something? Because I just
no. Here's what I think, because you did ask permission to read and monologue, and I think that was fair that you asked that, and I think him telling you, like, being upset that you monologued is kind of negating the fact that he gave you permission to monologue. So I think he forgot that he gave you permission to say what you needed to say, and so I think he was wrong there, like not recognizing that he gave you that permission.
He was butthurt because everybody was giving him shit about monologuing because he made us sit and listen to him talk about the habits of fucking geology when that wasn't the question for like half an hour. So he just took it out on you, Asvarun, even though
he's a geologist trying to explain.
Fuck, the whole time Israel and them were talking, I took a fucking nap, got a fucking blowjob, and fucking ate dinner. Seriously.
Asvarun, you are always very polite to everyone on the shows, and you never say. I think there was one time we put you on a speed date and you like blew up, right? I forget.
You're caught, fucker. Oh, you're caught.
Was that with Bones? Yeah, that was the only time I've seen you get upset with anyone. So I don't think it was you. I don't think it was you, Asvarun. I agree with Ben. I think he just had a moment where he could take it out on someone else, and you just happened to be the easy target. Yeah. So yeah, it's okay. You didn't. I don't think you did anything wrong. I thought you were asking a pretty reasonable question, and you were providing your backing to why you're asking the question, and I think that was perfectly fair. I think it was just everyone else being fucking assholes to him, and he just took it out on you.
I wasn't being an asshole to him. I did not. You can't put me in that category.
Only when I told you, I'll bet you can't be an asshole.
Get lost. I need $10 to the Cash App.
I believe
Don't
Tony
blame
did
me.
a
I was
fine
backstage
job
most
at the
of the
end.
time.
I believe he did a fine job at the end, pointing out that essentially it's a belief, that evolution is a belief. Those things are just beliefs. That we all have a different belief on these things. In the end, he did that. Now, obviously, in the beginning, did he not?
No, he didn't.
Okay, then explain to me how it is that you can prove it then, since you're the one.
I think they're different things. Mixing up physical sciences with philosophy is always going to create this, and that's why even with the law versus theory, one is very direct. There's a direct cause and effect, and the other one is a greater explanation of what's going on based on the evidences. Both of them require evidences.
Actually,
the
problem with what Santa is saying is their theories that don't contain laws, and they can be completely wrong because they don't contain laws. This is this whole bullshit where the New Age fucks try to make science into something it's not. This is why we have a replication crisis, because their science is actually just observations and guesses.
Well, here's the thing,
too. Well, yeah, there is certainly a lot of that in physics.
Not physics. That's all I hear. So when
that's why you never understand anything. Okay.
Sorry.
That's not the only reason.
When Craig was up here, damn, I forgot my fucking thought. I had it like 10 times, and I tried to.
Like any other great thought of yours, they all seem to disappear.
Was it just me, or was that guy's answer to everything because I've studied rocks? So let me fuck if it's not into fucking rocks.
It kind of was.
He's like, the soul doesn't exist because there's no proof in fucking rocks that the soul exists. Like, that was the dumbest scientific argument I've ever heard in my life.
I don't know it well enough to judge, but yeah, that it seemed a little far afield sometimes.
He said
presented the soul as evidence. So he's asking, where to find the soul?
He said human brain evolved from organisms going into pre-organized systems. The fuck are you talking about?
Well, the neurons would have gathered first. And the way we even got it was by having a whole bunch of extra fat in our diet, because I think it's like 30% of our energetic needs or caloric needs of the body or the brain. I mean, so a lot of these things do have to do with what resources are around.
Sure. But the point is that where did those systems, pre-existing systems, organize out of the chaos from? That's what Varun and everyone else is talking about when it comes to theology.
Simpler systems up to more complex ones.
Well,
the organizing factor of the system.
I'm sorry.
The organizing factor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the organizing principle of a system. No, physics is an explanation. It's not a causation.
Right.
The cause.
Yeah.
Well, I think Omar and I are going down the same path of this and looking at genetic fields and these other causes outside of mechanical biology.
Here's the thing.
Whatever chemical reactions produce neutrons, that's going to be the cause.
It's a matter of which question you asked. Is the question you ask why, or is it how? Because I see that a lot of evolutionist theory, the theory people, are asking the question of how did it happen, where they never want to answer the question why.
That would be the
mistake. It doesn't matter.
I would agree with Ben.
No, why?
It doesn't matter.
It
does matter.
Why can be
It
subjective?
depends on the why.
Why can
if
be
it's
subjective?
why as a mechanism, it can be interesting, but
all of it how?
Because built into why is how. If you can answer why, you can also answer how.
But Clay, my point. Okay, let me give you an example. By the way, I'm starting to notice people are starting to clip my these debates and take these little 4-second clips of me, and then they're clipping me so I'm about to get extra aggressive with these motherfuckers. Tomorrow's debate, I'm going to start off like a gentleman, but if I even notice that this guy,
did you look at your Instagram? Look at your Instagram and see what the guys made you. It's fucking priceless. For your
Instagram. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Hold on, I'll put it up on the screen. Oh, I'm going to put it up on the screen.
So I remember what I was going to say earlier, which is the theory thing, right? So the guy said, Craig said that theory was something that it's not. So theory actually, when you go into the etymology of it, it actually just means consideration or to think about it, basically, right? It's not actually proving anything. When you're talking about theory etymologically, it's
science
not
is
even
proving things.
You don't have to prove anything in a theory. That's the point.
When I was working as a scientist, so to get past all that,
in science.
hold on, please. When I was working as a scientist, I did hear that the working at Salk, the theories were the big picture items, the laws were the things where we had demonstrable proof that was reproducible.
Right. So the theory is when you consider the factors, right? Now you can consider the factors for yourself, right? But when you start to try to prove it, it's no longer theory. This is actually
it's hard to.
I got my computer back, bitch.
Non-negatable,
I can't
like
put
the
that up,
falsifiable processes, right? If you try to prove something positive, there might be other causes. That's why you hear scientists say we can't prove a positive. And that's why, having a hypothesis that's falsifiable, you can go with the null hypothesis or prove it.
This is why I call it
And
theory.
isn't that where proving God is about? Because negating God would be a monumental task.
You can't prove God. I've never understood
Shaman.
why a creationist
Check
or
your Discord DM for a
God
second.
ever get involved in a conversation where they were trying to.
And I had nothing to do with that.
Bro, I'm literally. Oh, God damn.
Hey,
I don't
yeah,
understand.
Clay, I'm listening to you, bro.
I don't understand why people who believe in God get into these stupid arguments trying to prove the existence of God. That's crazy to me. Like, you can't prove God. If God exists, it's because he exists, but it's nothing you can prove, right?
Well, it's almost the same as knowing which motorcycle is the best. You know, a Kawasaki Ninja is faster than my Harley, but I'd rather ride my Harley.
Clay, if you're if you're saying prove, right? We have logic and reason, right? These are like the foundational principles that we all agree to. So you have to pick A or B. You have to say a God universe is the only logical creation for order through chaos, or order through chaos without a single ever moving causation of dot. So that's the argument. But the problem is that science, I'm noticing like these atheists want to spend all their time going to science the way that, usually the ortho bros want to like learn their little language, their little debate language and then shit on everyone else. But meanwhile, they're both using the same principles for their own. They're both using the same religious perspective. This is my science religion. That guy was literally coming from rocks. He was trying to disprove the existence of the soul. And he was going into fucking rock studies.
No, he was asking for supporting evidence for the soul. There's a difference.
And
that's you're going to make a claim that something is. You have to support it with evidence.
Yeah, and that's again a fundamental.
Hey, Ant.
I'm with you. Here's the thing.
Don't you see at least somehow how scientists do that? I mean, it seems like the extremists on both sides. It's God or nothing, or science or nothing.
This is what made
most of the people you're talking about, Santa, are not scientists. I know you're talking about.
Hold on, that's my point.
Who are like, there are people who be like, oh yes, trust the science no matter what. Like during the COVID, I don't say it, but
never heard me say that.
But those aren't scientists. Like those are just.
I got you.
People.
But my point is that guy's a PhD. I believe him to be so in something that has to do with geological studies and rocks, right? And he thought because of that his wealth of knowledge, he was just pulling scientific shit from left and right to answer a question he has no idea about the soul in any way whatsoever in his PhD. And he thought because he's a PhD in science and he could bring science, it would be like someone saying, hey, I'm a Christian scholar.
Where did that come from?
And
I watched the same thing. I didn't see any.
I just heard him say it. It was from Omar.
He said he wasn't the geotime-based scientist.
He was talking about how we measure geological time.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with the soul.
My point is that would you agree there's a lot of scientists, there's a lot of science that has a lot of answers to a lot of things, and there's some that has no answer to other things. But he thought that his PhD would cross over into the idea of the soul. That's crazy.
And I'm going to go make a sandwich. If Ben, would you mind taking charge of these fine, amazing scholars here on my panel? I'm so proud of all of you, especially Spin. I feel like Spin needs like a big, I don't know, fireworks.
I can't believe he made it.
He made it.
I said it was either going to be 2 seconds or the whole time, so I win.
Yeah, he did great, and he asked a lot of good questions. So
Yeah,
I
please.
love you.
Yeah,
I'm going to
excuse
go
me,
make
Sarah, before you leave, you need to read the back chat because there is a request.
Requesting credit for all
And
of
Omar, I
you.
totally agree
He
with
says, Spin says, fuck all these panelists on screen who didn't send their $10 after betting against me being able to do something. Fuck you, little beep, beep, and then fuck you, beep, 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 beep. He's requesting everyone send 10 bones. Totally up to you guys. You guys always know how I feel. You contribute your time to my panels, and I find it very encouraging. I'm going to get a sandwich. I'm hungry. That
nice 50 to bail everybody out of the hole.
I said you'd make it, sir.
Oh, you're not counted.
Hey, Omar, I got a screen cap for you. You were right.
About what?
About the argument
Scotland?
with the PhD and stuff. It did go far afield of that, but that's probably what he was taught in undergraduate.
Here's the thing, though, right? All I'm trying to say is that science, it does not have the answer to anything about the soul, and religion has one, right? You don't have to accept someone's theological perspectives or where they put their faith.
Of the panel.
Okay, but hold on. What I'm trying to say is that if, for example, no one attacked him because he was an atheist. Right. No one made fun of him, said, you godless piece of shit, heretic. No one said that. But he felt when Varun was coming with a scientific approach, trying to talk about the soul, which his belief was, trying to speak his language, and he comes in and fucking denounces the whole thing.
I saw Craig doing the same thing. Yeah, Craig did the same thing with the spaghetti monster.
I know. That was. I wish I was available during that time.
Pretty
that was absolutely rude as fuck.
Omar, I gave Craig a fucking
Bro, Balder said, "I do this. Go read the chat when you were talking."
He saw I can't help if you're just too much of a bitch to accept satire.
Really, like the thing is, he said so many. Actually, Ant, I got a question for you. I got a bone to pick with you. You in the chat when I addressed you and I said, "Here it is." He's saying that medicine is evolution. You didn't want to answer that, and then when I got up here, he backed off of that claim.
I didn't see that, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Clay, I have to ask a question. I know it's the gauntlet mode, but I have to ask a question, and you will explain it to me like I need to, process it.
Sure.
What does medicine and evolution have to do with reality?
So the claim would be that medicine is because
put your hand down, Santa.
In evolution, medicine is a part of the theory of evolution.
We've seen evolution in medicine, but
what that means is that these scientists are able to observe certain aspects of what happens in the petri dish, and they can calculate what's going to happen next. Now, that's what we call correlation equals causation.
Or adaptation.
However, they are discounting the fact that it's just medicine alone. Like medicine is a science and evolution is a theory, so they're attributing it. That's what.
Okay.
That's what.
So I would concede to say, Ben, the back chat's for you. I would concede and say yes, medicine evolves. Okay. In a reality sense. Go ahead, Santa. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, words matter. So, we wouldn't want to be imprecise and talking about the soul, brother. But they specifically will take a known organism and they know how it will adapt, like you were saying, or they can predict how it will adapt, Clay. And those adaptations are not necessarily evolution. What PhD guy did say correctly is it's hard to say when it's a new species, but generally, if it can't reproduce and have fertile offspring, it's no longer the same species. I don't know how that comes up in immunology, but that's how they get new versions of penicillin is they start with that root one and they look for variations that are still effective against whatever they're fighting. So that would be adaptation, or I saw somebody saying microevolution.
Yeah, the variation, right, within the species. And we can say we could maybe attribute it to de-evolution. I think Ben was pointing that out, or someone. But then even if you do that, right, you still aren't accounting for the macro, right? So as soon as it gets to macro, all of a sudden the whole argument disappears.
What's the threshold?
As soon as you get an organism and you test it as effective against a pathogen, that still doesn't indicate whether it'd be safe among humans. I mean, now that all this evolution stuff is positive. Now you look at the history of vaccines; they killed a lot of people trying to figure them out.
This is true, but I want to hear from Ant on this or KO Dave, whichever one of you guys, because you actually could maybe explain why the jump happens from micro to macro. Where, like, here's the thing: we don't believe it because we can't even, like, nobody in evolution in that belief actually explains it well enough, and I don't think you can. But I want to hear from you how you can attribute the macro, without without the evidence. The evidence isn't there for it. Now,
what is your threshold for micro to macro?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Because I don't see there is no threshold where I'm concerned. It's just evolution. When we're talking about microevolutions, we're just talking about discrete changes that happen in short cycles versus
the adaptation.
Excuse me. That, right? Let me finish. Versus macroevolution, which is the evolution over deep time, where we see it over like millions of years, right? Where we see speciation.
Well, that's kind of
microevolution is eye color, and macro would be monkeys to humans, right?
The observable,
problem comes in.
The observable adaptations or changes in the genome is fine. We're fine with that, but we wouldn't even call it evolution. We'd call it adaptation or just genetics.
Adaptation is part of evolution.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How does all of a sudden it jump to evolution?
Okay.
Like, if you just call it adaptation or genetic mutation.
I'll try and explain it. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so forgive me if this isn't quite what Google fucking says. All right. But as I generally understand what happens, you have a population, right? They're all able to breed, right? Something happens that separates these populations, like geographically, right? A lot of reasons for this could happen. I don't want to get into every single possibility, but they get separated, right? They each continue to change and adapt, to their surroundings, right? This happens over and over again over a long enough period of time. Suddenly, these populations don't look anything like each other anymore.
Okay, I got one. Okay, so webbed toes. Okay, now if you go to Cambodia, I'm just kidding. If you go to Cambodia, those people actually do have some.
I don't know anything about webbed toes. I'll just
they have some
tree
climbing feet, right? So they can actually climb trees very well, and it seems as if not picking on the Cambodian people, but you go to Amazon, it's kind of the same thing. It seems as if there's an adaptation that has happened within the genome, and we would call that just genetic adaptation, but I don't see the correlation to it being evolution because it's already in the genome for your feet to widen out a little bit if you are living a certain lifestyle or around wet.
What is your actual question?
So where does the macro happen? Like speciation is like not a thing. Like we don't observe it in reality. Like
yes, we do.
So which species
it's
has?
It's why we're not just in like one single branch of an evolutionary tree. It's like we're not directly descended from like lizards, for example. We just have a common ancestor way, way, way back in the past.
But that's just a guess.
No, it's backed up by evidence.
What evidence?
Fossil record, DNA evidence. There's all kinds of shit.
So the fossil record is of like this shrew thing, right? For the bat and the human analogy, right? So if it's this shrew type character, why is it that all of a sudden we can say, oh, by the way, we're both related to this shrew-like character when it's just a guess? Like you're just guessing.
It's not really a guess. The guess was what led to them finding the evidence. The evidence is what leads to the theory.
But
the fact that they can't even actually name who this shrew character is, they're like, it's probably a shrew from the prairies.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. If you're looking to me to name it, I don't know either. I'm sorry. I know that there's probably something in our, it was some mammal in our past that was a common that, you know, but I can't tell you what it is because I don't personally fucking know. It's not my field
They can't
study.
tell you either. That's the problem. It's a story that includes a lot of faith.
No, it really doesn't.
It kind of does. The same way it came from
based off
monkeys.
trust, not faith.
Okay, Ant, you've been arguing. You say you don't know. Can we hear Kay's? Because
Sure.
I maybe he might have something for it.
I mean, I just say the same thing that Ant's been saying. It's just you have the evidence, we have the fossil records, we have like genomic sequences from a whole bunch of different species that we've studied, and we can like trace the differences and the relationships through time of all these different genomes and all this fun jazz. And like, it's just, the evidence is there. I don't really know what else to say, really.
That's
the observations are there. The evidence is not.
I don't know what is your standard of evidence that we're not matching?
Hey, I'm about to leave. Can I give you guys some flowers real quick?
Yes.
Wait, 1 minute, Shaman Omar.
I'm leaving real quick. By the way, amazing guys. Finn, I believed in you. I knew you were. He just kept asking new questions. No, I did, because he didn't. When he answered, he didn't respond. He just asked another question. Genius display. Because if he responded to any of those, it would over. Clay, amazing, putting him to the fire. And Balderson fucking put his ass on task with that.
Last minute too, because that was fire.
You got and Santa, good to see you.
Shaman.
Yes, sir.
You need to check your fucking Discord messages more, prick.
I saw, that's hilarious. By the way, just to let you guys know, like, I'm not, although, listen, Paul never was with a woman, said you don't have to be with women, and that whole Catholic Church thing with no women thing. My argument tomorrow is not Paul is gay, but if I had to decide Paul is gay or not gay, I would argue Paul is gay, obviously. Any man who's never had touched a woman or desired to touch a woman in the name of anything is... I
say you think Barnabas and him had a cat fight?
Well, him and Luke, man. I mean, Luke was kind of his like squire, and you know how squires and knights were in England. So, But anyway, tomorrow, please, guys.
Prepared for me.
Shaman.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk to you. I just had one question. That's it. Just one question. No, the problem with the evolutionists is they believe in linear progression of the development of the species. But if you actually see nature, there's always a cyclical pattern. So physicists say that vibration and frequency are very important to any process.
It's not linear.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And in your language, samsara is the answer to that, and that's how things come into material from the immaterial.
Yeah.
And science knows that, but if someone's picking one form of science, they go linear and they're like, we're digging straight down into the earth. We don't see it. We're looking into a microscope direct. We're looking at the stars direct. They have no ability to accept outside. And by the way, the argument basically at the end of the day isn't why. I think it goes to, okay, then where'd that come from? Oh, biology. And then where'd that come from? No, not the measurement of, not the mechanisms of measurements of things that pre-existed our understanding of it. The existence of it existing. Where the fuck did that come from? And that's the point. Where did order, where we call mathematics, psychology, biology, and all the different sciences come from? And you can't say nothing because there's no such thing as nothing. And that one source is what we would call God. And science has no answer to that when you go back far enough. It doesn't matter which name of God you have or any of that stuff. It doesn't matter. It's just the point is I don't know how you argue that. That's why my argument the last time was no God universe is illogical, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's absolutely stupid. And everyone knows that.
The universe is under no obligation to make sense.
The universe does make sense. Hold on. Obligation is a straw man, because no one said anything about obligation. It's understanding we're all seeking.
Well, This is the point that was I was making earlier when some of these guys say, you know, what happens in reality, you know, that doesn't matter. You know, like what?
I gotta go, but someone just wrote the Hermetics is not new, and that's definitely something you should look into. And if they just attach a little bit more of that into the science, it would all make a little more sense. I think they at least search outside.
So,
but who knows, man? If you don't believe you have a soul, you don't believe you have a soul. You know.
Hey, I got one question. One last question.
Just one word: ayahuasca. Drink
I got one
that
last question for you, Omar. Are you an ape?
Oh, I know what you're going to say. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
we all
not.
are.
You're just not.
We are all apes.
Yep. We're all
Hey, let
great
me ask you a
apes.
question.
Great apes. Yes.
No, I'm not. Have you ever eaten a banana?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess science is right.
Science
you are
is
all
right.
a bunch of monkeys.
That's not how that works. But
We're not monkeys. We're apes.
I fed a banana to a fish once.
Evolution. There you go.
Yeah.
we are all
The thing is,
fish.
All of them.
Or there are no fish.
yeah.
Oh, we share 50 to 60% genetics with a banana.
Yeah.
That's some
We're all
cannibalism.
bananas.
We're bananas.
We're just bananas. This panel is bananas.
Yeah, I think scientific
an apple.
people are
It has a
people
banana.
are like science. They should like dive deeper into like the shamanic tools and the alchemy of it all, which is like how we got to our modern science. It would answer a lot of fucking questions, and I think science would progress a lot further because they think outside the box. They wouldn't be so
It
linear.
did press further. That's why we don't use those methods anymore.
They're more linear measurements. Is the argument? It's more linear measurements.
Well, it's because of what you're talking about. Why they advanced so far in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. Now, these later 1900s, it's kind of regressed a little bit. Now, I will say with technology, they've done really well. But when it comes to the philosophical sciences, they've completely regressed. They said, no, that's not a possible answer. No, that's not a possible answer. They won't even consider these other fucking answers in philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, you can like that one guy, this flying spaghetti auditor. I'm like, your entire argument is, I'm saying God, and you're saying not God. You're making the exact same argument for me of the antithesis of my thesis. You're literally saying not God to my God. So we're saying something, and you're saying nothing, but that nothing is something. It's not even. It didn't even make sense.
Well, he's not saying nothing. He's saying flying spaghetti monster.
Well, I love those guys in the early 1900s who were actually doing scientific experiments, because what they were doing was they were actually thinking outside of the box, saying, wait a minute, what if the answer that we already have is completely wrong, and I come up with a variation, another answer, to see if it's wrong? So science today doesn't really fucking do that. That's
Actually,
what
that was built off prior work. Do you know what inspired Einstein to come up with general relativity?
The fact that
he had a problem. There was a problem with Mercury's orbit. The math didn't math. So he figured it out. That's how we get general relativity.
He could have just accepted what he already proposed and then just said, you know what? I'm not even going to look into it.
Go look into what got Sir Isaac Newton to get to invent modern chemistry, modern science as we know it. He was a pure alchemist, and he studied all the ancient books and the Abrahamic faiths and all that stuff as a spiritual seeker while trying to materialize the answers. And he uncovered a lot of amazing mysteries and opened whole new doors. But I don't think that he was expecting everyone to drop the search for the mystery in search for the material.
I get that, like, it inspired modern chemistry, but there's a reason that chemistry abandoned alchemy, because it outlived its purpose. The curiosity was useful to get the conversation started, but it just didn't hold up for making predictions and having I can't talk.
Explanative.
Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Here's the problem.
Yeah, that's why science.
The problem is chemistry.
We've always been saying
alchemy takes a plant.
Coming back to it.
Alchemy takes a plant and tells you the essence of the marijuana plant, right? And you get to experience the essence. Essence. That's the point. That's the alchemy. Science will take the. Let me finish. Science will take the chemical. For example, if you take a plant and you're trying to, let's just say the chacruna leaf, right, which is one of the ingredients in ayahuasca, it's the DMT in the leaf, right? And if you're trying to take the chacruna leaf with the ayahuasca, you're going to experience the essence. You're asking, what is essence? That's my point. Now, if you only take the plant,
what is your?
You have a point.
You can't just say that's my point and not tell me what it is.
Here it comes. And if you take the chacruna leaf and say, I want that DMT of which they're saying is from the essence, and extract only the DMT molecule from that plant, you now have a chemical, which is the foundation of chemistry, right? The difference is you're trying to take the kidney out of a human and trying to look only at the kidney and think you understand what it is to be human. To understand what it is to be human would be the alchemical understand. It does track.
Exactly what chemistry does. Yes.
It tracks completely. You just don't want to fucking hear anytime I talk.
No, it's
because
just
you
retarded.
you interrupt. This is how we talk. You interrupt with some fucking non sequitur out of left field that doesn't even track to what I was saying. And then you forget what you fucking said in the interruption. And we spend the next 4 minutes me tracking and reminding you what you said. Then you deny it.
Yep.
You make a vague allusion to something called essence. We ask you what essence is, and then you say, "That's my point."
Can you give me 20 seconds? Or just I really got to go. My daughters. We're about to watch. Anyway, listen. It's real simple, right? If you see a human, right, I would say the essence of a human would be the soul. I understand you don't believe that. That's fine. That's fine.
But that doesn't tell me anything.
Fucking because you don't believe it. Obviously, I just said that. Relax,
it doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. It's not descriptive.
It does
at all.
It absolutely is. Clay, take care, man.
That's soul is
wants to
essence.
be an
Essence
idiot.
is
Don't
soul.
worry.
It's a circuit.
He doesn't want to actually
I guess
listen
you'll never
to
hear
me.
it from me, buddy. I don't need to drop it the second part. Clay, you can take it from here. Balderson, Ant, everybody. Spin.
Night, brother.
Room.
Have fun with your daughter.
Thank you.
Enjoy the
Thanks,
movie.
guys. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
brother.
do me a favor. Tomorrow, just listen to what I'm saying first, man. Don't fucking. I'm coming on the home field team. Okay, you'll see. I'm not attacking. Like you'll see.
I'm looking forward to it, brother.
All right, guys.
That's my brother.
All right, guys.
See you later, bro. So here's the thing. So when we're talking about the essence, or what Omar's talking about, from my understanding, he's talking about how certain things react in nature. It's not just the chemistry itself, but the causation of chemistry, right? It's when you say chemistry reacts.
That's just more chemistry.
Hold on, shut the fuck up and shut the fuck up for 2 fucking minutes so I can explain it to you. You can't fucking understand it unless you actually hear it or read it. You can actually go read about this shit.
I do understand
If
it.
you don't
I'm just laughing
understand it,
at you
if you don't
trying to
understand
pretend
it,
you understand it.
I'll tell you what, Ant, since you don't understand it and you clearly can't wait long enough to listen, go read about it.
I have read about
Clay?
it. I passed chemistry.
Let me hear about it.
Yeah.
Let me hear about it. Clay.
Can I
Clay.
ask
Clay.
Clay a question?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Why do you have to sit so close to that mic? It looks like you're trying to suck it off like a dick, dude.
No, I mean, like I'm. It's like
not you, Azarun.
He wasn't talking to you, Azvarun.
Hey, Spin.
Azvarun, go ahead now.
What libtard?
You guys let Azvarun.
Why do you have dicks on the brain all the time?
KO Dave. KO Dave. Azvarun, go ahead.
Yeah. Regarding Clay, regarding this, when I asked him about the soul, from his point of view, it was nonsensical, but he said that he has evidence for this. But the problem is that in physics, when they created the theory of gravity, it didn't work at the quantum level. So they created electromagnetism and nuclear physics and strong nuclear physics and weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force and electromagnetism. Now they're trying to come up with some other theory as well. So even the scientists actually don't have answers to all the questions, but they want you to strongly believe in the theories that they come up with. And they keep changing the theories every time. I've noticed this.
Yes, I have too. And look, here's the thing. There's things that have been discovered, right? And you can do this strongly through mathematics, right? So we have the axioms, right? 1 = 1, 2 = 2, A = A, yada, yada. But if it can't be proven mathematically, we really just, it cannot be considered factual, right? That's why we have mathematics, especially when we're talking about the theories behind nuclear physics and especially like gravity and things like. So when we're talking about physics, if we can't prove it mathematically, we cannot put it into action, meaning that there are lives at stake. People's lives are really, really at stake. People have been seriously hurt for the lack of knowledge because it cannot be proven in a lab mathematically before the experiments happen. And that is one of the dangers that why especially nowadays when we have nuclear physics on the table, why it's so important to work these factors out. So when people say, well, I need you to prove how the soul exists, I'm saying to them, well, it's not whether I need to prove how, it's a matter of why, right? And this is why I'm constantly reminding them of that question. When they say how is built into the question of why. If I'm going to do something in physics, I need a reason for it. That's reasoning. That's why. If I'm just saying how to do it, okay, and then I hand it over to the wrong person, things like the little mustache man in Germany happened, right? Because he was not the right advocate for certain activities, and he ended up unaliving a whole lot of people. And the same thing goes with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in my humble opinion, right? So the why question is much more important on the table in these whole conversations. And when they remove the why and say only how, I have a big problem with that. And so philosophically, I'm on that level. And when it comes to the soul specifically, I want to know why the soul exists, because if I can know why the soul exists, then I personally can either live a certain way or not, right? So if I want to live a quote unquote good moral life, I live it a certain way because I know why the soul exists. But if I only say, how does the soul exist? I have no obligation to morality.
Correct. When I asked him that, he was very angry, actually. He got angry with me when I asked him about the soul.
Well,
it was an amazing filibuster of bullshit, Clay.
Part of the anger was us giving the guy shit, as everyone, and he took it out on you. And that was unfair, but it's just how it went. And Spin City News came in with a big 10, and he did it right and put hashtag Vegas to help Sarah get to her big trip to Vegas. We all want to see that. And credit. So I assume that somebody special is going to find a boot in their rear in the near future.
Benjamin?
There isn't. Yes, Asvarun, go ahead. Go ahead, Asvarun.
I need to go. Yeah, I need to go now, so I'll vacate my place. If anyone is at the back, they can come back. They can come, Benjamin. Thank you for tell Sarah that I'm grateful to her for having me on a show. So bye, everyone.
Thank you, Asvarun. We always love it when you stop by.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, brother.
How was that a filibuster for his question, Ant? Do you know the reason?
You just were talking to talk. Like, you didn't say a fucking thing, really.
You know why he asked this question?
I don't even care at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You don't care. So how is it a filibuster?
Because, do you know what a filibuster is, Clay?
Yeah,
You sit there and just talk to run the clock down, which is what you did. Just this long ass gish gallop filibuster to run the clock.
I don't get that.
Because you don't have anything to fucking say. It's just me. You're just wasting time and taking up all the air's time.
Okay. Well, do you have a positive claim to make?
Here's a positive.
We could hear For the Win or KO Dave. They've been sitting back just watching the blood.
Yeah, I just have a question for KO Dave down there.
Ooh, how original. I've never heard that before.
Crispy.
What?
Yeah. Original or extra crispy?
Extra crispy.
That's what I figured. He needs to cool off in the back with his extra crispy shit.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't highlight him for him to go, man.
You're
That's
using your $10 credit to boot KO Dave because he likes.
Yeah, he
yeah. Right. That's 10 minutes in the back.
You can't handle me.
Starting the timer for KO
I wouldn't
Dave.
want. I would never give you the time of day.
We'll see you in 10 minutes, Dave.
In a minute.
Sorry, Dave.
And I enjoy Kay because he does do the thing in a respectful fashion. It's very slow. It puts me to sleep. All that good stuff. I'm just kidding. For the win, do you have anything?
Let me ask you a question. For the win, do you think? I've heard Clay going back and forth and Spin and Omar going back and forth. Where do you think there is a line between science and philosophy or faith? Or do you think there is a line where they need to overlap?
That's a good question, Santa. I mean, isn't that the question we're all kind of asking? I mean, everyone's looking for an answer. So we kind of go to one of those three things in a sense to look for that answer ultimately. And sometimes I think as humans, it pisses us off when we don't have an answer, and that we'll go to whatever length to make an answer be acceptable to some degree. So I caught a little bit about what Dave was saying earlier, and it didn't jive with me. There's some stuff, the science stuff, that just seems like, well, is that the case, or is science being manipulated? Because I tend to think, in my conspiracy brain, that is part of what's happening in science right now. And
recent events seem to make that more likely.
Science always gets the answer it pays for.
Correct. So, like one of the things I think was it with Asvarun asking stuff was he was saying like, yeah, there's evidence of dinosaur bones, but there's no evidence of our ancestors' bones. And that's an interesting concept. I'm like, well, okay, well, how can you have one bone but you can't have the other bone? And I've seen like science museums or museum exhibits of, oh, these are our ancestors from 2,000 years ago or whatever. Like, okay, sure, there's that, but what about that time period? What about that stuff? Like unless if you see stuff and everyone's always asking for proof per se, that's a claim.
You're not going to find proof. You'll find evidence. We've been trying to say all night. Science isn't about proving anything. It's about explaining the evidence the best way possible.
That's weird because when you're trying to make a scientific law, you prove what you're saying over and over and over again. This is part of the cult of scientism.
No, it isn't.
It's
a ridiculous statement.
It's where you guys have faith in things that you can't prove and then pretend like it's different than religious faith.
That is the Church of Scientology.
Again, proof is only something you find in formal logic and mathematics. You don't find it in the natural world. It's just about the evidence and what we can infer from it. We cannot say things are absolutely that thing. We can just infer to the best of our ability what it is and how it works. And as we get better information, that understanding and those models improve.
Scientific laws would like to may equal 2.
Scientific laws would like to differ with what you're saying. But I know you guys don't like them scientific laws.
Which laws, Ben?
The laws for every scientific law.
Which laws, Ben?
For all of them.
Laws? Which
literally every scientific law.
Go through them and show us where we're wrong, Ben. Go through them all and show us where we're wrong, Ben. Go through them all and show us where we're wrong, Ben. Come on, do it. Let's go. Show us where we're wrong.
Scientific laws are proven.
Go through the laws. Go through the laws. Show us in the laws where we're wrong.
Have a conversation, my friend.
Show us in the laws where we're wrong.
This is the part where the scientism guy fucking loses his mind because he can't answer it.
I'm just asking you to actually demonstrate your position. To show us the evidence. Show us something that supports what you're claiming. Because you're claiming something, but you can't explain it. You can't demonstrate it. You're just making claim after claim. You're making claim after claim with no support.
Hold on a minute.
It's just overlapping like a house of cards.
They've been proven.
Hold on, Ant. Let me ask you a question. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Doesn't a scientist have to have an idea?
What do you mean? Everybody has to have ideas, but yeah.
Okay.
I can't explain. What's an idea, Spin?
Well, it's just a weird question. Like,
this is the disingenuous.
Okay, a scientist comes up with an idea to research it, correct?
To develop a hypothesis, yeah.
And then they have to bring their proofism.
Proofism? What's a proofism?
or proof?
No, they have to find supporting evidence.
No, you don't have to have evidence. You don't need proof. Reality doesn't matter.
Okay, evidence and proof. Evidence and proof is the same.
No, they're not.
thing.
They are not the same thing.
Yes, it is. Oh
No,
my
it's not.
God. Yes,
Proof and
it
evidence
is.
are not the same thing.
That's
Okay, so I have to have evidence to get a proofism.
No.
A proofism
What's a
has to
proofism?
be explained.
What is a proof? I don't know what a proofism is. You have to explain what a proofism is.
Ask Howard. He'll explain it all to you.
I don't talk to Coward.
Well, back to Santa, realistically.
Yeah.
Going through all the COVID bullshit and seeing how much bullshit that science had to offer really just made me completely skeptical of all this bullshit. So when they want to claim we got dinosaur bones, well, fuck off. You tried to
Okay, well, there's your proofism that those are dinosaur bones.
But you
hold on, guys.
You
Come on.
accept anything, right? It's
You
like,
guys fight later, please. Now, not only recent history, but if you Google events in the scientific theater, there's been a lot of complaint about research articles, trying to get their p-values up so they can publish. And so you might positively or negatively sort populations or weight populations to help you get to that p-value so that you have that 95th percent confidence interval or whatever you needed to for that paper. On top of that, you might recall there was a paper where the Brognosian or whatever his name is was a practicing scientist. And he wrote a JAG paper to show how easy it was to get published in peer-reviewed journals over total bullshit.
Santa, this is all within social sciences. This is not physics, chemistry, or any of the hard sciences. This is all in the fucking bullshit of like sociology and psychology and whatnot.
Would you consider Scientific American a scientific journal or a social sciences journal?
I don't read it. I'm familiar with it. I've been.
I have, and it went from solid science to social sciences.
Okay. I haven't read it recently. I'll take your word on it, but that doesn't change what I said, right? Those problems that you're outlining were real.
We lost
within the social sciences.
We lost like 20 viewers. Like the numbers are dead. What'd you guys do? You scare everybody away?
Clay started talking.
I need some proofism of that.
Proofism. Evidence and
no,
proof.
Clay, we're good. No, For the Win and I were just having a good dialogue. Maybe it was the time. Maybe I'm boring.
You got a 10-minute.
Oh, how long's this timer been on? Anybody set one?
Yeah, he's got a minute and a half left right now.
Oh, very nice.
Damn it.
But with these discussions, I think there is some unintentional talking past each other. Like, Ant was saying there is evidence for a hypothesis. You really wouldn't hear in research anyone saying that proves anything because that's just not how it works.
I never said that.
Right.
I do not make claims that science proves anything.
Right, I know.
You didn't hear me.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Man, come on. I just said what you said.
Okay, I apologize. I misheard you.
Okay, that happens. But, maybe is Mercury in retrograde, even though I'm not sure what I feel about that. But it's been a tough one, Sarah. Ant's tearing off my leg. Clay's making sense.
Clay is not making sense.
I mean, 6,000 years.
You're smoking
Clay is on his time of the month right now. He gets one day a month where he's like off the wall, and you're just like, Clay, come back to earth, bro. Come back. Come back.
But, For the Win was really breaking it down how the business of science, capital dollar sign in the beginning, has really eroded the trust of a lot of people. And I'd say a lot of different populations of people where they're just over and over again, the dollar sign is the only sign that mattered.
And to that point, Santa, like the dude's got a PhD, right? Well, great. You went to school, you went under somebody, and you got that PhD under that place. Well, that place is still under the same system that's controlling humanity ultimately. So that's why I have a hard time believing, in any of it, and like I said from the get-go is that, we as human beings are always looking for an answer. And if we can't find an answer, we're going to find an acceptable answer that we can live with, kind of a thing. So I'm okay with just simply not having an answer. I mean, does it really change my life if we find bones dug up tomorrow? No, it doesn't. We're living here right now. Like, that doesn't matter to me.
But how do we judge both by the same standards when they're totally different things?
Well, I guess that's when, going forward into the future and stuff, there will be things that show that ultimately.
Yeah.
To prove one way or another, kind of a thing. I mean, I don't have an answer for you, so I'm not going to, sit here and debate that otherwise. So.
Sure. Like even with the abiogenesis or creation, I like to say turtles all the way down. Somebody, I think it was Bones, was accurately calling it an infinite regress. I mean, some of these things, they're just not within our purview right now to resolve.
Well, abiogenesis is firmly in hypothesis territory. There's not even like a solid theory behind it right now. So that is to me, that just represents a genuine frontier for new study. Like,
Sarah, you're making me hungry.
It doesn't push me towards some alternative explanation.
Oh, you know what?
I would agree with that.
Hold on. You guys failed the fucking goal.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
It's Spin's fault.
No, it's 11:11. Someone make a wish.
It's actually 12:11.
I wish that Sarah would forgive the goal and give me my credit so I can
I'm
count
not
money.
nice. Oh.
It's 9/11 where I'm at.
Spaghetti.
Sorry, spaghetti. It's the gauntlet. It's after hours. I'm allowed to be sloppy. But yeah, thank you, PhD Tony. It's funny because I had been checking out your channel. I think a few times before, trying to find how to message you. So I'm glad you hit us in the Discord. Thank you so much. We'd definitely love to have you on for the debates are a lot more. What word would I use? Because this is after hours. The debates are a lot more
structured,
civilized.
Yeah. Civilized. That's an excellent word. But unfortunately, you caught us towards the tail end as we started to enter into the gauntlet mode, which they all know I grant them permission to be buttheads, but I'm glad you popped by. We'd love to have you on for some more. Feel free to reach out.
I like
that. You wish upon a star.
Well, all right. We failed the goal. I'm not exactly mad, right? Because tonight was super fun. How about...
Hi, Elf.
What?
The elf is saying hi.
Oh, I thought that was Santa's hand. Oh, my little sweetheart, darling. All right. How about I let you go till midnight?
Midnight.
So that's
hang out.
You guys have been extra generous this evening, so I'm not really mad.
Sarah,
right?
What the hell are you eating?
Spaghetti.
Oh, I couldn't see it.
I was trying to not be in your face.
Cannibalism.
I'll give you to midnight. That's 45 minutes. Okay.
Awesome.
Unless we'll shut down at midnight, or one big fat red dono keeps us going after that. How's that? I think that's awesome. Fair. Yeah. No, it's been a very generous night from the audience and everything, and I have no reason to be like, fuck you guys. So let's do it. I'll set the dono goal for 45 minutes.
Good, you guys can go ahead.
So do I get to ask Clay?
Somebody, I think it was Clay that was talking about the why, right? Why is the why? Why do we have to have the why or something like that? And I was actually, while I was listening to your little rant there, why do we need to know, right? And I guess you need to know either whether God exists or whether, I don't know, we came from fish or bananas or monkey. I don't fucking know at this rate. I don't know what we haven't come from, right? The way everyone's like, well, you got this is the same as a potato, but this is the same as a this, which
we haven't come from rocks.
Well, it actually makes me think if Ben said, because Ben, you said like we've come from all of these different other living things, correct? Like 50, I think you said 50%.
We're 50% banana.
You're muted.
But those are just instructions in order to make proteins.
We're 50% bananas. We're all bananas, but we're 50% bananas.
50 to 60% banana even. That's the whole thing. There's only so many materials on this plane for us to actually get life. And so weirdly, we start mimicking each other because we all are made out of the same pieces.
Which makes me, it leads me to my next thought process, though. Maybe that does show we all actually come from one singular thing.
Yes.
Right? And it's just mixed and mingled and did its own thing along the way, which inevitably could lead down the path of Clay. Where am I going with this?
Of why don't we just act like dogs, or why don't we just act like
no, you're so fucking far off.
Okay, because that's where I would go with it. That's where I
Clay. God, Clay.
You set him up.
Once I set him up for it was a free layup shot. If we all inevitably came from one singular thing, right?
Right.
To me, that means God has
tried to give you the alley-oop, Clay. You kicked her in the face instead of grabbing the alley-oop.
God has some type of hand in that, which means he would have that one singular thing that he puts in common for all of us.
Well, that was
God created
looking at it from
Luca.
the Socratic point. Sorry.
White man can't jump. We get it. No
I was
point
looking
in
You're saying God created Luca, last universal common ancestor.
I was looking at it from the Socratic point versus just making a claim. Right. So the Socratic point would continue to ask certain questions, which is, okay, yes, I believe it's God, but why do I not act like a fish? Why do I call myself a human being and separate myself out from the animals and the bananas and all that?
Well,
and it's why do you do that? Because you are an animal.
If you want.
I'm not an animal. What are you talking about?
You are an animal.
You're an animal.
You're a great ape.
I'm a human.
You're not just an ape, Clay. You're a great ape.
Gene Spliced, I like this name. Gene Spliced sent 15 over on the Buy Me a Coffee app and said, have a few. I absolutely will. Thank you so kindly. We love coffee. Remember, put hashtag Vegas in everything, guys, for fuck's sake. Tom is trying to give me money, and you're not letting him. What is wrong with you people?
We did remind them while they were gone.
Sarah, yes. The obvious answer to me would be the singularity or God, because ultimately we still don't know, right?
Why can't two things be true at the same time?
I agree with that too, yes.
We cannot know the ultimate cause of all things and also at the same time know that evolution is true. These are compatible.
You have to prove evolution.
We have. Well,
and it's a theory, and the reason it's a theory is because it's not provable. Why do you?
Here we have proof again. Jesus.
What if God?
I know that damn fucking tricky proof. Things like the second law of
proof doesn't
thermodynamics.
apply to natural science. We look at evidence. We
don't need to know reality.
Proofs are found in
not proofs.
Proofs are found in mathematics.
Exactly.
That's right.
Explain to me.
Proofs are found in replication.
No.
Can someone explain to me why the prompt was wrong for the opponent I picked? Why did I fuck that one up? Like where?
Because he didn't say evolution wasn't a thing. He was in agreement that evolution happens and is true.
He didn't understand what evolution was.
Yeah, he was looking at it in a much broader context.
But hold on. Like, why would anyone debate whether evolution, the mechanisms, what Craig was talking about, why would anybody debate whether the mechanisms are false or true? Like, why would anybody oppose that?
What happened
that's why
if Craig brought in mechanism that don't include jumping species. The problem, where the entire argument was where species jumping happens. The other guy was agreeing with adaptation, genetic mutation. It's where this thing becomes another whole thing. When did my cat become a fucking gerbil, or vice versa? Like this is where the problem
Micro
is.
versus macro.
And so he took and he would explain the micro and then drag the macro into it. Like, see, because this thing I said is true, this thing I said is true.
And you don't need to know why. And you don't need to know why. You don't need a proof. Yeah. You just accept it. So that's where I was saying
grossly misrepresenting things.
Well,
really,
no,
that's perfectly representing things.
No, you're not. You're actually lying.
Look, what I said, and then Ben followed it up on, was that you are saying the micro things, but not including the macro things, and just saying you can just believe me, bro. Right? All of the other things past.
He didn't try to do.
You can't even tell me the threshold between micro and macro.
You wouldn't
hold on. Can you guys?
I don't need to prove it. You're the positive.
Hold on, guys. I asked the question. I would like you to explain it to me instead of arguing with each other. Santa, please.
Well, I think primarily they did agree at one point that one was thinking of the prime mover or the beginning of the origin. So where creation is creation, there wasn't evolution to get to us. And then the other parts about evolution, I would agree that part of that was misstated at least once. And so the rabbi was thinking that why would you even be talking about evolution when I have the proof of all of this? And then Craig was seeing it from the other perspective without a deity.
Israel thought that you cannot have evolution without abiogenesis, even though that's not actually true. Evolutionary biologists, some do accept a faith-based creation, right? I'm not going to speak for them.
There would definitely have to be abiogenesis because something had to be the first life.
Well, okay,
somehow.
Sure, but
so there's
is it chemical or divine? Ben, I agree, but it's just a question of was it chemical or divine?
Well, I would try to explain it to you, but Ant's going to talk for me if I tried to.
Hold on. All right. Go ahead, Ant.
We're done.
Oh.
But we did branch out from that, though. I mean, is evolution true? I mean, as Craig, I guess it was, read it, I can see how we read it that way. I think the assumption
here's a thought.
That it had to do with a deity.
Well, here's a thought, right? What is evolution, right? It's change over time. Yes, it doesn't matter what we're talking about, right? That's always going to describe what an evolution is, right? So, do things change? That is obviously true. So, evolution is just true by default.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the debate there then?
Right.
I don't know. Like I said, like, why are we debating whether the wheel turns or not on a car?
The debate is whether it changed into another species. Like most recently, like in CRISPR, they took those gray wolves and they made dire wolves. No, they didn't make a dire wolf. A dire wolf is a gray wolf. It's just got different genetic markers turned on and off. And so all the genetics are still in that gray wolf. It's just adapted over thousands and thousands of years. And those markers, if they turn them back on, suddenly it goes back to the way it used to be.
There is fake though.
Where the problem comes in
how that works.
is that never actually turns from one species into another. They can't prove that.
Right. So, and that's where I think that's where I was asking, like, how do you go from point B to point X and determine that is point B to point X?
Whole lot of guessing.
I just need to point out that, like, nowhere when you're learning biology in university, nowhere does anyone mention microevolution or macroevolution. Like, that's not like a thing in the science of evolution. I don't know where this idea comes from.
universities are shit. We all know that.
Go ahead, Santa.
What can be called adaptation and adaptation within a species. But for true genetic shifts to differentiate species, there's usually a change in the environment. So the island splits apart. They do something geographically that's different. Different predators come into the area. They face different biological challenges. And sometimes just crazy shit happens. But as far as going from X to B, they do make some assumptions in there. Now there are a lot of trailing or suggestive, but they're still looking perhaps at only the jawbone and then creating the rest of the model that fits the hypothesis. It's not always just we have the full skeletal or the hemisphere or whatever. There is still some conjecture.
But even Craig couldn't answer when I said, well, where's it? Can you repeat this? Where does it start? Like,
That's
assuming we could repeat the process, but if you don't know where it starts, then how do you know it even started to begin with? How do you know that these things aren't just
it can't be reproducible on the scale of species. I mean, when I was learning biology and taking those classes, differentiation within a species, the hair on a dog changes, cat might do some cool stuff. But to get an actual species, you're talking tens and tens of thousands of years, usually with an environmental change that creates some kind of rift.
Right, but how do you prove that was evolution and not maybe some I don't know, mating with something else? Or I don't know.
Well, in the beginning, it was Darwin and Wallace. It was two different people working independently that came to roughly the same conclusions. And both of them were traveling. Like Darwin, for example, was going around the world on the Beagle, and he kept seeing these species that were so close to something else. And then maybe Ant or somebody else can fill in the gaps of how they knew the biological drift. But they were so close. Like somebody had mentioned during the thing about the tilt or hook on a bird's beak. Well, that has to do with the food resources, and it wouldn't begin out. That wouldn't immediately jump to another species. That's variation within that species. But if they no longer live together and continue to adapt to their local situations, eventually they will become different species.
That's where it becomes the jump. That last part that he very casually explained is where the jump, because there's no proof for that jump. This is why I kept trying to pin him down and say, okay, we have a common ancestor, name it. Because we have a common ancestor. You have all these
somewhere.
You have all these proofisms. So show me the branch. This became this, this became this. We have fossil records of all of these things where this became this. They don't have that shit. And then they pretend like they're not faith-based.
No, we do have all of that shit. You just
you don't.
You refuse to acknowledge that we do.
And who is the fucking ancestor that makes it that we share between a bat and a human? Who is it, Dave?
I don't know.
Weird.
That would be a marsupial.
Like a motherfucker. That is any Christian out there. I don't know, but definitely it's what I just said. But it's not faith. Not faith.
Well, what I find fascinating even further back,
because I understand how evolution works, so it kind of follows that since evolution has been supported by evidence, then
Clay understands how God works. You don't have evidence; you have leaps of conclusion, and a whole bunch of them. Because you can't even make one of those connections, much less because if you look up,
you can continue to assert that those connections can't be made.
The human thing. We both are descended from some possible prairie shrew. So you can't make the leap between either of those things to a human or a bat.
It's like here it's like this. This is how I'm looking at it. This is how I'm looking at it. Sorry, Clay. I took an apple, I took a banana, a pear, some strawberries, some blueberries, and all of these different fruits, and even some fucking vegetables. And then I even took a piece of chicken and I threw it all in a bowl. Right? And I put that bowl in the blender and I mix all that shit up and out comes sloppy goop. Right? And then I look at you and I say, hey, I'd like you to understand that this sloppy goop is chicken and blueberries and broccoli and cherries and whatever and blah, 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 blah. And I look at you and I say, can you figure out which one's which? Like, that's how I'm interpreting this information, because you're saying, oh, well, all of these things are coming from this and coming from that. And it's like, well, what point is it? Can we unblend it? Right? How much, once you mix it in and things are like too overlapping, I can't unblend it, and I can't point back to say, oh yeah, we're actually related to the banana right here. Here's the spot where we like somehow it mutated from point A to point B to point C. But it just all sounds like mixed up mumble jump bullshit. And it's like they're just pulling this thing from this and this thing from that and this thing from that and saying, we'll see, like we're all connected. It's like, okay, well, God, right? It's the same fucking thing.
Can I try and explain it?
No, yes.
Oh. Okay.
All right, I have to go to bed. I am going to conk out here.
Good night, Gay.
Sorry, I have to leave you on your own.
I'm glad you came up. I always enjoy your.
Yeah, it's fine. He can handle his own. He's only got like 30 more minutes to hash this out and be yelled at, unless somebody hits the dono.
Somebody hit the dono, damn it.
Make pants suffer.
Yeah. Make pants suffer. All right.
Wow.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
Kay. But yeah, go ahead, Ant.
So think of it like this, right? Life starts, and we start getting to where it can replicate and has heritable traits. That would be like the sprout of a new bush, okay? Coming up. We call that the Luca, last universal common ancestor. And it was probably just, what it was probably just everything needed for a cell to be alive, okay, essentially. All those mechanisms and structures that we see in a cellular organism, the very basics of it are going to be in that initial organism. From there, that's where it starts getting complicated, and that's where it starts branching off. And much like a bush, and little branches, they go off into other little branches and other more little branches. Nothing ever goes back towards the main branch. This is always going outwards. Like, you can't go back from mammals to whatever was before mammals. Okay, you're always going forward, and you never can leave your clade, right? We are always going to be apes, no matter what we evolve into in the future. Our ancestors, our descendants, will still be apes. Just
I want to be a mermaid.
Yeah, we were all fish, though.
Hey.
So yeah, we are.
No, there's a certain amount of faith in that as well. I mean, there is not the fossil record going all the way down. It's just not true.
It's trust, not faith.
I look at it this way,
Okay.
Ant. Like, for instance, genetics. Like, and I know this is not, genetics are not necessarily evolution in terms of the same concept.
Right.
But here's how I'm.
That's a huge part of the evolution.
Well, what I'm saying though is what I'm about to explain. If I had a family tree, okay, and everybody is a blonde hair, and you look at the family tree, and every little branch goes off it, and then a redhead marries. And then a redhead marries into the family. I can pinpoint exactly where the redhead part of that family tree comes from and why it was introduced into that bloodline and where it goes. And so any redhead that comes out of that, I can pinpoint that exact genetic marker and where it started, right? In terms of if I look at the family tree and everybody has a colored picture, this is my assumption, right? But my understanding is of this evolution concept, nobody can pinpoint when we changed something or something maneuvered or something went different and what it was before and why it changed or how it changed.
Actually, that's not completely accurate. Like, the fossil record for whales is remarkably complete. It's one of the most complete ones we have, and it shows the full transition from ground living animal, I forget what it was called, all the way up to the gigantic sea creatures we see today.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It's still
Hold on. I got it right here.
Still missing the same gaps.
I got it right here.
I gotta look at this. The whales started on land.
Yeah, there are vestigial parts of the body that are associated with walking mammals.
Or maybe the water was just more shallow.
Maybe they didn't have as many predators.
That's like there's a fish that walks on the bottom.
Yeah,
you
for
know?
fish. They'll walk right out of the water and go into the mud.
Their distant ancestors were small, dog-sized, four-legged land mammals and gradually adapted to marine lifestyle over roughly 15 million years. Although I will say, I swear, like dogs and what are those, sea lions? I swear they're connected. Don't tell me they're not, because my dogs look at me, and especially Artemis, because she's like she's like my little fat land whale. Right, and she looks at me, and I'm like, "You look straight up like laying there, all like bleh."
They're both mammals, but I don't know how related they are.
I'm telling you, they cute and they sound the same. Why wouldn't they be the same? They sound the same.
You're talking about otters. Sea lions. Sea lions are way bigger and way louder
and meaner.
Way meaner.
Like salt.
Sea lions. I don't know.
You don't want to go fuck with the sea lions. They will come after you. They are
Which? No, it's sea lions that I'm thinking about. Yeah, look at their funny little. They look like dogs. They look like wet dogs. And their cute little faces.
They're mean as shit.
That's all right. Some dogs are mean as shit too. Maybe they just need to be petted. They need a white lady to come pet them and take them home and rescue them.
I've seen that. I've seen how that works out. I've seen how that works out at Yellowstone. I've seen how that works out at Yellowstone. Lots of the white ladies going to pet them buffaloes.
Is it a seal I'm thinking of?
Yes, it is. It's a seal.
Maybe,
I said otter. I meant seal.
Seal.
Because sea lions are huge, and they don't sound like seals.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's seals then. Whatever. Yeah, look at that face. How can you tell me that doesn't look like a wet dog?
Seals are cool. Sea lions, not cool. It's kind of like an alpaca in a fucking llama. An alpaca is 150 pounds and will spit at you and do this little faggy sideways kick. And oh, my bad. And the llamas, they are 450 pounds and will kick your ass.
Can't take you anywhere, Ben.
So do you know that there's a missing link for this one as well?
Yeah, always.
Is there missing?
What's the earliest one? What's the earliest fossil?
For what, the whale?
For the whale. Yeah, what's the earliest one before the whale?
About 50 million years ago, early whale ancestors like Pakicetus lived on land but frequently waded into the shallow waters. Oh, see, I was right. See, I even said, like, I'll bet their short legs. They probably were in smaller, like, water areas.
God of the gaps, right? So now
it's not God of the gaps.
Waves,
what are you talking about?
Earbones designed for underwater hearing.
What's the missing one?
You tell me. What is missing?
There is a missing
It could be. I'm not going to say you're not going to find gaps. I'm just saying it's very complete. It shows us a pretty clear picture
not complete.
of their
You're
not going to get every single
if?
transitional species.
50 million years ago was yesterday, y'all.
No, I said it's the most complete.
Hold on. Didn't everything start from like a bacteria or some shit?
Yes.
Amoeba.
Primordial soup.
Okay.
Amoeba.
What if?
Yeah.
There
Some
was a
simple prokaryote. Yeah.
This is like way easier than we need it to be. What if that bacteria that probably was floating around at the bottom of the sea or whatever made its way to the surface level, got up, and then created, a walking whale, right? And then that same similar bacteria that was floating around in the water about 2 million years later made its way up to the top. And of course, it emerged with different things that were tacking in on it, right? And then that made it. And then maybe the walking whales went extinct at that time because they're like, fuck this shit, right? And then the other little bacteria made its way right at the same time, and they became whatever or maybe they just took longer to emerge, and because it took longer, they had other things already coming into play. Maybe it's not some crazy gap or we're related to monkeys. Maybe that bacteria, just by the time it made it to the surface, had other things going for it. And it took a little longer for it to, like sperm. Like sperm. Think about like sperm. We're all just talking like, okay, that sperm that makes it to the egg first, right, is the winner chicken dinner, and then they gotta, do its thing and create something bigger. But what if, like, those are the bacteria in the bottom of the ocean kind of operate the same? It's just not your turn yet, buddy. You didn't hit the egg, right?
No, because we don't go from prokaryotes to like very complex, large organisms in one step. Like it's a very.
But maybe some did all the bacteria just come out on the same day and make all this shit? No.
Well, there's the Cambrian explosion.
Well, Sarah, there's another thing to bring into this, and it's part of what you said. Some of the bacteria may have absorbed other bacteria, and they took on functions within the cell. There's an author, Nick Wayne, I'm pretty sure he's a PhD as well, and he said there's evidence for the, I believe it's the ribosome, having been absorbed by a eukaryotic bacteria, and they started forming in more complex organelles along the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why do we have to make this hard?
I don't
know. Everybody wants to be right.
Why can't we just say, okay, well, that one just so happened to merge a little sooner than that one, and that one hit these 4 things along the way to the surface. So when it did, it picked up this other shit. And then, seals and dogs also happen to hit the same thing at the same time that makes them go, arf, 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 and have those cute little noses and whiskers. And poof, seals look like dogs kind of in the face, right? I mean, this really can't be that big of an explanation.
Right. I think a lot of the wall happens when somebody says that because you don't agree with their explanation, that now you're an idiot or you're wrong. So what happens is like what Ant's doing, saying, no, that's completely wrong. It can't possibly have happened that way. That's where the wall comes in my opinion.
Yeah. And then they explain to you the basic evolution that all of us learned in school.
I think what you said is possible, Sarah.
I'm just saying it doesn't all happen to have to happen at the same time. Things could have been slowly making its way to the surface, and then we have all the comments and shit fucking other shit up, which makes other things come to the surface level and picks up other things along the way. I don't know.
That doesn't match what we've seen though. Like it's not every species just came directly out of the ocean.
Well, maybe that bacteria went and grew on the side of Clay's forehead.
But what supports that?
So Clay is kind of like God, or like kind of like the Titan Earth.
Well,
little creatures on the side of Clay's forehead. They're like, the mighty Clay.
You already said that, like, everybody agreed that everything has like 50% in common, right? Of some sort or some kind of thing.
That depends on what you're measuring.
Most things share pretty high amounts.
There is AU in your body that's gold. There's literally gold in your body.
Yeah, there was only so many materials on that make a living thing, and so most of us share a very high percentage of genetics.
Even if it was down to 10%, right? I can grant that. But if we all have one singular common denominator, you need to be looking at what that common denominator and saying, where did that fucking thing come from? And I'm going to go explore
so you're joining the cult of hydrogen.
Of what?
The cult of hydrogen.
Maybe
with hydrogen.
Bubble, something farted and that bubble went up to the top and made its way somewhere else. I don't know.
There's an actual cult of hydrogen, because the way the atomic elements chart works is everything's measured on the number of protons that it has in its nucleus, and it's assumed that if it's a stable element, it'll have the same number of electrons. So hydrogen is number 1. Now to jump from hydrogen to helium, you just add a proton. And actually the way they even degenerate, sometimes they go backwards, sometimes they go forwards. It's very interesting, but everything builds off of just one. So this was your one starting point, and then everything goes from there. and you look at the human body, or any living thing, the three things that it absolutely has to have is carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen.
And according to the Big Bang Theory, from my understanding, it was all just a big soup of not even protons in the beginning. Not even protons. It was basically just a big soup.
No, it was protons.
Electromagnetic wavelength. If I'm understanding that correctly, like it's like there was super hot and it's photons, that came first, and then like it was like everything exploded like within seconds, and then when it exploded in seconds, it expanded, which is actually, by the way, if I'm going off of a 6-day model, 6 days is, from my understanding, a whole lot longer than like seconds. So your universe got created with everything and all that in it within seconds, whereas mine was a 6-day model, which is really crazy because mine
you're misunderstanding how it works. It started expanding right of way, but it did not expand what we see now in seconds.
Even at that, though, what is the relevance of time according to God? How long is time for him? When you say 6 days, sorry, I've been really trying to like hold my coughs so hard. What is 6 days according to God? Is it a century? Is it really 1 day for us? Is it comparative? Do we understand how to measure that according to him? I think the answer is no. So if the Bible says 6 days, I mean, that's still up for interpretation in terms of.
Sure, but what I was trying to get at is the observable universe we see today. How far it's expanded up to today has happened over a course of around 13 billion years. It didn't take seconds. It took billions of years.
Maybe that's 6 days for God.
Perhaps it is.
But the thing too for me is like you're saying it is, but you don't know. It's a theory.
So what? It's a well-tested theory. It's been rigorously tested, and we keep coming up with a pretty close figure of about 13.8 billion years from the age of the universe. So if you've got a better figure, please do show us how you derived it, and we'll run with that.
What the fuck? Don't ask questions if you don't want answers.
I didn't answer.
So what? You asked the question. So what? You're interested in my answer or not?
Not really.
Exactly.
I'm really interested in most of what comes out of your mouth, to be honest.
It's kind of pointless to have a conversation with you anymore, dude.
I agree.
Well, and Miss Sarah, there can be multiple theories at the same time. Even within science, it's very common for there to be multiple theories. One only needs to consider string theory. There are millions of theories even within string theory.
What is string theory?
String theory is basically small subatomic particles are vibrating and they're instantiated in what we observe potentially or most commonly as particles.
It's a bit of a controversial field of quantum physics.
Say that again?
Sorry.
That's a really high level view, but you know the vibration is what the different rates of vibration and the size of vibration are instantiated as molecules and what we're observing. Below that, there's subatomic particles, which are radiating potentials, and they are oscillating at different frequencies as well. So
and we are different frequencies.
Yes.
Oh, that's actually believable. I mean, have you ever listened to one of those little bell chime things that you play with, what it does to your brain?
Yeah. We are giant batteries.
I heard a theory that your heart is an energy, not a muscle, and to think of that as like a battery, and it changes the entire dynamics of your body if you think of it that way. I forget the whole theory behind it, but
when you look at it, the heart basically has two components it's operating off of, and that's iron and copper, which when you play them off of each other, this is how every basic generator in anything is made. And the idea that the heart is hydraulically pumping that blood, the amount of miles of fucking veins and arteries in your body, the head pressure that would be caused by mechanical pumping like that would blow your freaking whole body apart. So there's definitely other forces in action in the whole mechanism of pumping things through your body. And one of them's the interplay between the iron and the copper.
So what are they measuring with a blood pressure cuff?
You're measuring the blood within that blood vessel. The blood pressure.
You measure what? But what are you measuring? You're measuring the blood. But what attribute are you measuring?
You're trying to do some kind
I've answered your question. You keep talking over me.
He's trying to do a gotcha.
So like you can have a vein that's like this big, but your blood is only flowing to like fill this much space, right? That's like low blood pressure.
Not only is that true, but they constrict and they relax.
This is why if you put your fingers on your temples and you hold, you're putting a constriction down, right? And it starts to build up blood flow behind that. And this is how you get rid of headaches, because when you release it, it's like when you squeeze a hose and then release it. And so what it does is if there's anything that's causing that headache, like a little restriction somewhere else, that flow, that sudden surge will push it through tentatively and allow your headache to release, because that's all a headache is just your blood pressure. There's a constriction typically somewhere, a basic headache at least.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with nitrous oxide. A lot of it has to do with AGEs. It's very complex how it all works together. But in another belief thing, similar to Ben's, that the heart is actually radiating out electrical fields. And
right, that's why I'm talking about the generator, the way they're with each other, and it creates the field. That's what's creating that whole field.
Which is why you can electrocute your heart back to working again.
Well, that's
it's like
stimulating the nerves.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it?
Yep.
Well, they got my heart to get going again. I can tell you it works. Now, one of the things that's interesting about cardiac muscle as compared to all others or all other tissues is the heart muscles start constricting on their own before the neuron spaces are connected. There's no connection to the brain when the cells start pulsing.
And also understand that the heart isn't a muscle like when you look at it the way you imagine it is, like where it's one solid object. Actually, the heart is, you can unspin it, and it's like a vortex of layered muscle.
Really?
And, it's not one big bulk. It's actually you can unroll it into a line.
Well, the doctor explained it to me like a wringing out a towel.
Yeah.
That would explain the frequency then, because doesn't frequency work in waves? So it's like sending a like a beam outward.
It's connected with time too. So like when you're traveling through space-time, it's literally a forward spiral motion.
Yes, time drives events.
Well, what space-time field is that in? It's only in one of them, Clay, where they have the light cones. It starts with M, I forget. But yeah, I mean, we're energetic bodies. I mean, there's a lot of anecdotal, not considered necessarily scientific by everybody, but thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of anecdotal evidences for people getting something from grounding, for example, putting their bare feet on the ground. There's, where I'm from in the South, a mother's intuition is a real thing. We don't laugh at it and say it's stupid. We just go, okay, not sure exactly what's going on there. But, moms seem to have that extra sense.
Well, because we create, like with our children, we created that heart. We created that thing. Like we just fucking know. Don't question me. I just fucking know something's wrong.
Oh wait, I was Gen X. Sorry, you can't do that.
The sixth sense or whatever. It's a fact.
Yeah, there's something there, and some I've heard people, say, well, maybe it's an entanglement. I mean, who's really to know? Because when it comes to a fetus, they are definitely sharing the same blood system with mom, and to a degree, there's the same electrical things. They feel the same hormones. They are with mom.
Well, think about it this way, though. If I created that frequency, that frequency is always beaming back, because I don't physically hear it, but I hear that frequency. That's my frequency. It's my self-made frequency. Like, it's the song that I wrote that I could hear anywhere. All I need is just one beat, right? To hear my song that I created. So with the frequency, twins, yes.
The doctor told me that was tinnitus.
Doctor lied to you.
Oh goodness, yeah, no, isn't that a beautiful thing? I really like this frequency theory way more than anything, because it's beautiful.
Well, that's have you heard the one about with the babies, how they get the oxytocin? There's been more and more research about skin-to-skin contact, especially heart-to-heart contact, to raise the oxytocin, or the bonding hormone that both mom and baby produce. I mean, it gives a lot of evidence for,
because your frequencies are like literally touching, and it's the closest they'll ever be. So,
have you ever heard?
Oh, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a Royal Rife machine? Yeah, it's all based on frequency and everything. I have an old one a customer gave me, and I got everything but the AC adapter. And finding an AC adapter for that thing is a pain in the ass. But it's all based on Tesla work and everything. It's got coils inside of it and everything. And it came with a book where you tell me.
This sounds like Scientology.
No, it's not. It's based on harmonics and frequency and everything. And literally, it came with like a giant book where you tell me an ailment, and it tells you what frequency to use to take that ailment.
But this is why I'm a firm believer that music can change the world, literally. And this is why, especially if I have a strong theory that if a singer has emotions built into the song that they created, like they feel it and they push that feeling outward as they're singing it. And these are the songs that like get you in the heart, and you're like, oh yeah, I feel this, right? Because you fucking feel it. And this is why even angry music makes you like want to fucking rage, and like rap music makes you like retarded.
Have you ever seen Joe Cocker on stage?
I don't even know who that is.
With a little help from my friends, that guy, and he's up there. That guy.
Let me tie this back to what Sint was saying, right? With string theory, if everything's vibrations and music is vibration, then truly, can we build this city on rock and roll?
Yes.
Also, and I know.
Think about this though. Think about this. With generations, the more thug level and cringy our music gets, the worse society seems to become. There's a reason for it.
Wow.
Kids who grow up on like crappy rap music and I'll pop a cap in your mama's ass kind of shit typically do what? Bad, right? They don't survive. They don't thrive. They don't do well. They end up going into prison and so on and so forth. And this would tie back to the prison theory, Ben, of the privately owned prisons owned by record labels, and what kind of music do they want to put out? Thug hood shit. And then guess what? Guess who ends up rating that prison system? Their biggest fans. I
remember when that era started, because before that, rap was like Tone Loc and fucking Young MC and fucking DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, and it was all kind of goofy and upbeat. And then literally it jumped to
NWA.
Two Live Crew came before NWA. It jumped to Two Live Crew, and that was explicit sex. Like you never heard something like that before. And then it jumped to Eazy-E and fucking NWA days, where all of a sudden it was all nothing but drugs, violence, having cheap sex, and it washed across the entire culture.
I want to point out, while I agree with that the message needed to get out, at some point the message is out and it needs to just like be done with, right? Like, I agree that we should now be aware that this type of thing is happening in the hood and all that, but we do now. And at some point it turned to WAP.
Well, Number one, you have less than 3 minutes to get in one big fat red dono goal. And now I fucking enjoying the conversation. So somebody send 100 bones so we can keep on going. If not, we'll move into shutdown. You got less than 2 minutes. But this is why they also say when you play like orchestrated music in on pregnant women to play for the babies, or if the mother is stressed, typically the baby comes out very stressed and more issues ensue, so on and so forth. There's a reason why you want the mother to be incredibly calm during her pregnancy and not be stressed the fuck out. I think frequencies play a very vital role in who you are, who you become, and what happens to you. Mind, body, and spirit. I think it's all tied together. And I think that we should probably invest in this theory a little stronger.
I agree. Music.
Yeah, they have experiments on plants where they show different types of music and whether they're beneficial or negative to plant growth. And it's very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Studies about it. And classical music tends to... What's up, Tony Coriolis? Classical music tends to be beneficial to growth.
Yes. Yeah, but that's coming from an instrument that's putting on vibrations that are purposefully like
I want to point something.
how do we know tones are sounding nice? Like an A chord and a C chord, and how do we know that these things sound nice? Well,
that's cymatic. That's where you get into cymatics. This is where some people talk about like 440 is where music used to be, and when you play 440 cymatically and put it down on something cymatically so you can see it, it will make a perfect geometric shape with sharp, crisp lines. And then now they changed it to, what is it, 448 now? 432 is the good one, and now everything's at 440, and cymatically all of a sudden everything's out of focus and it's out of picture, where 432 it made a perfect geometric shape.
I also want to point out that this actually, the question came up earlier about the soul and evidence for the soul, right? Now, even if I get rid of the idea of the Christian version of the soul, right? Isn't just the proof of feeling, the feelings that you get, the way that you operate, the things that you do when you listen to certain music, isn't that pretty much a proof right there, or evidence for the soul?
Well, it might be sufficient evidence for you. One of the things about the scientific method is they want the reproducibility so that you aren't influencing the observation.
I like that.
But
hold on though. How can you expect to be able to repeat the same pattern of individual souls and what we feel from something?
I don't think it can.
Right? But that's what makes us. That's what makes us individuals.
Yeah. Look. Emotions,
I wouldn't want somebody to be able to repeat the same exact feelings as myself on something, right? Because they're my own.
But how many emotions are there that human beings can experience? There's only a few, really, right?
So it's being described, you could also attribute to consciousness and preference.
Sure. And then arguing back the other way, I've mentioned it before and it was not well received, but the God helmet, where they were able to put magnetic fields over the cap around the back of the head, and people had spiritual experiences. So, I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to whatever your nature really is. I think there's evidence for both.
So
I think that there's clear evidence.
I'm asking to see the evidence for the other side.
Shaman was actually pointing this out when he was talking about the DMT stuff and the mushrooms and all of that stuff. That works on vibrations. Even marijuana works on vibrations.
Hallucinations. Those are psychoactive substances.
The substance works. The brain obviously works on vibrations as well. That's
Are you slowing your vibrations down?
Electrochemical reactions.
Chemicals work on vibrations.
Some psychedelics actually do slow down brain. They were expecting it to speed up, but they were surprised.
Caffeine.
Some psychedelics I couldn't tell you which ones.
Like I said, it all depends on the psychedelic. Some of them it
Yeah.
slows it down, some it speeds it up quite a bit.
Yeah, the chemicals themselves are reacting, so that's the vibrations happening, right? And in fact, that's literally the both nuclear forces in action too. By the way,
I mean, how can the
Strong
sound
is getting involved?
how can the sound of a
You're going
trumpet
fusion.
how can the sound of a trumpet being played solo at a funeral make you want to tear up and cry, right? Like how can one right, but this is all still coming as a frequency though, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's all it is at that point.
Right.
Well, isn't there meaning behind that trumpet? There's a reason why it's played at a funeral. It's triggering a specific emotion at that point, though.
I was going to say there's a cultural context to it.
Yeah, I guess that probably is a better.
Maybe that's why we play it, because that song somehow the frequency behind it hits the right spots.
Well, sure, because think about what probably happened in very primitive people when someone passed on or died. There's probably a lot of vocalization, right, like moaning and wailing. And we developed instruments, and to express our grief, we kind of mimic
to express
that.
those same sounds.
Yeah,
Horns
that's
are
my
pretty
theory.
low.
I don't know if that's true, but that's my thinking on it.
And drums, depending on where you're from.
Drums, well, and I mean, think about how we did storytelling was through song, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
why
one of the
would
oldest writings were oral.
why would we create instruments if these sounds didn't mean anything to us?
indeed. And I want to answer
war drums, right? They're meant to be intimidating, the way that they send the sound across the way. Like, we're gonna fuck you up, bitch.
They're also used for signaling.
I know Ant asked me a question when I said that both nuclear forces are working whenever you're ingesting food and drugs and that sort of thing. I want to actually explain that to you. So the strong nuclear force works in the ingestion of food and drugs by providing the fundamental structural stability for all atoms and molecules involved, while digestion itself is driven by the electromagnetic forces, chemical reactions, and molecular bonds. Those molecules rely on the strong force to hold their atomic nuclei together.
Sure,
right?
but that's just implied. That doesn't break down except during fission and fusion.
You asked for an answer,
and
and I
radioactive
think
decay.
at this point, because of your stupidity at this point, you just did it because you was trying to do it gotcha. But here's the thing, Ant. You're always trying to do the gotchas because you think for some reason, I don't know what it is about you, Ant, but you think that you can do a gotcha with me. I've been studying these things for 41 years, bro. I've been on this planet for 41 years. You're acting like a 41-year-old.
Are you really that old?
Yeah, I'm an old guy. I look good. Eh?
You have the demonstrable
You're
education
acting
of
like
a
a
toddler.
41-year-old guy couldn't possibly just look this shit up, bro. You forget that the internet exists.
What's the internet?
What even is the internet? It's
You
vibration.
guys aren't just in my little screen here hanging out with me?
Now,
Go ahead,
vibrations can get carried away. I once had somebody put some sacred geometry over my web servers so that it could send that signal out over the whole internet. There was not a lot of support for that hypothesis.
I can imagine.
And Coriolis, Tony says, good show. Well, thank you, Coriolis. We appreciate you. I've been trying to delay shutting down only because I've been enjoying the conversation, but it's also almost been 7 hours and I've been up since 7 a.m. And well, yeah, I felt way better today when I woke up. I even went to physical therapy and it's in the pool. So being in the water and the sunshine and all of those things made me feel so much better. But it was like some kind of sinus or allergy thing from fucking hell. Like I could not talk. Gibbs, I was on the phone with Gibbs trying to talk to him, and he's like, "You sound like fucking shit, bro. Like, just no, we're not doing a show tonight." And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the first question I was going to
Terrible.
ask is if you had allergies, because that's what it sounded like.
But see, I don't. But like, like, well, it's Maryland, so it's like very selective. But for one solid day, I just was down. I was down and out. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't even want to exist.
Well, Clay is here, so it can't be Clay, Sarah. It can't be Clay. We know that.
But it was a good day to refresh and relax, and I am grateful that. And then Tuesday we had a debater have to cancel, so that like broke my heart because I was like, "Fuck, man!" And then now I'm like 2 nights in a row where my content's getting pushed to next week. Maybe I'm just supposed to do everything next week.
Was it my guy or the other guy?
I'll never tell. Either way, they were both fine with it.
Oh
They
yeah,
were
I'm
both
sure.
fine with it.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
it was good. It was fine. I mean,
That's
some
gonna be
people.
a weird one. Sorry.
I don't even know who's taking which side on this.
Paranoid American has the affirmative.
He's saying that AI should replace teachers.
See, I think Paranoid American actually doesn't believe all of this stuff, and he's actually trying to.
Oh yeah, Thomas is perfectly capable of making a case for a point that he doesn't hold. 100%.
And I think he's just trying to challenge himself or the others. Like so if he already believes in the other thing, he's already made that case, so he knows what direction they're going. So now he's like, let me see if I can go the other way and still win.
I can see a case for both sides.
Because that's what he said at the beginning of the other debate he did was like, I'm trying to, what did he say? There's a specific word he used where it's like, I'm trying to basically test my ability to
out in his own mind.
There's a specific word I'm looking for, kind of like straw man or something, but like
steel man?
not steel man, maybe steel man, but I'm it's like he's trying to steel man himself.
Oh,
Like he did all this research. I'm trying to prove it the other way.
like
I'm
like a devil's advocate.
yeah, something like that. But not well, no, he's not playing devil's advocate. It's like I just want to see if I can go the other way.
But that's what a
Anyways.
devil's advocate does. They don't hold the position they're arguing for. They're just arguing for the opposing position.
Yeah, but you're representing the other position.
Yeah,
There's a difference between
but that-
representing and
legally it
making the argument. I
In a
don't think
legal sense, it makes sense, right? So with like lawyers and shit, that's why the movie's called The Devil's Advocate.
maybe. But anyways, all right. Well, no hundo came in, so we were gonna say goodnight. This was a really fun night. Was it just me or was it really fun?
I had a good time.
Yeah, I've got some new faces on the screen, and we were able to run through a lot of Q&As too, aside from the normal 8.
I called it right at the beginning that it was going to devolve straight into abiogenesis and Big Bang.
Yeah, well, that's but see, I assumed when Craig asked for, because he said, I want to do this prompt, is evolution true? I immediately assumed like a Christian or creationist versus I just immediately assumed that. So that's all I was trying to find.
Right.
I didn't think anything outside of that.
I think it sucked that Israel kept giving him the prompt. I think that he shouldn't have given him the prompt in his own idea of what evolution was. Because from what I'm understanding, he was having a problem with the macro, which I know that it's not in the textbooks, which it actually is, by the way, that the macro is the problem. But if macro is the problem, then you can't give him the prompt. Like the whole evolutionary theory has to be true for evolution to be true. And he didn't
But
believe
he was trying to conflate things into evolution that are not part of evolution. That's what I was saying. Abiogenesis, the Big Bang, they aren't part of evolutionary theory. They're completely different fields of study.
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
However, the point of, speciation, past speciation, that part, right? He wouldn't grant him that part.
He kept trying to make that. He kept giving proofs on the stuff before speciation, and then just dragging speciation into it and pretending like it was all.
Well,
true
I'm saying Israel
at all.
No, My problem with Israel, not Craig. Craig did just fine.
Israel's unfortunate.
You like blanked out or something, Ben.
Your microphone, you're too far.
You fishbowl.
I lean back too damn much.
Yeah.
This thing's so good about not picking up outside fucking noise. Israel, I think, is too used to having small hat debates where it's very like, I think in his world, that little technicality, that was an excellent move. Like,
yes, I agree. But that's what I'm saying is, like, because he didn't agree with past speciation, he should have kept trying to drag it back. Because if the whole evolutionary theory is correct and true, he should have said, well, I might agree with you with the adaptation. I don't agree that it is all evolution. And he didn't do that. He kept saying, yes, I agree with evolution. Once you do that, you've lost. That was literally the prompt. You said, yes,
yeah,
I'll
he
give you
basically seeded it in like the first 5 minutes.
Man, you should have said nope.
Well, they really should have come up with a better prompt. Like, I think.
True. And I think that's because I've never heard anybody make a different debate out of evolution, right?
Yeah.
Every evolution debate we've ever had, or at least every evolution debate I've ever seen, was more philosophy based, like religion based.
Okay.
Well, and then just also Craig was taking advantage of a technicality nobody else took advantage of. And everybody else assumes that the changing of species is in the package. And Craig's like, well, no, I proved this one thing and didn't prove the whole thing. So he pretended like he won because he proved this thing that nobody argued with. And everybody was arguing with where one species jumps to a different species. See, so he was doing this little sleight of hand trick. It was really nonsense.
Here's a way to look at it. So all oranges are seedless oranges. Now we know that this is not true, but if I keep showing you the seedless orange and saying, now you see it, all the oranges are seedless. All the oranges are seedless, but you never, ever, ever point out that some oranges have seeds or never contend with that argument, then you've won the debate. Sure, yeah, I agree that these oranges are seedless. And that's kind of where Israel fell into the trap. That was a trap. By the way, that was a much better trap than a blind pill trap.
Mm-hmm. All right, gentlemen. Man, I can't believe we got all of these super chats tonight. Don't worry, I'm not complaining. But like, I got like 5 of them only were like #Vegas.
Damn.
You guys are leaving free money off the table for me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
They want to fuck with
you.
Unfortunately,
we're at that in-between time where the Americans are going to bed, but the Europeans aren't quite off work and all that shit yet. We're at that weird in-between time. Like the people from across the pond don't seem to want to kick in till between 10 and 11 is when they start showing up.
Yeah. But at the very least, we had so many donos without #Vegas.
Yeah.
That was like probably another 100 bones left off the table for me.
You should put it on a banner on the bottom. That's play and tell.
I don't know how else. I mean, it's in the. I thought I had it in the pinned message. I thought I had it in the poll. I even had it in the goals. Like, so when you go to click it, it says in the goal, like #Vegas every super chat. Like, I had it everywhere. Not on Gauntlet at this point, but on Raging Tomato when we were over there for almost 4 hours, and that's where they kept missing it.
Is it in the description too?
And the people don't read the fucking description. But then and I don't want banners rolling during debates because I want the debate to be about them, right? Gauntlet, totally different story. But Darth, we're actually shutting down Darth. We are actually shutting down. And the $2, I already said I wasn't counting $2 towards #Vegas. But thank you. It was definitely worthy of sending something. All right. Let's go ahead and unless wait, what? I have no idea what that means. No, it wouldn't. Where were we? Because we had one already in, 2, 3.
I
4,
wasn't talking about
5,
right this moment. I was just talking about in general, maybe like for a couple shows to try and improve the money that's Cash App-ish, you know. That
like
I was trying to
like
think
a
it.
double up.
Yeah, like you need 10 donos to get it, but if you did 50 on Cash App, that would work toward the full goal instead of in order to try and pull people sending you Cash App so you can build up toward Vegas better. Cheney. I was just around ideas. I was just trying to think of good ideas.
Maybe in gauntlet mode, right? That would be
right.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? Just to try and promote. They're like, oh well, the goal will only cost 50, but you send it on the Cash App instead on YouTube, and you aren't really taking a loss that way, anyways. Because YouTube,
Yeah.
takes
Yeah, well, and it's
anyway.
the value is that they just get more time, right?
Right, and they get the whole hour for 50 instead of 100, and it seems like a win-win for everybody, right?
Yeah, it feels like a win.
Trying to think of good ideas to try and get you more money for Vegas. That's all.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And actually, Santa sent in the big 10 over on the Cash App. And Gene Splice sent the 15 on the Cash App. And they both wrote hashtag fucking Vegas. I added it to the tallies. You guys fucking rock. We'll hang around 15 more minutes.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Not all heroes wear capes. I'm still going to pin that other message, though.
Santa occasionally probably wears a cape, though.
They wear beards.
We're still going to do this. I'll do one more 15 minutes.
10-minute hit it or quit it.
Hit it or quit it. Since because let's see, because Coriolis bought some time earlier, right?
Tony Coriolis.
And then, and so I'll drop the link for those who want it.
You want to know what the best dono he ever gave was? My wife and I were stuck, and it's a hurricane came through during the last festival that we were going to. What was it, Helene? Yeah. And my wife and I were like 4 days or something with 5 days with no shower, and hurricane humidity and in a storm. And Tony Coriolis is like, go shower. And I think he is forever in my wife's heart for letting him borrowing his shower.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, that would make me sad if a red dono came through and it didn't count towards hashtag Vegas. Like, God. Okay. All right, we'll continue. We'll go another 15 minutes. So if anybody, Darth, if you wanted to join, Trippy, if you wanted to join. They probably already left. They're like, fuck this shit. I'm heading out. So the frequencies, though, like, is there a frequency that is dangerous that could harm you?
Yes, this is part of where like the Tesla death bell comes from. And you start seeing things where like the bridge experiment where you hit a certain tone in a certain repetitiveness. And what happens is it starts building on itself. And then eventually, and you can find videos of the bridge will start going, woo, and the concrete will literally turn into waves. The videos of it, fucking amazing. And it's because it's hit wrong. The harmonics are hit wrong.
Mythbusters did one on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the marching boots.
Yep. So at the marching boots is what they're saying is they marched in a perfect harmony around this town and created a vibration that caused the walls to collapse.
That's what she said.
Yeah. That's what dancing is.
That was perfect.
Massive fail. Mythbusters try to debunk Tesla's earthquake machine on bridge. Is that the same thing? You said Tesla bell, right?
Tesla death bell.
Oh, death bell. Death bell. Hi, Darth. Welcome back.
And then also military weapons that are based on sound, Sarah, like the ones that make you sick,
like sonar
make
kind of
you
shit.
puke, make you shit yourself. Yep.
Yeah, cops. Some departments have those weapons too. By the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
So who's the name of the evolutionist?
What's that? The
what?
creator?
Hey, Trippy.
Hello. I need to shut off Premiere Pro. Okay. There we
Who's
go.
the name of the evolutionist?
I couldn't hear nothing.
That would be Craig. What's his name? What's his actual title on his channel there, Sarah?
Fight the Flat Earth. FTFE.
Yeah,
FTFE.
FTF.
Yeah. That's the guy that, like, I used to watch his content a lot.
Yeah, he's not here now, but yeah, that was FTF.
I think his name's like Craig or something.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yay! I got one right.
PhD Tony was up here earlier too.
I think I know that name. I'm not sure. Like, I've seen too many things on YouTube. I kind of, everything blurs. Too many people.
Except for Sarah the tomato.
I'm a tomato.
If I remember correctly, I've seen both of those guys on Tacos stream.
Sarah, do you have a green screen?
I have been on tacos.
Do I have a green screen?
that's
I mean, like
mostly where
I have a backdrop.
Yeah, she went fancy. She went lady style, you know. Those
Like-
guys over there getting like a green sheet and hanging it up. That's what we do.
Like I have
Dirty on the other side.
like I have a
Yeah.
green backdrop like pinned to another wall that I used to use for some of the like the funny videos that I made.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's the thing. You know, it's not dirty on the other side. You wipe your boogers right on the green screen. They're green too.
Yes.
It's just going to blend in.
Smart.
Yeah. He's like, you know, you're sick or something. You just blow your nose on the green screen. It's fine.
Is this wear red philosophy?
It's all of our philosophy. We're all a bunch of people sitting in a chair, you know. Yeah.
If you blow your nose and it just like blows out, then you're actually creating a frequency.
What I always find fascinating is this is newer science, but you look at old occult, like even like the Silmarillion, fucking Tolkien, where existence is sang, where it's sang into existence. So you've got all these multiple notes and all these sounds mixing together, and each of us would be a very specific combination of sounds, and that would be something more like your true name. Is understanding the sounds that make you up.
It was very poetic and beautiful, but it was fiction or fantasy.
But like, well, you know the sound that makes up my name. That's what it translates.
Well,
to.
that fantasy was based off the Hermetic understandings, which are super old.
I don't know why, but I fucking laugh every time he does that.
I don't know why either. It's okay. I don't know who's next to me, but
my favorite is when he does the fire alarm, and I don't have any in my fucking house, so it doesn't ever make me freak out. But I see other people in the panel.
Yeah,
You don't have a carbon monoxide detector either?
I've taken to just doing it when black people are speaking, and that's kind of a bad thing. I should stop.
Move Trippy next to Clay.
You want to be next to Clay?
No,
He just asked.
Put Trippy next to Clay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he just bonk him. I'm coming over there. Oh, he died.
Somebody flip that shit.
We still
You guys
going. How long did it pass?
20 hours.
You guys ever see those
Who's made
clips of
the
people with
McNeill?
like racing simulators, and then they crash and they fall back in their chair like they actually took a hit? It's kind of funny.
That is funny.
Yeah. I love
I haven't
stuff.
seen that, but that's a good gimmick.
Oh yeah, I love stuff, man. Like I watch anything on YouTube as long as it's I don't know, not going to haunt me for the rest of my life, because that's happened a few times.
YouTube
I'll
is
tell
like
you guys.
it is like what public access television evolved into.
Let me tell you what the worst kept secret on YouTube, or one of the worst kept, is if you type in if you type in there, you go, how to shave your pussy. You get videos. You get a lot of videos, and they're all labeled as educational.
Watch,
kinda
there's like
weird.
3 of them with somebody actually shaving a cat, though. I don't know.
Dude, that's what I would. That's what I would do. That's what I should do.
Wait, who shaved a pussy?
I don't have a cat to shave though. Like Dexter's hair is too thick. Sarah, if you type in how to shave your pussy
Sarah,
on YouTube, you get a lot of
well
results.
played, ma'am. Well played.
I don't know if I want to test that.
I don't think you want to. Like my buddy Dr. Till looked it up and he put like a big thing over his screen so it was all blurred and had like text saying like adult only content. And he played it and we reacted to it, the one video anyway. And this chick is like in the shower and she's like getting good angles. Yeah. And then she tells you to like also, you know, maybe shave the crack a little bit if you're going to present that to anyone. And I'm like, dear God. I don't know if I should take notes, run away, or stay and watch.
Have you guys
Did you
ever
say
seen
use baby oil, Trippy?
Hold on, I have another question. So if like, what about all of our like computers and lights and all of these things that, because I can hear the buzzing sounds, right? I don't know about y'all, but I can certainly. So at some point, does that cause, is that why people have so much fucking anxiety all the time? Because you're constantly hearing
That's why they
shit?
switched from LEDs from the fluorescent. Because the
ADD,
fluorescent,
ADHD, all these
like your
diseases.
old incandescent, that's more of a consistent light. It does actually blink, but it's like it's with the hertz of the electricity. There's a slight
Yeah, it's so
blinking.
fast you don't see it.
But
Yeah.
with fluorescence, it's literally a consistent flash, a consistent
Natural
flash, and that's
noise.
why it gives some people headaches and makes them go all wonky. So
Yeah.
that's why that's part of why the LED switch over, which they're more efficient also, but it doesn't have that consistent flashing like that makes people sick.
Well, an incandescent light bulb, the filament, right? It's creating resistance, and that's
Yeah.
what creates the light. And
Yeah.
in a fluorescent bulb, you're actually dealing with like a low temperature plasma created by
Yeah.
ionizing the gas inside the tube, and that's what creates light.
More
Very different-
like.
But it's a very different process for how we're getting the photons. That's why there's the inconsistencies.
But
Yeah,
even
these are
like,
more
what-
like the neon lights where it's lighting up gas. The new
What
ones.
about like your
neon-
TV screens and your monitors and all of that? Does that add in as well?
You know, like
Fuck,
you were
if
saying
that
about the
frequency's
buzzing.
that fucking high. I got
Especially the blue.
5 of them.
That's part of why people have a hard time going to sleep at night, because the blue light, your body reacts to that like it's daytime. Because
Yeah.
because of the spectrums of the sun. Like when you look in the evening and in the morning, the sun's more of an orangish reddish. And so your body starts, when it's blue, your body doesn't want to do the things that it does to go to bed. So that blue light's actually causing you to stay up. It's throwing off your rhythms with nature, all that kind of stuff.
It's throwing off your riz.
You also won't want to be in a completely soundless environment. So they've actually done experiments like this. I don't know if you guys know Vsauce is. Michael.
Vsauce. Michael here.
Michael here. Michael here. So he did the interesting experiment where he went into an enclosure where it was all white. So it's something like that, right? So it's the unnatural environment versus the natural environment. When you actually go into a noiseless environment, you actually end up going crazy.
Yeah, see, look, now I'm bald.
As I was looking it up, is like 45 to
How big
60
she's
minutes.
getting.
Wow.
But the guy was definitely
Oh my
experienced
God.
hallucinations.
She's like a whole fucking dog.
Clay, this is what I look like bald.
Don't grab me.
Isn't it kind of freaky?
Oh my
Kinda
God.
freaky.
I can't even pick her up. She's so fucking
Yeah.
huge.
Now that I'm
dog's
bald,
gonna
I can be like
taller than
Vsauce,
you.
Michael here. That's a good looking dog. Nice
She
coat.
used to be a tiny little puppy that could fit in my hand.
Aw.
And now,
Pretty soon she's going to stand up on her back legs and be taller than you.
oh, she's not that far from it.
We
She's
used
not
to
that far.
Doggy, I love doggies. Oh, you're cute. You're cute.
Yeah.
You have a mini one.
We have. But,
Hello, puppy.
What
He's
the
like,
fuck?
"Sir,
How
put it
many
the fuck
ducks do
away."
you have? How many ducks do you have now?
The other one died. I didn't get
Oh man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Diane.
So noise is.
Thanks
something-
for bringing that up, Spin.
No,
It's all your
shut
fault,
up.
Spin.
Jesus, you should burn in hell for that Spin.
Yeah, Spin.
Back to the backstage for you.
I'm gonna put you at the top of a hill, Spin, and I'm only gonna lock one of your wheels.
Noise.
Then it'll be spinning. It'll be twirling. It'll be twirling. We'll rename you to Twirl.
Twirl, not Spin.
When I'm in DC, there's plenty of fucking hills.
I know, right? Like you
guys got a
can have a
minute
hard.
for the dono. If it don't
I can
come
see.
in,
Spin. I can
1
see
minute.
that. Like you wheel up the hill and you're all out of breath, and then when you hit the top of the hill and start going down, you're like wee, and then you go back up the hill and you're like, God, this sucks, and then wee.
Oh yeah, we're down. You got a minute left. I don't want to bust yet.
Send a dono.
I need more time. I'm having too much fun. I don't want to prematurely.
So Ben, what you're saying is all of the monitors that I have, and all of the computers and everything, it's going to unalive me. Is that what you're saying?
It'll make it harder to sleep. Like the later that you use them.
Give you
an
aneurysm.
This is what makes me wonder about
Shit, I need to get rid of some monitors.
like about the
Hey, I'll take them.
like why so many people have anxiety or stress, or like why everybody's going fucking crazy and shit. Because I'm wondering if like we have all of this constant buzzing, constant frequencies running around.
Yeah, I was
crossing.
gonna point that out too. Like we have a Roku TV, and when it's off, I can hear it making like a weird swirly bzz, bzz, bzz noise, and then when it turn it on, that noise seems to go away.
I live on coil wind.
I
Don't
can
you have
hear
to
the
unplug
Wi-Fi.
it? Don't you
I
have to
live off
unplug it
grid.
completely?
I live off
Probably.
grid, so half the day there's no power in my house whatsoever. And even when it's on, it's only a couple devices plugged in, running off a little generator. When I go into people's houses in town, they sound like a beehive to me. And
Yeah.
because I have limited plugins, our Wi-Fi was on one plugin, and that was in the house. Like I had a kitchen basically built, and then I lived in a Winnebago, and there was 2 incubators. So I had one in the Winnebago with me and one in the house, because that's where my 2 spare plugins were. The one next to the Wi-Fi, it's a 48 egg system. 3 of them hatched out of 48, and they were all 3 deformed and died. The ones in with me in the Winnebago, those ones, about 45 of them lived, and they were fine. So I was like, well, what the fuck? So I went out and I even switched the incubators. I went out and got just 100 eggs out of my coop, and I just threw them in the incubators randomly, and I got the same results. The one next to the Wi-Fi was fucking up them chicken eggs when they were gestating something fierce.
Have you ever heard the power lines buzzing?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Isn't there's a theory about kids growing up under the big power lines too?
It's bunk. It's
Like I
not-
hear electronics. I don't know why, but I pick up on it really easy.
Well, it's a coil wind.
Well,
So,
it
like
worked
that-
more when everything, like when all the TVs were still tube TVs. Like I could hear it even more. Sometimes, like I said though, that Roku TV, that thing's definitely not a you know what I mean? Like it's a smart TV, and when it's turned off, I can hear it. And
Everybody's misconception, it's the power
So
line
plugged in.
buzzing. What it
Yes.
is the actual transformer.
Correct.
That's actually buzzing.
And you can
And
buzz.
that is a telltale sign to be somewhere else very quickly.
No, they always buzz even when they're functioning.
Yeah. Yep.
Like
Yeah.
if you go, I had to wire, because I'm a commercial electrician. I had to wire in one of the big transformers in a commercial area, and it pissed me off so bad, because usually the inspector is the one that makes the final connection. And we got this guy with a gimpy leg, and he's like, I can't do it. You got to do it. And I was one of the younger guys. So like, you're doing it. And I'm like,
you're doing it.
"Whoa."
Yep.
Seniority
And-
rules.
Yeah. And my head is in there, and this thing just like, bah! And I got to land on this piece of metal with this wire that is this big around, so it doesn't bend for shit.
No.
And sweat's rolling down my head. And if that sweat connects to that little thing, I will explode. I'm like, Fuck me.
Yeah.
Think about the guys on the helicopters, bro.
Oh yeah, dude. I would never be a lineman. I would never.
Helicopters. We're gonna helicopter our way over to Orthodox guy. I'm gonna raid him. But before we get there, I'd like everybody to give their final thoughts to the panel. I know Darth and Trippy, you just got in, but nobody wanted to give you any extra time. All they had to do was send in one big fat juicy.
But I've got so many things to say about nothing.
But they could have done that and they didn't. And unfortunately, we gotta go. You can't stay here, but you gotta get the fuck out.
Home, but you can't stay here.
Exactly. Clay, sir.
Me?
Your closing thoughts to the panel.
If you're not first, you're last, Bobby.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, I appreciate it. It's a good panel for sure. I really enjoyed it. Israel maybe could have come in with a better position, but overall the debate was good. Essentially, it is kind of actually really where I see a lot of evolution debates going, especially if you're debating creation versus evolution. Basically, what it is here is literally the way these things go. It's like getting hung up on the micro versus the macro, the speciation, whatever. Or if you can get it past that, typically the evolutionist would agree that it does fall down to a belief. Typically, not always. Some evolutionists want to argue that, no, it's a fact, which is insanity because theory is really just conceptualizing. It's speculation. It's literally the etymology of the word, which is hilarious that Craig tried to say that the etymology was something based on fact or higher than fact, which it's not. It's not even close, right? So if you actually look up the etymology, he was wrong, and it's not my fault. Look, I've listened to a lot of debates on this stuff. I've done a lot of research on this stuff. It's actually why I still believe in the 6,000-year-old model. How is it that I keep hearing the same arguments over and over again, yet I still don't believe the evolutionary theory? Well, it's really simple to me. It's the God of the gaps. It's really that simple. Is that these things are based upon some theory that, we can't find it, but just believe me. Trust me, bro. Anyway, I appreciate it, Sarah. You're an awesome person. Just an awesome person, period. So fuck all the haters. And chat, I think you actually won tonight. I really do. Even though we didn't get this last dono in, I really appreciate you guys. I just want to say this for sure. You guys have been making this possible. We do what we can here, but you guys are the backbone. Thank you.
100%. Trippy to you, sir.
Me? Well, I gotta make fun of Clay now. Okay, so Clay, in order to prove evolution exactly perfectly, you would need billions and billions and billions of examples, especially from at least one little critter. At least one little critter. You would need billions of examples, like showing from 65 million years ago, the same creature looked like this, and you would need to be able to track all of it for it to be proof. And you're just not going to be able to get that. That's why you'll be stuck in that same thought process. You know what I mean? Like you said, God of gaps. The original God of the gaps argument was, well, I can't explain what happened, so God must have done it. That's actually where that came from, as far as I know. That was the original God of gaps. Now it's like, well, we'll have like a gap between this ape and that ape, but how are we supposed to find it? Not everything turns into a fossil.
We're made from rocks, sir. Rocks.
Yeah, we're really just like caves and stuff. Those are giants. They turned into rocks over time, and then you can crawl into their what? Anyways,
Stardust.
Trippy, look at your Discord message.
All right, that's it. I don't know. I wasn't here for most of this. I'm sorry.
It works. It works. We love you. Thank you, Trippy. Darth Thoranus.
It's okay. I have a lot to say on this topic. I think Israel did horrible. He clearly didn't come prepared for this debate, and he basically admitted admitted that he agrees with evolution in his opening statement, which was extremely confusing. But that's because the reality is that all evolutionary theory has its roots in Christianity. The theory of evolution was invented by Christians, called microevolution. This is what they call it. What is happening is simply that the atheists are co-opting microevolution, taking it to its logical conclusion, which they are justified, but they're using Christianity as a crutch to avoid presenting evidence and basically just granting themselves the very thing they're supposed to be proving to be true. They're using Christians who have given them evolution in the form of microevolution, using them as a crutch to avoid proving it to be true, which is what they're supposed to be doing. Now, that's why I want to debate Frank, because I'm an actual creationist. Israel. Who was the name of the evolutionist that Israel was debating?
Craig,
my bad. Yeah, that's the reason I want to debate Craig, because he's merely using the crutch of Christian evolution to basically skip over proving evolution. The thing is, funny, it's atheist evolutionists will say we have the fossils of dinosaurs, but we can't find a single transitional within the genetic timeline. So they'll say, there's they'll point to fossils that cannot be DNA tested. But all of a sudden, if we bring in that, if we bring in that argument within the circle of DNA testability, all of a sudden the transitionals disappear. How convenient! So if we can get that debate set up, that would be great.
You still need a billion transitional possible.
No, yeah.
There, that's what I was supposed to do.
I mean, I don't have my camera connected, but I can cam up.
Do you have a channel?
I do. I don't have that much uploaded. I mean, I got more things to upload, but yeah, I do have debates on most of my debates.
Where have you debated it?
I debated evolution on tacos, modern day debate. I debated on modern day debate and also on the bloodbath debates.
But you also understand that in order to see all the transitional fossils, you would literally need billions of them. Like, you're asking for an impossibility. It's like asking you to prove or disprove God to me.
No, I'm not asking you for all the transitionals. I'm asking you for one transitional that is actually genetically testable.
But every time somebody shows a person like yourself a transitional fossil, you go, yeah, but what about the other transitional fossil? Like, you always have an excuse for why that's not good enough.
My thing
is the thing. You guys haven't shown it. You guys haven't demonstrated a transitional fossil. You guys have demonstrated.
We do it. Everybody does it all the fucking time. You just ignore it and you move on and you go, that's not good enough for me. I need more.
No, give an example.
Shit. Any dinosaur versus any bird modernly.
Can you DNA test dinosaurs?
Hold on. This could be an email somewhere else.
That's why you're laughing.
Darth, send me the debates you've done on modern day debate.
He took it down, but I can't find it. But
the other person you were debating?
It was this guy's kind of. His name was Atheist Junior. He was kind of popular, not so much anymore.
Yeah, find me the debate.
How about I give you the most recent one I had on the Tacos channel.
Tacos doesn't count.
Oh. I don't think he's that bad.
I don't think he's bad. But he has a completely different structure, and he's not very formatted the way MDD and I would format. And that's no offense to Taco. He runs a show and he does what he does, right? But I don't think he formulates the same way we do, and what I'd be looking for wouldn't be in there. So,
sure, I can find that. I can find the debate.
Basically, if you so what I've gathered so far is you're not cammed up right now. You said you'd have no problem camming up, but right now you're not cammed up. I think the last time you came on, I don't remember if you cammed up or not, but. I'm assuming you don't have a following, or do you?
It's more of an underground following. Okay. People know of.
So you don't have a following, right? And that's not a shot at you. I'm just going through my 3 different requirements, right? So no following, cam up, I'll let that one go for now. But then you have to be a regular panelist here for me to give you feature seats, right? So you don't have to have a following to be here, but you have to be a regular. You have to earn it, right? So if Clay asked me right now, Sarah, I want to debate Santa on whatever, blah, 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 I'd immediately give them both a debate because they're both regulars here and they're constantly contributing. Now, assuming neither of them have, like, they each have 20 subscribers or something stupid like that, right?
Yeah,
right.
I understand.
But without the other credentials, I'd have to look and see what else you've debated. And if I find your debate skills are like superior to put everything else to the side.
Well, I do. Yeah, I mean, I have a few uploads on my channel. I'm going to upload mode because I barely kind of started like this YouTube channel. I mean, I had like multiple debates. I just haven't uploaded them.
Yeah. And that again, Eli Nix is a perfect example. Eli didn't even have a fucking channel and he showed up here all the time consistently, joined panels, and he wanted to do a debate. And I said, anything you want, because you're always here, right? I don't have to have a following, but I have to be able to verify I've seen you in action. I know I have to have homework ability, right? So that if I'm going to present, like, for instance, if I went to Craig McNeill, how many subscribers does he have?
Like 50,000, I think.
Yeah, let's just assume 50,000. Yeah, 57,000. I'm going to assume 60,000. And I go to Craig and I say, hey, Craig, this person who has absolutely zero following, zero like contributions on my channel, except for like once or twice. And I have no idea who he is or how he is in the community. Right. You see how I would have to really be able to validate for giving that to him and saying, I think you should debate this person. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, I know. Like I'm not popular. I'm more infamous than I am popular. People know
that's
of me.
even worse.
But I'm infamous because I debated some big names. I debated Darth Dawkins, Jay Dyer. Andrew Wilson ran away from me.
Wait,
he doesn't want to debate.
Did you join? Hold on. Did you join Jay Dyer's call-in show?
Yeah, he kicked me out because he got triggered.
It doesn't count. That's not a formal debate. That is, I have a call-in show, right?
I want to debate Ben.
Oh boy, the two of you. I don't know if I can handle that.
But have you successfully triggered Jay Dyer? I think that's the key note because I have successfully triggered Jay Dyer.
Trust me, he's
nobody cares. No, I'm just fucking with him. Sorry.
Literally, that
That's
man
not as
boots.
hard to do as stealing candy from a.
All I can say for you, Darth, is keep coming back. And at some point,
I don't know why Spin. Have you been naughty sometime recently, Spin, and you feel like imposing self-punishment?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that, Ben won.
It's getting gay. All right, Darth messaged me, and well, I mean, this all could have been an email, and I apologize, but sometimes it's good to put this stuff out in the public so other people know and understand. The shit's written all over my video, or not my video, but my about me in my description. But hey, I'm happy to actually say it proudly and loudly so that people know we do have some standards here. All right, for the win, your final thoughts, please.
Yes, final thoughts. Hey, Trippy, can you pull up the frying pan?
I can pull up the frying pan.
Pull up the frying pan.
P.
He just turned, final thoughts into the closing monologue, and then we all just had to have our own monologues here.
Knock myself out.
Yeah, there you go. Well, close enough, but yeah, good panel tonight as usual, Sarah. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone for coming on. Santa, it was great to conversate with you while Sarah ran away for a little bit. So at least we got the show rolling and everything. So thank you guys for all coming here and being here and everything. And I'm going to bed. You guys have a good night.
Good night, sweetie. Yeah, I'm so happy to see that you're getting some good rest. Well, y'all could be in there to tuck you in a little while.
Ant, to you, sir.
Sure. Okay. Science doesn't deal in proofs, like I was trying to say all night. It deals with evidence and makes explanations based off that evidence. It makes testable. It starts with a hypothesis. It makes testable experiments that support theories.
Yeah, that anybody could go ahead and test those theories themselves if they wanted to.
Exactly. So it's not dogmatic, right? It is the opposite. It's truth seeking. It is not a religion. You can be religious and still follow science. They are 100%. Not mutually exclusive. I don't know why there's this dichotomy at all. Like I said at the very beginning here, this is a domain error. We have scientists that think that they need to try and talk about the supernatural and the metaphysical, and they shouldn't be. And we got people on the religious side trying to explain the natural world through theology, and they fail completely when they try. They have to make unfalsifiable claims, special pleading, and all manner of just stuff that just winds up being very frustrating and unproductive. We just need to mind our P's and Q's, understand what the limits are of our where we're deriving information, what kinds of information. Everybody's got their strengths, everybody's got their weaknesses. Thank you.
Interesting. Spin. I'm just sitting here thinking of what everyone's weakness and strength are. Dun dun dun.
Bum bum bum.
Spin to you, please.
My strengths are fast women, and my weaknesses is a wheelchair.
Well, what if they're going downhill? Then you have an extra quick way to get down
go
there.
too fast, he'll pass right by him.
Every
That's
time I
the
think
point.
about this stuff, I think of that movie Freddy Got Fingered, where the girl put a rocket on her
God.
wheelchair.
Oh,
Dude,
I think of
wait a minute. I got a funny fucking story.
I think of that old Silver Bullet werewolf movie with the kid with the rocket wheelchairs trying to get away from the werewolves.
Oh, I remember that too.
When I lived up north, I had a situation with a rock and a wheelchair. It didn't turn out too fucking well for me.
Why did you put the rock up your ass and sit on the wheelchair spin?
My wife did.
She put a rock up your ass?
No, she put a rock in front of the wheelchair and thought it would be funny if I hit it, I would spin around.
Oh.
Well,
That's not
that
how I
didn't
thought.
happen.
You go forward, the whole chair will flip forward.
Exactly.
Is it the same rock you evolved from?
That is exactly where I evolved from. Yes,
Hey.
I was bumped in the head too many times by
Jesus
rocks. and
Lord.
wheelchairs.
Are rocks alive?
Some
something
say they
on
can
rocks that is.
motherfucking move.
Well, that's not the question. We didn't evolve from rocks. Rocks don't evolve. They're not living things.
That's a pantheist thing.
Right, we evolved
Maybe
from a
rocks are
sponge.
just dead dirt.
They are.
Well, they
Petrified, dead-ass dirt.
Some of them do evolve to whatever degree, and even the ones that are inert, they evolve.
I am convinced.
This is
They
what
don't undergo biological evolution.
Atomic decay chain is. It goes from uranium down to being into lead, and you can reverse.
But you're not
the
describing
process.
biological evolution.
I mean, if you're a materialist,
okay.
believe you're
It's
living
actually
rocks.
more provable than evolution because you can actually chain it.
Yes, I'm convinced that dirt is actually just dinosaur poop.
Probably.
That is a fact. Everything we
See, it's
live
a fact.
off of in the soil is dead things and poop, which is just dead things that you ate.
It's actually higher than
Well, you're made out of rocks.
So
you
maybe
you
our
believe
water
minerals.
line isn't going
thing.
down or going up. It just depends on how many skin cells are getting dropped in the dirt.
Yeah.
Ew, gross.
And we got poop. We got gold in our
We
poop.
don't have enough
Talk
people
about
dying.
the skin
That's what
cells
it
in the-
is.
The skin
That's
cells
why
in
the
your
water
room.
line's rising, because our birth rate drops, so we don't have as many people like filling in the gaps there.
Look,
Yeah.
look up,
Cells in your
look up-
room are being
So they
eaten
can
by
die
spiders.
and fill our beaches back up again. All right,
Tiny mice eating your
Santa,
skin
your closing
cells.
thoughts, please. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Wow, this was a lot of fun. And it was kind of crazy. God bless the dead rocks and the live rocks. No, I enjoy hearing the two opposing sides, because I often will agree with some points from both. And then I just like to hear it go back and forth, because it's like watching tennis. As far as what Ant said, it being a category error, yeah, I mean, these are different things. I mean, there's a good argument that social sciences aren't really science, but, you know, somebody's got to get paid. But thank you for having the panel. Thank you for the great discussion, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Santa. Mr. Balderson, to you, please.
So the evolution debate always includes them picking on the faith-based Christians, which I don't even believe in the Christian God, and then also bringing their own things that require a lot of faith. And most of them like to do this little trick where they bring in provable things and then sneak in things that they cannot prove and pretend like the two things are in the same bucket, and without admitting that they're using faith to come to a lot of the answers, because there's a ton of jumped conclusions. How many different species does it take to get from a field mouse to a human? How many leaps of conclusion did that take exactly? Where every time that leap happened is called a gap that they don't have the science to back up. And so how many of those gaps are there? You add this up, and the trajectory, just like I was explaining with all their mathematical science, because all their science is just models. It's models and observations. There's no actual science behind it. For some reason, the people who love this stuff are all cult of scientism guys. They forget about scientific law. They don't include scientific law. They think that their little theory that they can't prove is somehow bigger and better than law, which absolutely is proved over and over and over. In fact, nobody can get another answer besides the one. That's why it became a law. And they pretend like their little hypotheses, no matter how much observation it includes, is somehow better than this thing, even though they can't replicate it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's the cult of scientism. And for some reason, that cult usually involves real weaselly little fucks. Most of them playing with adult toys, look like they live in their grandma's basement and haven't bathed in a month. They definitely ain't ever had their peckers touched, hardly. That's ridiculous.
Are you talking about the atheists or the Christians?
Well, his argument would be complete without
kids.
So, word to the wise, gentlemen, have your peckers touched more often and you'll start to sound smarter. On that note, I am very happy and excited. Spin was able to make it through a full 5 minutes without salting the man. But I want to exemplify something to you, Spin. Towards the end of this whole show, you notice I've been asking a lot of questions and my inquiries are going in lots of different directions and I'm coming up with new theories. And it's now fun because now I have people who know what they're talking about and I can ask those questions and I can then come to my own conclusions. But if I called them fucktards, they're probably not going to be as nice to answer my questions or help me get the answers that I'm looking for, even to prove myself true or prove myself false or help me lead in a different direction. So I hope that you learned something from this evening, something that's very valuable to take forward with you in the wonderful world of panelverse, question and answer, and when it's time and when it's not time, because there's a lot of value that goes into these discussions and there's a lot to take away from them. And every night I learn at least 10 new things and it's beautiful. And I feel smarter, even though some of you dumb me down, but I feel smarter after each panel and I love you all for it. All right, we are raiding Orthodox Guy. I've set up the raid. I think Guns was dropping the link into the chat. This was a really fun night, and thank you all so much for being here and participating and having a blast. I think we all had a good time. I love you. Now, if you want to know why evolution is going to fail, it's because humans and this shit.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle. Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style. That's why we chose Nuva Bling. The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina. It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Slam up that clam.
And shine up that shine. With Nuva Bling!
Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.